from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, across all 24 time zones worldwide. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. By the way, anybody catch the fifth inning of the World Series where they played my theme? That was kind of cool, I thought. Welcome. Good to have you all. The war, the war, the war. First of all, I sat tonight watching Tommy Thompson and some appointed doctor on Larry King tonight. And, boy, I don't know, folks. I know... Tommy Thompson is kind of king. You may have seen him on 60 Minutes of everything is safe, everything is okay, which, you know, I guess is a message that somebody in his position probably has to deliver. But even Larry King at one point said, Tommy, don't you think there's some danger in continually telling everybody that everything's all right? Yes. He said yes. So I don't know whether any of you happen to see it and interpret it the same way I did, but it's kind of like, yeah, right, everything's fine. Just fine. An American bomb, a really, really big American bomb, blasted huge plumes of smoke 1,000 feet into the skies over Afghanistan's front lines on Tuesday in what's being called an unusually mighty airstrike. Mighty big. And you have to wonder if they might have used a fuel air bomb, the first fuel air bomb. They actually produced something that really is more akin to a mushroom cloud, so I don't know. But whatever they dropped, it was really, really big. U.S. authorities suspect that Osama bin Laden's inner circle may have issued, get this folks, issued new orders for attacks against Americans and are concerned that the terrorists might strike even if they are cut off from their command. Now, of course, in Afghanistan, I'm sure there would be a doomsday order. You know, if you cannot talk to us, if you cannot speak to us, do the following. So I don't think everything's okay. Everything doesn't feel okay. It feels like something is going to happen soon. Even the government, without giving specifics, which, by the way, they say they don't have, is saying something is going to happen soon. The Pentagon today confirming the presence of our guys on the ground in Afghanistan. Not a lot of them, but they are there. The news story that broke about an hour before I got on the air yesterday is a big one today. A hospital worker gravely ill with inhalation anthrax today, as the growing list of victims prompted investigators to worry that the bacteria might be spreading at postal facilities from one piece of mail to another. This woman, as I told you last night, became the first outside the news media or postal service to be infected with this horrible form of... I wonder if she'll make it. I think it's nip and tuck about whether she'll make it. But once the inhalation anthrax has gone pretty far, you don't make it. Still, we have to keep all of this in perspective. What's going on right now, even though it's horrible that it's killed people, 16 infected, I think 3 dead, maybe more to come, 3 more suspected ongoing right now. Even though all of that is true, it's honest not much in the bigger scheme of things. You know, with 20,000 killing the flu, it's not much. So what we've got going on here so far is a distraction, it would seem. It is engendering terror, to be sure, but if you keep it in perspective, it's not too terrifying. What we have to worry about would be some sort of other biological attack, in my opinion, smallpox, something like that. And I think it's reasonable to say to all of you that there could develop a situation, and you need to keep your eyes on it, for you to become isolated, for you and your family to become isolated, and you should prepare for some period of isolation if you can handle it. You know, just do the basic stuff. Don't go crazy. Have some food around. obviously water, things that if you had to spend at least a few days or, heaven forbid, a week or a month in isolation, you could do so. So think about that. You know, I think it's proper that we all think about that. Now, on the Drudge site this hour is a story from New Scientist entitled Anthrax Preparation Indicates Homegrown Origin. Let me read a little bit of this to you. As anthrax continues to turn up in U.S. postal facilities and postal workers, evidence is now emerging that it is an American product. Not only are the bacteria genetically close to the strain the U.S. has used in its own anthrax weapons in the 1960s, but New Scientist can reveal that these spores also seem to have been prepared according to, get this folks, the secret U.S. weaponization recipe. The secret U.S. weaponization recipe. This is troubling, say bioterrorism specialists. While the terrorists behind the anthrax-laced mail, U.S. might not have got hold of the strain of anthrax in several laboratories around the world, the method the U.S. developed for turning a wet bacterial culture into a dangerous dry powder is a closely guarded secret. Its apparent use in the current state or spate of attacks could mean that the secret is out. Duh. An alternative is that someone is using anthrax produced by the old U.S. biological weapons program that ended in 1969, in which case the scope for further attacks could be limited. Experiments to determine which is true are now underway in this country. So this could be our own stuff, could easily be our own stuff. And you've got to wonder if the terrorists are sitting back saying, nice addition. We didn't do it, but nice addition. Or maybe they did do it, and it's just sort of a cover for whatever else is about to happen. And it really does feel like something is about to happen. The government warnings aside, and they're warning now of the short term, sometime, they say, in the next week, you can just feel it, can't you? I can. Now, the fact that the anthrax is homegrown, by the way, doesn't indicate that it's being sent by Americans. You've got to bear that in mind. Although it does mean that apparently it came from our stock, which is something to think about. You know, we constantly talk about how loose the Russians are. You know, with nukes hither and yon in little huts without locks, very lax security. The terrible biological weapons they have there. But if this came from here, from America, if this is homegrown, then who's got the lax security? Wouldn't be too hard for something from Russia to make its way to bin Laden, right? Look at a map. And then I suppose here. But we're supposed to be the ones with the big-time security. And here they're saying it's our anthrax. I want to think about that a little bit. No offense to Tommy Thompson, because I think he's a great guy, but I'm sorry, I don't believe it. He flat out just said America's safe. Baloney. America is not safe. God, they just crashed two airplanes into the World Trade Center buildings, brought them down, crashed into the Pentagon. We've got a small outbreak of anthrax right now, and the possibility of something awful biologically coming at us. We've got warnings saying this week something is going to happen. I would not say America is safe, and I have a hard time listening to Tommy Thompson. From his 60 Minutes appearance to his appearance tonight on Larry King. I don't know. It's like I really think Americans can handle the truth. And the truth is, of course, there's some danger. Good God, look around you. We're at war. Of course, there is danger. Anyway, to the phone lines. First-time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Chris from Minnesota. How are you?
Oh, okay, Chris. Welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me. You were talking the other day about thinking out of the box, and I have a great idea.
Okay.
Let's put Harlot on Al Jazeera television and threaten to send her to Afghanistan if the Taliban doesn't turn bin Laden over.
You think she would? She'd be that threatening for them?
Well, I think she'd be pretty close. And instead of dropping pig's blood, like people have been talking, I think we should drop Nair so their beards will fall out. That'd really embarrass them.
You know, that's not bad. I don't know about dropping Nair. I'm not so sure it's effective in that manner. You've got to kind of spread it on, but they could probably come up with something that wouldn't hurt you otherwise, but all of your hair would drop off. Now, that's a pretty damn good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much. I don't know about Nair. I don't think the mere dropping of Nair would quite do the job, but certainly they could drop something that would be vectored to only the males in Afghanistan and would cause their hair to fall out. Maybe they'd figure that was some kind of message from Allah. And something that massive, that interesting could be done. That's way out of the box, but not bad, actually. Scheme of things, with genetics the way they are right now, you let go a little genetic bomb vectored to the males, and their hair falls out. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Raymond. I'm calling from Michigan.
Raymond, hi.
Hi. Earlier you mentioned that large bomb that we dropped that caused such a large explosion.
Yes.
Do they know if it was the bomb itself or what was actually hit that caused the explosion?
Well, that, of course, is a good question, but usually they talk about secondary explosions. In this case, they didn't.
Right, because I thought maybe a storage facility or something with fuel in it, maybe.
It's possible. Certainly possible. But usually it's written as a secondary explosion. Mm-hmm. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, but that we're going to drop a fuel air bomb. We've used them before. They're a form of terror as well as an effective military tool.
Yeah, well, I guess, it depends on how you look at it. And in your opinion, let's take this war, for example. Why does it seem like we sort of, for the most part, fight by the rules and our enemy does not?
Well,
why do we stay fighting?
Okay. I think that publicly we do. We try and avoid civilian casualties, and I think at every level, actually, we do that. But I don't think on the ground in Afghanistan, the special forces that are going in, or actually are in, I don't think they're playing by the rules at all.
Yeah, you think they're trained not to play by the rules?
I think they're trained to kill.
Well, yeah, I mean, war in general is...
No, not in general. Very specifically trained to kill. And do I think we're assassinating there? Yep, I do. So I don't think we're necessarily playing as cleanly as you might imagine when you read the papers, watch TV, and listen to radio. Okay?
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, thank you. I think we're playing the game every bit as dirty as they are, and I hope a little smarter. You know, we're no wimps, and trust me when I tell you that our intelligence agencies, our spook agencies, and our spook people are as capable and hopefully a lot smarter at this sort of thing. So, you know, you're not hearing about it, and you will not hear about it in the American press, but trust me, they know how to play the game. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Max from Globe, Arizona.
Hello, Max.
I'm listening on KKOB on my screen.
Yes, sir.
Man, I was trying to get home last night from the ranch to give you a call, and I'm a poor man, and a cow jumped in front of me, and I just totaled my truck.
You hit a cow?
I hit a cow. It was just awful, Art. It was just awful.
That's like hitting another car or almost a cement post.
Yeah, it could have been worse. It could have come through the window. And I always say a prayer before I leave there because there's so many animals on the road. Lord, please don't let me hit any animals, rabbits, cows, or whatever.
Well, between a rabbit and a cow, I'll take a rabbit.
Yeah, I forgot to say it last night. It was really traumatic.
You actually forgot to say the prayer?
Yeah.
Well, there you are.
I don't know. God's going to have what God's going to have.
That's true. And I take it God now has that cow?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, sir. Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I would imagine so, but hitting a cow, hundreds of pounds, and it's like hitting a cement post. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bill.
Good evening, Mr. Caller.
This is Brother Bob, southbound on 99.
Yes, Bob.
And last night you guys were talking about the shadow people.
Yes.
And stuff like that. One time, I don't know, a long time ago, I had the whole room had turned into a shadow. Completely black, my bedroom.
Really?
And yes, sir. And
did you check to see if the bulb burned out?
Yeah. What had happened is that I had 6 windows in this house that I was renting, and always could see lights from the city street. I never even needed a night light. And what I wanted to tell you is that right as between you're going to sleep and still awake,
yes.
You're thinking about mowing the lawn tomorrow or whatever,
Maybe that's what you think about. Huh.
Well, anyway.
Yes, anyway.
The thought came into my mind, and I thought it was me thinking this thought. I mean, it sounded like, how you talk to yourself in your mind.
Yes.
And it said, it goes, Bob, why don't you get up out of bed
yes.
and get on your boots and your pants and your cowboy hat and go across the street to a bar and pick up some young thing and bring her back, do the wild thing and take her back.
Well, see, that's more like it than mowing the grass. Although there is some sort of parallel that I would not endeavor to follow there, I think. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. How you doing tonight?
Well, I'm all right. It's going to be a full moon very shortly, and I'm doing a ghost to ghost tomorrow night. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, you might remember me from last year when I told you the story about clarity.
Oh, of course, I remember the clarity story. Yes.
Yes, sir. One thing I'd like to ask you, sir, is the situation last night. I come home about 5:30 and I turn on my television, and I am given what everybody else in this nation was given was a clear and present danger is upon us, but yet we can't be clear about said danger.
Yeah.
To me, that in a sense right there, it'd be almost like coming up to a person and saying, I think somebody's going to kill you, and I know that, but yet...
All right, here's the deal. The government claims that they're telling us all they know. They say, we know it's not much, and we're issuing this general warning that we think it's something soon, or within the week, but we don't know what. We don't have any specifics. Question for you. Do you believe them?
Sir, I couldn't believe them any more than I could actually believe the audacity for them to actually come out and say something like that to us without even giving us a simple piece of information. So, trust me, I'm one of those people where I believe back in the early 90s when I first heard you on the radio talk about the quickening, it is upon us, sir, and it's even getting quicker.
Sure. You bet it is. I appreciate the call. Thank you, and that's what I guess I would ask all of you. And do you really... Tommy Thompson is saying... That's a headline during Larry King they wrote. Thompson says America is safe. Do you believe America is safe? Would you go all the way to safe? I think Thompson is really, really, really overdoing it on the conservative nothing can happen side. He's not really saying nothing can happen, but he's saying all is okay. We, the government, can take care of everything, and we have stocks of this and that, and we're ordering this and that. And I just... I don't know. I don't think that everything is okay at all. So, you make your own determination. We all have to do that. I like that commercial. Crucial.com. You need more memory, my friend. You need more memory. It'd be nice if you could do that for your brain. Get more memory, my friend. Use 12%. 2% better than your neighbor. Unfortunately, someday, and probably not very far down the line, that's going to precisely be possible. Then, of course, there will be additional brains for the rich, while the poor remain poor, as well as with their current IQs. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi there. That's me. I'm Diane. I'm calling you from Toronto.
Yes, Diane.
Hi. I discovered you a couple of weeks ago, and you've hijacked my sleep. But what a way to go, I have to say.
Thank you.
A man of my own thinking. I've got a few points to raise, and I'll hang up because you've got lots of interesting callers to follow, plus Kathleen Keating. I've been following this anthrax thing, as most other people have been, and I just wanted to run through a few things that are really getting up my nose. Fortunately, not spores as yet.
Okay.
I'm going to start off with, did you see the wonderful, wonderful healing, before we started dropping bombs anywhere, the healing prayer session at Yankee Stadium that Giuliani organized, when he had people of all faiths give a little bit of a piece from their belief. And it was all about peace and love. He had members of Islam, he had Jewish people, he had Catholics, had the whole
maybe
deal.
they're beginning to catch on.
Yeah, and I don't remember all of them. There were several rabbis, several Catholics. So it was one of the rabbis, possibly one of the fire department, but I'm not sure. He was a big guy. But he made a wonderful, wonderful speech, and it wasn't too long. None of them were. But his main point that I'm paraphrasing, I cannot get out of my mind, and it is 7,000 people did not die on September the 11th. One person died 7,000 times. And what I find offensive by Tommy Thompson and is it Copeland, the CDC guy, that they seem to be minimizing the fact that, well, it's only a few deaths, so, we don't really have much to worry about.
Well, I mean, technically, they are right about that. I mean, 20,000 die. Well, so that America, it is,
yes.
On the one hand, we've got to understand the danger, but on the other, we've got to keep it in perspective. And if 20,000 people die of the flu every year.
Well, yes, but I lived in London, England for 20 years during the IRA terrorism campaign, so my personal belief is these letters came from Al-Qaeda, for sure. And I believe that we're not being given all the information, but one letter to Tom Daschle is not going to be able to contaminate New Jersey, New York.
I know. Does it surprise you? Ma'am, does it surprise you that it's our anthrax?
I don't believe it. I believe it's possible. I don't have any proof otherwise, but...
All right, well, listen, just again to about a paragraph of this, all right? You want to see it? It's on drudgereport.com, my friend Matt Drudge. Drudgereport.com. And it comes from the New Scientist. As anthrax continues to turn up in U.S. postal facilities and postal workers, evidence is emerging that it is an American product. Not only are the bacteria genetically close to the strain the U.S. used in its own anthrax weapons in the 1960s, but New Scientist can reveal that the spores also seem to have been prepared according to the secret U.S. weaponization recipe. So if you want to read the whole story, it's on the Drudge Report, but that seems pretty damning evidence. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm calling from Western Canada.
Yes, sir.
Just the break prior to your show, there was some information about the warning that was issued.
Yes.
Have you heard about that?
Oh, yes.
Well, you heard the warning, but have you heard the source?
No, I don't think so.
The news that the reason that the warning was issued came actually from intelligence in Canada.
Well, you guys are all right.
I have 2 points. Very important points.
So in other words, you're just making a claim to the source of the information up there, right?
No. Well, our listeners are wondering where this information came from, what's being told, what happened, why is this warning, where's it coming from?
Do you know any more?
Yes, I do. And one other point I want to bring up.
Well, tell me more. No. You know more about this, the warning, if you do.
The warning, it came in a news break here just prior to your show on our local radio station that the Canadian Intelligence Agency was monitoring telephone communications overseas, and particularly to Afghanistan, where...
Well, no, the Canadian Intelligence Agency, that'd be CIA, right?
Well, I think it's called CISA, but I'm not sure the name, right. But it's our intelligence agency that is equivalent to your folks listening in on people.
Okay, well, a big thank you.
Well, just so you know, it came in conversation, and the point I'm getting to here is that it was overheard by one of the people talking to somebody in Afghanistan that the action will occur next week, and this was prompted the warning last week. So the information is coming out, and at least you should know about this by tomorrow.
All right, so in other words, next week, meaning last week issued, so this week sometime.
Yeah, that something, quote, big down south is going to happen next week. That was what was overheard, and that, I believe, is what the information...
down south, meaning...
Well, we're in Canada, you're down south.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Now, the question I have here that's important, Art, and I wanted to bring it to your attention, and the first warning came out about the 19th and 20th of October, the first, quote, FBI warning that something's imminent, that bin Laden has said something. The U.S. Cole, the embassy bombings, they've all been preceded by a 3-week warning, and this is where I'm concerned. The third week from that warning happens to be the Veterans Day, Remembrance Day, the 10th and 11th of November. And my concern is that is probably what he is projecting to say to people and warn people of that weekend, and we're all leading up to that. And I want to know what your opinion would be on that 3 weeks out is when something's going to happen, not necessarily this week or next week, but I think that's targeted the 10th and 11th of November.
All right. Actually, they said, I heard earlier on a newscast, and CNN, that there had been an attack that was foiled on October 11th. Who knows if that's true? And we get these warnings, and I guess they're based in something or another. But who really knows? One thing's for sure, these are very dangerous times. And you know what I said earlier, I'm going to say again. A lot of you should begin to give some thought, in my opinion, to the possibility of isolating yourselves for a period of time, if you had to isolate yourself. If you heard there was a breakout of something, God knows what, smallpox maybe, they talk about that all the time. Whatever it would be, could you sustain yourself for some period of time? I think that's what my listeners should have to begin to ask themselves and take prudent steps to be able to do that. Because it seems to me not everybody can carry a gas mask around all the time, and if there is some sort of biological problem, your only answer, and I've had enough survivalists on here to know they all say it, is you would have to isolate yourself. Are you prepared to do that? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Kathy in Oklahoma.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi. 3 quick points. The first one is, when this whole anthrax thing started, my gut feeling was it was an American nerdly type chemist that is or is not working at this time, but was doing this, just, a loner type guy just doing it.
Yeah, but you know what? That would mean that it would be one letter or maybe 2.
That's true, unless he sent a bunch.
Yeah, but God, this is turning up all over the place.
Yeah,
now.
And my gut feeling could totally be wrong. The second thing is, this is brief, and then I want to give you my out of the box. The brief one is last night when the old lady called and said something about when you get your mail, you have to wash your hands, then you open it, and you got to wash your hands again, and you misunderstood her, and I think she was crying at the end when she said, well, I guess I'm just ludicrous then. What she was referring to is that the guy on the postal master had said that we should take precautions and wash our hands when we open our mail, and I had thought the same thing she did, because, I bring the mail in, and then I open it, and I read it, and blah, blah, blah. So you're touching it more than once, and that was her point.
But my point was, if you had something suspicious in your mail...
Oh, no, it wasn't anything suspicious. They were just talking mail in general.
Well, no.
Because of contact.
That's crazy.
Through the machines. The machines that sort it.
Yeah, but listen to all the warnings, dear, from the government. They only talk about if there's some kind of powder in a letter.
Well, they were talking about contamination from the machines that sort the mail. That was... They were telling in general in the I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
But they gave a warning that just in general, because they don't know how far this has gone, because of the machines, it could get on your regular mail. But that's all she was talking about.
Okay, well then again, I'm sorry, I wouldn't change my response. There would be some obvious reason for you to be suspicious of something you had received. That's what all the warnings are about. You would see something. You would see some powder or something. What do they say? If you receive something like that, obviously wash your hands, clean up, call the U.S. Postal Service, and call the police. Call 911. But for God's sakes, don't go back and touch it. And that's the only thing I was saying to that lady. Don't go back and touch it. After you've washed your hands, if you have reason to be suspicious, don't go back under any circumstances and touch it. It's just common sense. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Hey, I had a out-of-the-box idea for you.
Oh?
Think how we can track down the leaders of the Taliban or the Al-Qaeda.
Okay.
What I think we should do is use a Trojan horse of sorts, like fake a crash, a plane crash, like over Kabul, and have something like that would be very valuable to them, like say an inactive nuke or something that would be brought to these leaders after they would find it, you know. And I think we should throw like tracking devices and stuff in it, you know.
An inactive nuke?
Like, so that if you were to look at it, if they were to look at it, it would look like it was a nuclear weapon.
Like a nuclear weapon had fallen into their hands?
Yeah, like, you know, maybe we fake a crash, you know, that looks like the plane went down. You know, they come to salvage what they can, and they find something.
Can I modify your idea a little bit? Suppose instead of sending a nuclear weapon, that they would, oh my God, look, a nuke, wow, it fell from the sky, it's ours. What we instead do is make up a dummy nuclear weapon that looks like it comes from Russia.
Uh-huh.
But it's not a dummy weapon at all, it's a real one. Except the only people that can set it off would be us, by remote control. And so, of course, as soon as the Taliban gets their hot little fingers on it, they're going to give it to who?
Yeah, exactly. They're going to give it to the people that can use it.
To Bin Laden, right?
Yeah.
And then so you wait the appropriate amount of time and push the damn button.
Hey, that works too, man. But I figured if it was something of really high importance that they would think, you know, could be very useful to them, that they would obviously take it, and it would be taken to the leaders, to Bin Laden or whoever.
Absolutely. Another good idea, sir.
All right,
I like it. Thank you very much. Very, very, very good idea. Yes, sure. Although I think they would be suspicious of an American nuke, they would probably figure a Russian nuke now. One of those could somehow be lying around. And then you wait until, of course, the lieutenants would rush it to Bin Laden. Look, nuke. Boom. I don't know. Those kinds of ideas. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
This is Stephen calling from northern Michigan.
Yes, Stephen.
And I guess I just want to make a comment about Tommy Thompson and quick out of the box. I wasn't able to get on last Friday night.
You've been watching Tommy Thompson, too?
I have. His appointment was one of the first Bush appointments, and I was a little bit skeptical. I don't know what his qualifications are. Being from Michigan, he's much like the Republican slug governor John Engler.
Well, he had really, he had kind of a good rep, frankly.
He had
a good rep, but boy, in the position he's in now, I am not comforted because he's going overboard on the we're all safe, everything's okay side. That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I totally agree. Again, like I said, I don't know what his health and human services qualifications would be. But from what I've been feeling, my gut instinct is everyone else has been pretty much honest. Secretary of Defense, other people that Bush appointed.
Yeah.
But Thompson doesn't really seem to be. He just seems to be sugarcoating it.
Well, he's
or more or less his opinions, I guess, or what information he has. Yeah, I can't sit and listen to him with any credibility on his part. I don't see it, and I don't. He's just contrary to everything that we've been hearing so far in regards to anthrax or any other potential
threats. I think your observation really should be listened to by somebody in our government, because his credibility, in my opinion, as well, is less, not more, because of the way he overdoes it. He just overdoes it. I mean, just about everybody knows we are facing a real threat. I mean, something really may or probably may happen.
And just from similar to John Engler, he just kind of changing welfare around and mental health services, and put a lot of mentally ill people, maybe not totally on the streets, but living out of transient hotels, paying by the week. maybe because certain institutions were closed down, lack of funding. But I guess my point on Tommy Thompson is I don't understand his qualifications, and he's not being honest and sugarcoating it. And because maybe his lack of qualifications, he doesn't understand the threat, such as me, you, listeners, just fellow Americans.
Either that, or he is actually delivering the message he's being asked to deliver. Although it just seems overdone to me, overdone to the point where you go, oh, come on. And if you're going, oh, come on, then you're not buying it. And if you're not buying it, then it's not good propaganda, is it? The whole idea of propaganda is to have those in receipt in belief. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Larry from San Anselmo, California.
Hi, Larry.
And I have a couple of things. Number one, when you look at the Daschle letter that they've put on the newscast,
right.
The first thing that you realize is that the printing on that letter is not someone who first learned to write in Arabic.
It's block printing.
Well, it's block printing and does not show the Arabic tendencies. I'm kind of a handwriting expert, and there's no question that that was written by someone who learned English, the English alphabet in an English or American school. The second thing is...
Well, that's anecdotal at best.
Pardon me?
Anecdotal at best.
Yes. And also, apparently 65% of these people's income come from opium fields, which they show on the news. They have them outlined in red.
Yep.
And then they say they're running out of military targets.
Right.
Why don't they blow up the absolute, to the end, the opium fields? I can't understand why they would not do that.
I can't either. If that is, they say we're going after their money.
Well, wouldn't that be the way?
Well, maybe the private conclusion is that it's the only thing keeping the Afghani people afloat at all. Maybe it provides jobs. It's a sick way to think about it. And income.
That is a hard one, yeah.
But it's probably true. I know that certainly workers in Colombia make a lot from the drug trade. But I mean, all in all, you're right. Blow up the fields.
Yeah, absolutely, because it couldn't be anything among sane people but a popular idea. I mean, if they have such a drug war, it would seem that that would be, one of the first things they would have done.
60%. Yeah, I mean, most of it has got to be going for weapons and the war effort and so forth now. So, yeah, I agree completely. Blow it down.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. One of the scariest guests I've ever had on the air is Kathleen Keating. So I guess she's a good pre-Halloween show in a way, huh? Kathleen Keating is the author of the international best-selling book, The Final Warning. She's been an investigative journalist for the past 11 years, researching various government cover-ups and how they intertwine with prophecy. Her latest book, The Gates of Hell, brings you up to date on all the latest intel and behind-the-scenes info. Kathleen is currently working on an end-time thriller, Tom Sky, which will be released after the first of the year. The Gates of Hell, that book, puts an end to speculation about the validity of conspiracy theories and where they are taking us once and for all. Rumors and innuendo are put to rest, permanently knocked out, it says here, by extraordinary evidence that will leave the perpetrators scurrying for a place to hide. Kathleen Keating's sensational book removes the masks from the major players and exposes them for what they are. After reading The Gates of Hell, you will never look at the world and its leaders quite the same way. The bubble is about to burst. Kathleen Keating, the international best-selling author of The Final Warning, delivers again with this shocking look at the underbelly of the world's most powerful players. Prepare to have your views shaken. That's what it says about the book. Kathleen Keating coming up in a moment. Well, all right, here she is from, I think, Nebraska somewhere. Kathleen Keating. Hi there.
Hi, Art, from the great American outback, I guess.
Are you in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Yeah. What part?
Well, near the South Dakota border in the Sandhills, though. That's why they call it the outback. It's the largest North American desert.
That's, I guess, a good place to be these days, huh?
Tell me about it, especially with all these warnings that are coming up.
Yeah. And I guess that's kind of where we're going to, in a way, that's kind of where we're going to head tonight, at least in part.
I'm afraid so.
These warnings. Now, The U.S. government, as you know, is saying that this week is going to be a dangerous week, that they expect that something may well occur, that bin Laden and group may do something, that the order may have gone out. Who knows what they know, really? They don't tell us. From your point of view, what can you tell us? What do you know? What do you think?
Well, what is interesting, Art, is that my government sources and the visionaries are converging again. And that's a serious point because they did that on September 7th when I got information that we were going to be attacked. I've known for some time, when we talked about it, I think it was on your show back in March, that I mentioned that America was possibly going to be attacked. It bothered me because the information was hanging out there on both sides, and to watch it come together was very frightening, and I'm sure it was for everybody when they woke up on September 11th and saw all that. And I think right now, from what the visionaries are saying and what the government sources are saying, we could see something as soon as tomorrow, the 31st. You're looking at the occultic number situation with 1031, 2001 adds up to 7. You've got also Halloween, which isn't good. But
let's go back before we proceed. You're claiming now that you ran the Bible code on the Taliban September 7th, and knew then that 4 days later we were going to be attacked? Or
I didn't know the timing, but I did know we were going to be attacked.
Who did you tell? I mean, how you make such a that's quite a claim. And did you?
We have it recorded on the website. The dates are all up on the website as to what happened with that.
And when was that put on the website?
We put it on the website September 7th.
Okay.
So we were ahead of the curve on that one.
And so you just saw something coming, what, on the 11th or near the 11th or what?
I had been told for months to expect an attack, but at the first part of September, I was getting word from all sides, from various sources who never talked to one another, that it was imminent and that the Taliban would be behind it. So I ran the Taliban code in the Bible code. And what did you get? Well, the first one that we put up on 9/7 was Taliban, terror attack, the target USA, violent evil persecutor. And nuke actually came up, so I was really glad that didn't happen. But on the 11th...
Boy, that's still too damn close.
Isn't that, though?
Wow.
On 4 days later, on the 11th, after that terrible day, we ran it again. And it came up, terror attack, target USA, nuke, violent, evil persecutor, World Trade Center, plane crash, devastation, and terrorist.
All from the Bible code?
All from the Taliban Bible code run on 9/11. I also ran the Pentagon one on the same date and got Pentagon, plane crash, secondary target. And that just, it sends chills through you when you find that stuff. That God knew about this before time.
Who's doing this work, Kathleen? Is that you?
I do it personally, and I have it verified with people. I know some people in universities that can do it by hand. I use a computer program. But we're all coming down to the same bottom line. And it looks like we're going to have one scary week.
Well, it's already a scary week for me in a lot of ways. Now, the anthrax thing is...
Yes.
There's something wrong with that story, Kathleen. I don't know what it is.
I think so, too. And I'm wondering what terrorists we're facing. On the one hand, we have our government people that can make that kind of anthrax, that have the sophistication, and Iraq and Russia can do it. But it's worrying me, and it certainly anthrax has come up in the Bible code, meaning that we are being targeted by a lot of people, probably in connection with the Taliban. But what worries me is that maybe people inside this country are working with the terrorists. Are you getting that impression?
Well, not necessarily. The late word is that this anthrax probably came from our own stock. They would seem to have pretty solid evidence for that now.
That doesn't surprise me at all, from what I've been finding out with my sources and in the Bible code and what the visionaries are saying. And that's sad. It's disgusting if it is a domestic deal.
I certainly agree. Now, with regard to what's coming up really soon, if you got that much specific information from the Bible codes, you should be able to tell us with equal
there are so
details.
many targets that we have seen so far that have not been hit. And
what, as best you know, is coming?
As best I know,
yes.
If people do not pray tonight, and it's vital that they do, we could see a more severe attack than we saw on September 11th.
Any idea of the nature of it?
It could be nuclear. It could be. It could be something else, but it has the possibility of being a nuclear problem.
All right. This is only from a listener, but it's a fast blast that I got a little while ago, and I would have to confirm it. Keith, help me out here. I'd like to confirm it. It's from Kathy in Sonora, California, and she writes, Art, from Fox News, nuke smuggled to Colombia 3 weeks ago, now possibly through the Mexican border to make a dirty bomb to spray on us. Fox Tonight, Brit Hume, and Hannity. So I really have no idea whether...
I've heard that report, though.
You have?
I have heard that Russia is missing some weapons, and now we have that suitcase that they think is being smuggled in.
So there could be a nuclear weapon here. Well,
I think we have several suitcases already here. And I think that they will be used. We are darn lucky they didn't happen, the attack on the 11th didn't have a nuclear suitcase on board. We know for a fact from prophecy and certainly from Father Martin that New York will ultimately suffer a nuclear blast, but I'm hoping that we can put this off.
How likely is an attack in the next few days of some great magnitude? How likely is it, in your opinion?
As of yesterday, it was somewhat likely. It seemed to have changed to perhaps it could happen. Now it's back from the information that I'm getting just before we went on the air that it looks as if unless we really go back and pray to God, it's going to happen. I don't know for sure. I mean, nobody knows but God and the people that are planning it. But it really is a serious time.
It's so serious that one of the questions you submitted is one I ought to ask you. I'd love to ask you. Mm-hmm. And it has to do with the crackdown on terrorism and what's coming of it. You know, the talk of national ID cards.
Right.
And the passage of legislation that it could be argued infringes to some degree on our rights, more emails being read, more communication monitored, that sort of thing. On the other hand, how can we not do it?
It's a double deal, isn't it? I mean, we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. We're losing our freedoms in blocks and chunks, and yes. The more that these activities happen, the more that we have the need to have a clampdown, but we also are losing our freedoms as we know it. I ran a code last summer on July 4th that said that the U.S. would be, I don't know what the word for it was, that would be suspended, I guess is what the code said, by the UN. Can you imagine that?
The UN suspending?
Would suspend the U.S. government. It would come under UN control, but we will come back to the United States eventually. But that's a scary notion. And when you're talking about a national ID card, which isn't the mark of the beast, but we're certainly getting close to that, we are just a hair away or another major incident away from closing state borders and having the national ID card and maybe much worse. I mean, we're going forward. We're certainly not slowing down in this process.
You think states would close their borders?
From what I've heard and the plans that are in place, should there be a crackdown in this country or martial law, the state borders could very well be closed. Now, of course, transportation, you'd have to have special papers and everything, and it would really resemble Nazi Germany.
That's something to think about, isn't it?
It is. It's going to change the whole complexion of the country. And I'm not sure that we're ready for it. I know we had a wake-up
I would have said that is really whacked out stuff prior to 9/11, but, another 9/11 or two or something even worse.
Right, and if they use nukes, you can bet the national ID is going to be rammed through. Not that a driver's license isn't valid or not that non-citizens shouldn't have a different kind of driver's license. I firmly believe the driver's license is enough ID. But you can see where this is going.
Uh-huh. I suppose from a biblical perspective, Mark of the Beast is downline there somewhere, right? In that process?
Right. The national ID, I've had a lot of questions about it. It is not the mark in itself, but it is a precursor to the mark. It's kind of getting us adjusted, and I had found something in the code that was disturbing with anthrax, that the money's going to be tainted. And you can see how that's going to play into a cashless society.
That's actually, with regard to anthrax, that's my worst fear.
Yeah.
Money being tainted.
And that's, the Bible code came up with that.
It did.
It did, and my heart stopped, and it was like, oh, that'll shut us down. That will completely change our financial situation.
Well, this is really scary stuff. And you think short of mass prayer to turn it around, it's bound to happen. It's going to happen.
I think so. There was a great surge of prayer from 9/11 on for a few weeks. It's kind of dwindled. And I think that if we got back to that, if we really got back to prayer, that we could put off, if not totally stop what's happening and what is going to happen. I don't have a good feeling about tomorrow or the rest of the week, or even through Christmas. We're getting into a very heightened demonic time, starting tomorrow through December 25th, up to December 25th.
It is interesting, and I bet you found it so, that following 9/11, President Bush used the word evil so many times.
And the evil one, which a lot of people use for the Antichrist. Isn't that interesting? Although bin Laden is not the Antichrist.
No, but
he's sure a partner to him, I guess.
To hear the president use that word...
What did that do to you?
I thought, evil, wow, he's saying evil. You know, I just was kind of amazed.
Our vocabulary has changed since 9/11.
Well...
It has.
Just the very nature of the act, the indiscriminate killing of civilians just to do it...
Mm-hmm.
Hardly any other word fits. I was just surprised to hear the president use it. That's all. I thought it was...
It was surprising, you know. But then it's been a surprising few months.
Hasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the end times a little bit.
Okay.
There are many who would say that what we see happening right now could easily, in some machination, as the war continues, turn into... end of the world, end times, Armageddon.
We took a giant leap in September.
If there's an Armageddon clock, you know, like the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists have this clock, and as times get dangerous, they run it up toward midnight. Mm-hmm. If there's an Armageddon clock from the religious point of view, it would seem to be pretty close to midnight, wouldn't it?
That depends on us. Yes, if we don't pray. And no, if we do pray, I think we have a few more years. I think we could have as many as perhaps 5 to 7 good years before it gets really super ugly. And that's putting it off. But we can do it. It happened, I think, in the 1400s with St. Vincent Ferrer. The same situation where the whole world was ready to go. Everything was primed. But through prayer and conversion, it was held off until this time. Certainly we could do it now. We have even more reason to do it now with all this horrible nuclear stuff coming through.
Well, there are lots of ways that somebody can imagine this war, and I've always told people when you roll the war dice, you are, in fact, rolling the dice, and it could turn into World War III at one extreme, couldn't it?
With a sneeze. It would take that much to turn it that way, because we're getting more and more countries involved, and if bin Laden is traveling, as most people think he is, and not in Afghanistan, it's just going to spread, and even if he's dead, it's not going to matter. Because there's always going to be a bin Laden.
I suppose in this day and age that, something did change 9/11. It permanently changed, and that is our view of, I guess, how secure we are at home. And I don't think anything will be quite the same. Everybody talks about getting back to normal. It's never going to be as defined. If prior to 9/11, the definition of normal was one thing, if you want to call it normal, you've got to redefine it now.
You do, and I don't know. Do you have trouble when you go to sleep now, wondering what the world's going to be like when you wake up?
I have had a lot of trouble sleeping since 9/11. Period.
Yeah.
the first several weeks, I really lost so much sleep, Kathleen. I just didn't sleep at all. I was on here nightly talking about it, and it all sunk in, and I understood exactly where we were and are. And I see no deviation from that yet, and it looks like it could be headed to a really rough place.
Were you surprised? I mean, were you physically affected on 911 when you saw what happened? I mean, did your heart palpitate a little bit, even though you knew it was coming eventually?
I went into shock.
Yeah.
I actually went into shock, and hard shock for me lasted like 3 or 4 days of really hard shock. And before I could even begin thinking about other elements of what had happened, I could not get over what had happened. It was a state of shock, and I'm sure it was evident on the air. We're here at the bottom of the hour, Kathleen, so hold on. Yeah, these are really strange times. All right, the following fast blasted to me by Mac in Portland, Oregon, who says, Art, I confirm the Fox News report. I work for Fox. The material may be in the U.S. for a dirty nuke, not on their website yet. Now, I've got about 10 similar reports. Obviously, the story has legs. Here's the thing. If the terrorists were able to get from South America or wherever plutonium into this country, then they wouldn't have to explode a nuclear bomb to cause a nuclear incident. All they would have to do is get the plutonium together and put it together with TNT or some other explosive, and you would scatter weapons-grade plutonium over a very large area, and it would have an effect just like a nuclear weapon. Now, I'll tell you, Kathleen, I almost cannot imagine the circumstances when we would use a nuclear weapon. However, if somebody were to explode a conventional explosives and scatter plutonium over a wide area of a densely populated area, I can conceive of the United States using a nuclear weapon in retaliation itself. And if that scenario began to be true, then, the balloon could really easily go up if we used a nuke against Afghanistan. Hard to imagine unless something like that happened here, and you can't rule it out, can you?
Well, no, I mean, it's like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. We'll all be blind and toothless by the time this is over. I don't know that we will strike back with a nuke. That's debatable right now. I think it's something that a lot of people may want to do, but I think hopefully they're more cooler heads, because I'm not sure that we'd accomplish anything by starting a nuclear annihilation program, because it would become global very quickly. Ultimately it will. But I'm not sure that that's where we're going yet. I hope not.
Well, I hope not, too. But
because you're looking at major cities, New York, Los Angeles.
I know.
And that's the devastation.
I know, but if they were to use something of that magnitude and poison even millions of people,
right?
The political pressure to respond in kind might be unbearable.
And maybe that's planned. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to refrain from it. I think that certainly we didn't get Saddam Hussein, in the early 90s, and we're paying for that now. Mm-hmm. They may feel that going after Iraq may be the answer.
So far, they're showing no signs. In fact, quite the opposite. They seem to be giving signals that we're not going to go into Iraq, which surprises me.
Well, I think they're trying to cool things down a little bit, because Hussein's obviously had some hand in this. Whether or not overtly he has helped the terrorists. And I think that they want to cool it down a little bit before it turns into a real hotbed, especially for Israel.
Speaking of Israel, you apparently have uncovered something involving Israel, the Temple Mount, and the whole end time thing.
Well, the excavation that's going on there is going to become very interesting and very significant in the near future, because false documents are going to be dug up from the Temple Mount that will change religion forever.
False documents?
False documents. These are documents that will just change Christianity as we know it and all religions, and will be shoved into that one world religion.
Do you know in what way?
Well, I think we're going to see the denial of the divinity of Jesus as a big big step.
Oh, that would throw a big cog in the wheel, all right.
It will, and it will also open the door for the Antichrist and the Anti-Pope.
The denial of the divinity of Jesus.
Right.
Yeah, if they were to dig that up and they were authenticated documents, boy, talk about axing Christianity.
Wouldn't that be a blow?
It would be... It's unimaginable. It's unimaginable. On what basis do you say this?
I have done a lot of research into this about the Knights Templar, and they're digging under the Temple Mount.
Yes.
And of course, the Muslims are in there too, trying to. They're getting rid of all the Jewish artifacts, and anything of history that is true history is being destroyed. So that we're setting the stage not only for the end of Christianity, but the alien deception is part of the Temple Mount problem, in that we're going to see them taking an active role. We're probably even going to be shown holograms that will have, been doctored to give us what they feel is history.
I was thinking that's what we should do to the Taliban. That we're the ones with the good technology in that area.
Sure.
Why not use it on them?
Well, I that's a good question.
I mean, that's unimaginable that there would be some documents. Who would these documents, in your opinion, have been prepared by?
Probably it's going to be associated or attributed to people that worked on the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they're always being accepted right now. We have a big change in the Bible.
No. I'm saying who would actually falsify these documents? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I think you're going to see the Knights Templar, or maybe even some of the darker forces in the Vatican.
Oh, the Vatican. I have been interviewing so many guests, and you're just one of them, Kathleen, who've been telling me that there is evil in the Vatican. Father Martin said it. Many other of my guests have said it. It's so hard to believe. It's so hard to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I mean, of all places, the Vatican.
But what better place to carry out a war? I mean, you always want to know what your enemy's doing.
Right.
And they're right in the thick of it. It's got the Pope surrounded. He's not doing that well. He's in, of course, danger from them and from other forces. It's the best place for them to be. And to establish a one-world religion, the dark forces need that Rome seat to take over the world.
If there was a one-world religion, Kathleen, what do you imagine it would be?
Hodgepodge, created by the Antichrist. It would be a little bit of this and a little bit of that, where we ultimately adore the Antichrist as God.
And so then, biblically, most would fall for it, right?
Well, sure, and now that the Bible's being changed significantly with the discovery of the latest Dead Sea Scrolls, we're getting part of that now. We're trying to get everybody moving towards the center, where Catholics are starting to look more like Protestants, and Protestants are accepting Catholics that way, and that the Jews are coming around, and they're just going to get everybody into one fell swoop in one group. And unfortunately, the code backs that up.
What can you give me some idea of what the code says that does back that up?
Sure. Let me look here. We've had a lot of things as far as the Vatican. We've got Cardinal Martini, who is a Jesuit. It says when you run the Jesuit code, and Father Martin would probably be delighted that this information is out after he wrote the book, The Jesuits, that Martini would change Rome and ultimately control the world. The Jesuits would. And he, of course, is a Jesuit. So you're looking at the fact that the Jesuits are really adopted communistic principles. Not all Jesuits, but some of the Jesuits in power seem to have adopted Marxist tendencies. We see Jesuit priests in Central and South America carrying guns and shooting, which is against what the Pope wanted. He has tried to disband the Jesuits for this activity, but it's just they are in charge. They are working At least Martini is working.
Of course, a lot of the Jesuits have turned up in pools of blood, too.
I know, and they have suffered. You have very good Jesuits, and then you have this darker side. And I think that's true with anything.
I think the Sandinistas slaughtered a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. Hung them from trees and just...
Yep.
Yes.
So, on the one hand, I understand their need.
Yeah.
But it's still...
But that's just an inkling of what's coming. I mean, they're going to control the world religion. It's just all going to go into one pot.
Along with a new world order?
Right.
I suppose you really could not have a new world order, a real order, without having one economy and one religion. And then, of course, to follow and govern all that, one government, right?
Right. One leader.
I have always thought and said on the air that I think inevitably it is going to that. It's a matter of when, how soon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I suppose events could force it fairly quickly, or it could run its course and not even be in our lifetimes.
We could hope for that and pray for that.
In recent days, it doesn't seem like that's the likely course, does it?
No, not when we're going by leaps and bounds towards the New World Order.
Yeah.
Because it's going to come from security. We need security, so we're going to give away everything just to get it. We need peace. And it's going to be that horrific in this country that we're going to beg for the national ID card. We're going to beg for our freedom to be taken away.
Well, fear will do that, won't it?
Right. And fear hit us really hard between the eyes.
There's a lot of fear around right now. The third secret of Fatima, I spoke both in public and private with Father Martin about it. We had many discussions about it. And then during a period that I was off the air, the Vatican released the third secret of Fatima. And I must tell you, I stood straight up. I read everything I could get my hands on about it. And when I was done, I didn't for 1 second believe they had released the entire third secret of Fatima. What about you?
I knew they didn't. I knew it was a lie. I had a Vatican intelligence officer contact me before it was released telling me what they were going to do.
Oh, you did?
I did. And even to the page count of how many pages they were going to release, and that it was an outright lie. I ran the Bible code on it, and it said that the Fatima third secret was a fake release by Rome to dupe the public. And I also...
It said specifically that?
Yes. It said that. And even more shocking was Father Martin's code, which, are you ready for this? It says, Martin Malachi, priest, secret, cast out demons. It describes him there. That he was killed.
Well, I heard rumors that he was pushed.
Well, and I have uncovered some information that maybe he was working on an exorcism of a little girl and took that little girl into his home, and that may have been part of the problem.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
None of that's made it to me.
That comes from a good friend of his.
I did hear rumors from people who knew him. Listen, the third secret, if we really knew it all and knew what was not told to us in the supposed complete final release, what would be ahead?
Well, horrors beyond our worst imagining. Nuclear devastation, billions of people being wiped out of this earth in a moment's notice.
Why would the Vatican, which presumably, I guess you should never presume, right, or assume, be interested in any reverence for religious institutions it could gather? I mean, you would think the wilder the third secret really was, the more the reason the Vatican would have to release it. Why would they lie about this? Why lie?
Because I think it spoils their plans. If we're lulled into complacency that nothing bad's going to happen, it's a lot easier for them to perpetrate the evil that they're going to perpetrate.
That's so hard to swallow. Even when Father Martin used to talk to me about the Vatican, I really, really, really had a hard time with it.
Oh, I know. And the Bible code on Father Martin said the priest that knew the third secret, Rome, the underworld, had him murdered to stop him talking. That's very specific. And if they're dirty enough to do that, they're dirty enough to lie about what's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, sure they are. I don't know, I almost don't know what to say to all this.
It's appalling, and it's disgusting that it's taking place, but unfortunately that is reality. And I think we're going to have to accept reality for what it is, like it or not, ready or not.
And the only thing that any individual can do is pray. That's it.
We can pray, if you look at the codes and you see that the New World Order is behind this, all of these major changes, all of these diseases, the West Nile virus wasn't something that was just contracted and spread. It was created in a lab to kill us. The Bible code is so specific. It is telling us, and I think God is trying to give us a chance by telling us what's coming and who's behind it for us to stand up for ourselves, for our countries, and to regain our rights.
Kathleen, why would God put all of this in a code that it would take a computer to decipher? Many people ask that question.
It doesn't. You can do it by hand, and I know people that do use hand manipulation with it. They know how to do it, the skip codes and so forth.
Take a long time, though.
Yeah, it would, but they can do it. Some rabbis possess the whole Torah in their heads, and they can recite it.
Yeah, okay, but you're still not answering my question. My question really is, why would God put such a code in the Bible at all?
Because he wanted to give us a fair chance in these times to know what's coming and what isn't coming, and to tell us who's behind it, because he loves us. Why would he think that Art Bell would be in the high desert on radio with a back problem? Before the beginning of time, he wrote that, and it was there, and he thought of you. Why wouldn't he tell us?
Wait, whoa, slow up. This is just getting to me. You're telling me that in the Bible code, you found Art Bell in the desert, high desert?
Did Alan send that to you?
No.
I sent it to him, yes.
He probably decided not to forward it for perhaps even good reasons. Anyway, proceed.
But that's what it said, Art Bell.
It said Art Bell.
High desert.
High desert.
Radio and back injury. Now, if God cared so much about you to mention that hidden in the Bible code when he dictated the Bible to Moses letter by letter, certainly he's going to tell us about the New World Order and about the diseases that are being fabricated to cull the population. He doesn't want this to happen.
Well, if he wrote about my back problem, then how about a little assistance?
I'm sure he'd be glad to help you. Have you asked him?
Good point. Very good point. How do you, there are people who charge, Kathleen, that the Bible code, that you can find, given enough time, any doggone thing you want in the Bible.
I don't think that's true from my experience. I have tried to run a lot of things that people claim that you could find in there. Not everybody comes up. Not everything does come up. I've not found that you can use Moby Dick either and find Art Bell in the high desert. I just think that from my experience, it is a good thing, and I really believe, after tons of research and talking with a lot of authorities,
yes,
it's the real deal.
Can you tell us what software you used to do this?
Bible Codes Plus 2000.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Bible Codes Plus 2000. So there's a piece of software, commercial or available free, or what?
Right. I think we have a link on our site to it, but I don't
really
get any profit from it at all. People ask me so much, we just finally put up the link.
And so you've tried to put other things in.
Sure.
Just as a test, right?
Sure. Just as a test, because I'm skeptical and I don't swallow things easily. I have to see it proven 5 ways before I'll believe it. And even the Bible code says God encoded, God is truth. Moses hidden in the code. I mean, it's the God gave the code to Moses. You've heard about the book of Daniel or whatever that would be sealed until the end of time. I truly believe it's the Bible code.
All right. Well, you've totally freaked me out. Hold on. It's the top of the hour, and I mean totally freaked me out. My name popping out in the Bible code. Why should I be of any concern to the man? Oh, my gosh. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Kathleen Keating is here. Back now to Kathleen Keating. Kathleen, you're back on the air.
Oh, thanks, Art. Hey, your code is now up on the page at KathleenKeating.com if you want to go take a look.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to do exactly that.
Okay, I think you can get to it from the front page, from what I've been told, the main page.
No, I didn't know that was coming.
Well, I mentioned it to Alan, and he said go ahead and do it, and I thought that he had sent it to you, so I hope that didn't come as too big of a shock.
A pretty big one.
He's even in there.
He's in there?
Yeah.
Good.
So you have company.
I wonder how many people, I mean, what happens, Kathleen, if you run your friends, run everybody you know and run their name, how many are in there?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, sometimes they come up and sometimes they don't. Sometimes women are up using their maiden names or they're in their husband's code. So it takes a lot of work to find them, but they're there.
I'm trying to go to your link, and the usual thing is happening. See, I can't get there.
It's jammed.
Yeah, it's jammed. Maybe it's for my own good that I can't get there. That's all right.
Well, it's nothing scary. It just says just what I said to you.
Back trouble.
Back trouble, high desert, radio,
Yeah. All right. Let's see, where to go from here. You and I have not really talked about The Gates of Hell, your book, a lot.
Well, we sort of have in the past hour or so.
Maybe in the past hour, but that's all.
That's it, yeah.
And I guess if I were to say, describe to people what The Gates of Hell is all about, obviously it's available. You have some kind of special going on too, don't you?
It's an Art Bell special, of course.
It's an Art Bell special, yeah.
Yeah, if you call 1-866-308-6235, they've got both the final warning and The Gates of Hell at a remarkable price. I think they've reduced it since the price I told you in my fax to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
I think it's $25 for both. Or $13.95 for Gates or the final warning singularly.
Yeah, it says $13.95 each, so if they've done that, they really have reduced it.
They have, and it's just for you, and there will be people there from now until the trumpet sounds. God willing. I'm
going to give the number again here in a second. It's 1-866-308-6235, correct?
Correct, and they're great people, and they ship very quickly. I'm really happy to say that.
24 hours a day,
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Means you can go out right now.
You bet.
Why did you pick the title, The Gates of Hell?
Because I think that we are getting our noses driven right into the gates. We are coming so close to annihilation, and so many souls are not prepared for what's coming. The gates are opening for millions of souls.
You're saying a lot of people are going to be passing to the other side.
Right.
And they're not necessarily going to be on the up escalator.
They're not ready. And but we know in the end that the gates of hell will not prevail. But it's going to get ugly until we get to that point.
I have a feeling that you would not accept an anthrax vaccination. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't. Would you? I mean, there is 80% chance that you could have some serious problems if you take the vaccine.
Well, listening to Tommy Thompson tonight, he did say that in a million, some would die, one would die, some would have brain damage and other problems. But it's all a number. Life is and death. It's all a numbers game.
It is.
So I guess it would depend for me on how serious I thought the anthrax threat was.
Well, most of the anthrax problems can be curbed with antibiotics. We do have that Russian strain that only Cipro will touch, and then there's the other strain that you can die. Nothing will help you if you don't act quickly. So I think it's something. I'm not going to tell people not to take the vaccine, but I think that people should read about it and really make an informed decision.
Well, right now they can't make a decision. There's nobody giving that.
Oh, I know, because it's not approved. But we are seeing a lot of vaccines being developed, and I'm really skeptical about them because of the information I found out about various things like West Nile and Ebola, and the fact that they have been manufactured. And we know that someone's going to be reaping the benefits for these vaccines, for the diseases that they've created.
You believe West Nile and Ebola are both manufactured?
Well, the Bible code says it is. And after doing a lot of research and verifying it, I don't use just the code to check it out, but the code said the West Nile mosquito virus, science made this disease to instill fear. That's pretty specific when you think about it.
Incredibly specific. Yeah. Do you know how your Bible code program works? I mean, do you know any of the skipping that it does, or how it does what it does? Do you know much about it?
Well, you can set the skip code to how many letters you want. You can arrange it that way. You can have it search just the Torah. You can use the Hebrew keyboard to type in, for instance, Art Bell, to be accurate. Yeah, I mean, you can adjust it. You can have it check horizontally, vertically, all directions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, your name is found, and anybody else's or any other fact that you're trying to find is found vertically. And the codes around it, the words that are found around it, are usually in different, either they go across the name, they surround the name, and ultimately, if you work the code out, you get a lot of pictures. If you pull back and you can zoom out and take a look. It's really fascinating to see it develop.
The Antichrist. Now, you've had a lot to say on my program about the Antichrist.
Yes.
In fact, you really met him, you believe, at one point in your life.
No doubt in my mind.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Where do we stand with the emergence of the Antichrist?
Well, since our last chat in March, a lot of people have been seeing him, and he has been showing up in their homes. People have been pulled from their beds at night. They yell for help with Jesus, and they get it. But, I mean, I think he's getting closer and closer. I don't think that the world is quite prepared for a man in long robes and perhaps wearing a turban right now.
No.
So I think the timing stinks for him right now. But he's getting stronger.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
The whole turban thing, it just...
it's a blessing in disguise.
It wouldn't go over at all right now, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Now, if he showed up in a Normani suit, and looking pretty good, I mean, it might be a different picture, but he's just not going to get away with it the way he could have a few months ago.
Now, I just finally reached your page.
Hooray.
And it says, Art Bell, radio host, back injury, author, High Desert.
So what do you think?
And it claims that this came from Genesis 24:65.
Mm-hmm.
That's creepy.
You know what's even creepier, Art? If you open the Bible, and I don't have one, to read that passage to you, that applies to you in the Bible.
Well, how so?
Well, the chapter, whatever you said.
Genesis 24:65, yeah.
That verse applies to you. You are embedded in that particular verse. So God not only embedded your name in there, but he used a specific verse in which to embed it.
Oh, it really gives me the jeebies. It really gives me the jeebies, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's kind of shaky, isn't it? I mean, you find out that things are in there like that.
How about your name?
It comes up. I haven't worked with it much. There are a lot of Kathleen Keatings in the world, apparently. But, it will tell me my eye color.
Oh, really?
My hair color. It's astounding, and
What confidence level? I mean, you're basing an awful lot on the Bible code. What real confidence level do you have in it? Is it for you absolute, no question about it? Or do you wonder from time to time whether you're finding what you want to find? Or what do you think?
Well, that's a very good question. Sometimes it feels like I'm being given a glimpse of the mind of God, and I'm in total awe of what I find. I use it only to confirm my other sources. So when someone tells me, like a visionary or a government person, about a specific thing, I don't necessarily believe them. I try to validate it. And if I find it in the Bible code, it can really shake you up to see that, yes, it's all there.
Well, in the United States alone, there are, upwards of 300 million people.
Right.
And worldwide billions. So how many names really could be in the Bible code?
Tons.
Tons?
Absolutely tons.
Tons.
Tons. Again, not everybody's in there, but it's the people that are, I'm sure it's in the billions.
How many names have you run that aren't in there?
I'd say 10%. So far.
So you're saying 90% are in there?
In the past year and a half that I've been dealing with it, yes. Maybe people have different results when they try it. But
that's a remarkable hit rate.
Yeah, it is. And maybe those other 10% are in there with an in-law or a spouse or something that I haven't been able to find.
But again, so I'm clear, you're saying you find 10% or you find 90%?
I find 90%.
90%.
90% of the things that I'm trying to find.
Uh-huh. That's almost like saying almost all knowledge is in there.
It is the book of knowledge, I believe, because it's incredible. Now, we each have 5 paths to our lives, and the Bible code accounts for that because free will's a witch. It's terrible. People make their minds up about different things. They get married, they get divorced.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd be surprised, Art. I mean, you've got spouses in there, not in your code per se, because I didn't run that. That's personal to you. But people have that. Their first spouse, second spouse, whatever. Deaths are listed, death delayed. It's amazing.
Death delayed.
Right. People have had, in fact, a visionary had me run their name in the code, and they had specifically had attempts on their life, and it was like 8 different times, and death came up delayed, with delayed right across the word death. And it's just astounding.
You are now speaking to the people in New York City, along with the rest of the known world here. Mm-hmm. But surely the people in New York City have been through a lot. What is ahead for the people in New York?
Much rougher times. And without the help and with prayer, it's going to get really rough. And I'm sad to say that. Father Martin talked about it for a long time. And I haven't been able to find anything that would change my mind that something horrible is going to keep happening to New York until it's finally decimated. I do believe, though, with all my heart and with all of my research, that we can stop it. We can pray. We can just stop it. If we would only do that.
Do you think that so much is available in the Bible code, meaning so many people's names and so much information, almost all information, perhaps if you knew how to look for it, would be in there, book of knowledge, that was the whole intent the whole time, that the Bible, as it's literally written, is one thing to be studied, revered, and prayed about, perhaps, but that the rest of all the knowledge would seem to be in that code in the Bible? I mean,
it seems like it, Art, because you run diseases, and they're in there, and you run how they're made, and even the Latin term for the diseases, variola for smallpox, and just the little nuances of not only individual lives, but of subject matter and events, that I think it is just such an epic book. It's just astounding. And I have tried to debunk it. I have tried my very best to debunk it, and I can't do it.
What would you advise the average person right now across America, aside from the appeal for prayer and having heard what you have to say about what's coming, give them practical advice?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for tomorrow, I would keep your children home if you're in a major city. Don't let them go out trick-or-treating. That's the first thing I would do.
Yeah, I don't think I'd let my children out either. I heard some government somebody, it was Tommy Thompson as usual, say, don't let this spoil your Halloween. As a parent, no way.
No.
No way.
No.
It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, and I'm sure some parents will go within their own neighborhoods, to people they know. But in terms of, when I was a kid, you took all the bags you could get, and you went to as many homes as you could go to in several hours, and that amounted to many, many homes. And we came home with bags and bags and bags of candy and made ourselves sick. That was the way we used to do it. No more of that stuff, I guess, huh?
No, and even in the 60s, kids were coming home with LSD, but now have a party for your kids at home. It's much safer. You know where they are. You know the environment. And if something happens, you're all together. And I think that's important. I think we need to remember that God is in control and he can help us, but we have to ask for it. We have to become friends with God. In the old days, he would talk to people, just as we're talking now to one another. He would literally talk to them about their lives, what they thought, what they were going to do.
God has never talked to me like that.
He could.
I'm sure he could.
I'm sure he would.
The hailing frequencies are always open, but I've not had it yet. Have you ever had God talk directly to you?
I can't say that I have. I can say that I feel that he talks to me, that I feel guided with the Bible code. It's almost as though there's a partnership there, and he has it with everybody. But a lot of people do hear from him now, and it's going to become more prevalent. Of course, you're also going to have more prevalence with the dark side trying to communicate. But he's there. He's waiting for us to say, okay, we can't do this. We can't face nuclear disasters without you. Just like we did when we all started using God in our vocabulary again after 9/11. And we did. It's remarkable. And then, of course, the fight comes with certain school districts that we can't have the Pledge of Allegiance. We can't have...
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, and so we're now going back. The pendulum is swinging back the other way. But when it swings that way, I'm afraid that we're opening the door for worse terrorist attacks than we've ever imagined.
Okay, hold it right there. What we're going to do when we get back is open the lines for Kathleen Keating. This is pretty heavy stuff, to be sure. We're talking about the Bible code. We're talking about the terrorism that's going on and what's going to happen. And none of it sounds too good, with sort of a slim hope that if there are enough prayers, it might be averted for a while. Otherwise, somebody out there is getting ready to rock. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, we're about to go to the phones here, but here's some pretty rough stuff from Barbara in Virginia. Says, Art, asked that vile woman why a benevolent God would wait to help us until we prayed. Gazillions of fools like Kathleen Keating have been praying for centuries, and things just keep getting worse. She is full of... And then it cuts off, because it only lets you say so much mercy.
You know what?
What?
Prayer saved 25,000 people on 9/11. God doesn't take life. He can't stand what is happening. But we do need to become acquainted with him, because we need to know, because of what's coming in the future, that prayer does work miracles.
So without prayer, 25,000 more would have died.
Well, they could have all gone, couldn't they?
Sure.
But some people were either told an inclination to be late for work or something happened. God does that. He puts up obstacles to our destruction.
To us it appears random, though.
But it isn't. Nothing's random.
Nothing is random.
You could say that about the code, but look at your code. Does that look random to you?
No. It gives me the GBs to look at it, so I'm not looking at it anymore.
Okay.
I just, nothing is random. What about that old free will thing?
Free will does a lot, and with free will, a lot of people choose evil. And,
Yeah, but in the larger numbers, that becomes random. In other words, it is man choosing evil, not God.
And we're going to reap the consequences.
So God is not orchestrating that? You put that one off to free will, right?
Well, I think that people are doing what they want to do to bring about a certain end. And those evil people are obviously on an agenda, and they're going to stay on that train until they get to the station that they believe is what they want.
All right. Well, then here come the phones. No idea what awaits. Let's do it. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I have a question for Kathleen, and then I have something for you.
Okay.
My question to Kathleen is, which version of the Bible is she using to run the Bible code, as there are many different translations out there?
That is a very good question, Kathleen.
It uses a standard Torah in the Bible code software itself. However, I have people that I'm in contact with that use the Dewey Reams. They use Greek text. They use the Hebrew. It can be found in any Bible. But we use the Bible that is least translated, the ones that are originally translated from the Latin Vulgate.
Does that help you?
Yes, it did. And for you, Art,
sure.
With your bumper music that you're playing as to what's going on in these times,
yes,
a song I might suggest you listen to that really applies right now is a song by Queen called The Prophet's Song.
The Prophet's Song. All right, I'll look into it, sir. Thank you very much. The Prophet's Song. Yeah, somehow music has always had a very, very, very great deal of meaning for me, Kathleen, and so I make it apply to, I guess, what I'm thinking for any given moment. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name's Marlena.
Marlena, hi.
Yes, I'm calling from Toronto.
Okay.
And what I'm thinking, Kathleen and Art, the events that have been happening lately are putting fear into people, which the negative side, I believe, feeds on. So I think people are going back to basics. They're going back to praying. They're going back to God. And one of the things about your show, Art, it's really needed because you're getting the truth out to a lot of people where a lot of medias are not.
I would not claim what is on my show to be the unadulterated truth. No reflection on you at all, Kathleen. I mean on any night ever. I'm an alternative kind of source,
where people can realize from how they feel in their heart about what the people are saying.
But it could be truth you're hearing or BS. Don't make any mistake about that.
This is quite true. People still have their free will to choose.
Yeah, that's right. I've got an open forum, and you just guaranteed to hear it all here. That's all.
That's right. I believe that also. One of the things I just tuned in about by accident about 4 weeks ago, and was then when you did the prayer for Rush.
Yes.
And how the graph came up on Princeton.
Yes.
And what I'm thinking is really we do need to be praying. But first of all, we need to be asking God for help, because even though our angels can know we need the help, they can't. A prerequisite, I believe, with them is they cannot help us till we actually ask for it, because therefore we then know we need the help.
My guess is Kathleen agrees with that.
And so I believe with your show, and we can get out there and be praying and change a lot of events that are happening. Maybe they'll still happen, but maybe not to the extreme that the negative side is wishing it to happen. As she said, 25,000 people were saved through prayer.
Yes.
Well, maybe we can save a lot of people on Earth, the whole Earth, if we all start praying, and you are around the world.
Kathleen?
So we can be doing the monkey effect.
Yeah, I understand. Kathleen?
Well, I agree with that, and I didn't always agree. I didn't think we needed to pray, but over the past 12 years, I've come to the conclusion that it's a very good idea. And it does work. You have a peace about it.
It does work. There is no question about it. I don't doubt it for 1 second. I know it to be true. I know it to be true. On the international line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Where are you, please?
Hi, I'm calling from La Paz, Mexico, and I'm Art.
Yes.
Yeah, La Paz, which is translated from the peace.
Yes.
And I'm really grateful to listen to your program, Kathleen. You have a lot of courage to say this on the air. And speaking about your name, Art, I think that God has a special mission on you. I think He wants you to tell the whole world, because there's a lot of people that listen to your program, and I have been listening to for you for a while, and you are listened to many places, not only in the United States. So if your money says, "In God we trust," I think you should start trusting the Lord. And
all right. Well, I thank you.
Father Martin would agree that I think that you have a special mission.
I'm not a worthy messenger of God, to be sure, or even anybody else connected with Him. I don't feel that way, so it gives me the heebie-jeebies. The whole thing gives me the heebie-jeebies. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Kathleen.
Good morning.
A very interesting subject. I was just wondering if on the news today with Fox, they came across with an article about the 5 Middle East countries that don't use a manifest on their airplanes, and therefore people coming into the country can't even have their name. I was wondering if anything could be run through that Bible code in regards to that.
We probably could. I haven't had time to run it yet, but I would certainly look into it.
I would appreciate that one, because it seems odd that we allow these planes to come in without even the manifest copies that we can tell who's coming into the country.
I certainly agree with that, and it's hard to believe because when you fly into the country, sir, it is our regulation, not that of foreign airlines, but our regulation, that you fill out a form. As you get mid-Pacific or mid-Atlantic, I've done it a million times, they give you a form about nationality and what you're bringing in and customs form and all the rest of it. You got to fill that out. So I can't believe that there would be any airline where they would be exempt of that.
Well, there are the 5 different countries, and one of them happens to be Saudi Arabia, where the terrorists came from.
I understand, but I guess I don't believe it, is what I'm saying. I've flown internationally so many times. Everybody fills out the forms. That's all there is to it. And so they know who you are, and you go through customs and immigration, and they know. Well, hopefully they know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Dan.
Yes, Dan.
Yesterday you reported a bird kill in India.
Yes.
That was a third-order gleam effect.
A what?
A third-order gleam effect. Very near Kathleen Keating is a first-order gleam effect.
I'm not sure what all that means.
God says the effects will be like a neutron bomb.
By the way, people wanted to know where that was. People in Jatinga, that's Jatinga in Assam, ASSAM state, are the ones that have observed these hundreds of birds committing suicide. Kathleen, the story is kind of a weird one, and I don't know why I picked it up, but it's a wire service story. And hundreds of birds in India simply started committing suicide, going into a trance-like state and then diving straight into the ground. Kaboom.
Well, I don't know whether it's frequencies or vibrations or something they're picking up on, or it's a precursor. We know that small animals will run away and the birds will fly off and die as things get worse, and it's just telling us that something isn't right.
How do you discern with events on Earth, and there have been some incredible ones, what is a sign, a biblical sign of some kind? And how do you discern that from natural disasters and just the natural run of things that occur on Earth?
Well, we know natural disasters have grown exponentially, but we're also looking for specifics that have been outlined to the visionaries, that we will see small animals die, we will have earthquakes in various places and so forth, but it's going to become more intense. We know to look for that. We know that when the Pope flees Rome or is supposedly declared dead, that the warning is going to happen. It's all been laid out so that we're not going to be surprised.
Okay. First-time caller line, you are on the air with Kathleen Keating and Art Bell. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir.
This is John in Ventura, California.
Hi, John.
Hi. Kathy.
Did you feel any little earthquake as far north as Ventura?
You know, believe it or not, I didn't feel anything.
Okay.
I know that there's been quite a few locally in Los Angeles the last couple of days. My dad actually told me about one that hit, I think it was over the weekend. The reason I'm calling, Art, and first of all, yes, you are a very special person, believe it or not, because you are being used in a mighty powerful way. And I believe that'll be known to you before too long. I'm calling about the end-time prophets that are written about in the Bible. There's 2. I just so happen to know one, and he has prophesied about the other one being Dr. Stephen Hawking, whom will be healed before the world, and that'll be the testimony. this very powerful knowledge you guys are talking about tonight, and I know that this gentleman, whom his name is Joseph, can talk on this stuff, and I'd just like to be able to have him call in and talk to you sometime if possible.
Well, have him call in, or you have me get some way, get it to me in email, how to contact him privately, and I will do so. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning.
Turn your radio off, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was on. This is Nancy in Hawaii.
Yes.
And Art, I'd like to tell you why you like music. It's because they had an article in the paper this week that shows a place in your brain that it changes, and it's really good for you. And
I have no doubt about it.
And I really believe that the reason your name is in the Bible code is because you can change things with the meditation that we do, if you did one for world peace. And I wanted to tell you also that in the book Cure for All Cancers, there's a little simulator that you can build, and it kills anthrax, all kinds of bacteria. And I really feel that we create our own reality by the belief system we have. And if you grow up Catholic, your parents do, then that's the belief system you have. If you grow up, Methodist or whatever.
You're talking right about the bioelectrifier?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that.
Well, it's worked for me. Anyway, I think...
If I had anthrax, I think I'd want antibiotics.
Well, everybody has their own
that's
opinion.
True.
But and I know it's worked for me. It's killed all kinds of bacteria for me, and colds and pneumonia and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, you create your own reality by the belief system you have. So I feel that if we don't start realizing that all religions on the planet teach love and forgiveness, and if we don't start walking our talk, like the Indians say, or practicing what we preach is forgiveness and love, we're never going to make it to the next level, like Dr. Kaku says. We need to start forgiving people and loving them.
Having said that, dear lady, in the face of what just happened to America with the World Trade Centers coming down and the attack on the Pentagon, the anthrax, everything that's happening, what would you do? Would you be giving out forgiveness and love, or would you be going to war?
Like you on the Friday night, I would sit down at a conference table and talk to these people and find out what we have done to anger them so much and make them hate us, and see if we can't change that. Killing them is not going to help.
All right. On that note, let me ask Kathleen about that. I suppose biblically, turning the other cheek is the operational mode to be in, but I can't do that. And
I think we either stop the cancer or it'll kill us. You have to protect your life, too. You have to value your own life and the lives of other people. And if that means that you have to stand up and fight, then you have to stand up and fight.
So,
God doesn't want this destruction, and if someone came into your home and tried to kill you, you'd try to kill them before they got to you. Yeah, we should turn the other cheek in an ideal situation, but this is war, and things change in war.
Yeah, that's my take, too. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Art Bell and Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm calling to say that I think that this Bible code she's talking about is a lot of bunk.
A lot of bunk.
Especially saying that your name is in there. If it's in there, someone else put it in there besides God. And I also think, thinking out of the box, which I've always been out of the box, that this attack on the World Trade Center was the inside job, and this scare tactic about the anthrax.
Well, what do you mean? Let's one thing at a time. Inside job by who? What do you mean?
By
the government, the airlines?
Our good government.
Our own government did this to us.
Yes, and the anthrax is just another scare, controlled chaos, so that they can use the atomic bomb or whatever kind of bomb, give them that excuse. And these 25,000 people that Kathleen is talking about that escaped the World Trade Center bombing,
yes,
they had some inside knowledge. It wasn't from God. It was from another source.
All right. Kathleen, you want to respond to that?
Well, the anthrax point is interesting. I don't know if it's an inside job or not. We certainly have the capability. I don't think, it was an inside job with the World Trade Center. I think that was from abroad.
Okay. Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, there's always a percentage of people in America that think it's some government cutout outside the government, but really pulling all the strings, and that they're the ones that do this.
Well, unfortunately, though, it's coming down to that. There's a lot of that we're finding in research, and certainly the Bible Code indicates it. So it's an interesting thing now, trying to sift out if this is one of those actions or if this is just something that happened to us.
But on balance, you do believe the 9/11 attacks were
Taliban-related, completely.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Not a lot of time. Hello.
Hey, Art, Don in Long Beach, California.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'd like you to try one thing with Kathleen on the line.
She's here listening to you.
Okay. Type on your computer Q33NY and then convert it to wingdings.
Yeah, I know. It's all over the internet, sir.
It is?
Oh, yeah. That's been all over the internet so long now.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. People are, they're into all kinds of symbology, Kathleen. You're aware of that?
Well, I think we're all finding things, and certainly remarkable things are coming up.
But not everything necessarily relates. I mean, they were using, but hold on, Kathleen. We've got one more hour to go. People were coming up with this long before the World Trade Center attacks. This is just something that's been revived in the computer world for this particular situation, and it's going around the internet like a virus. I'm Art Bell. Kathleen Keating is my guest, and we'll be back with your calls. Kathleen, I wonder if you can answer this. When some people listen to you, every word you say resonates with them. With other people, when they listen to you, they get really, really angry.
You know, I don't know what that is, but it happens a lot, so I guess I'm just gotten used to it.
In other words, those who don't want to accept the message, they don't just reject it, they reject it with lots of prejudice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can feel it sometimes, but that's okay. That's no big deal. I can understand that.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating and Art Bell. Hello.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Kathleen. How are you?
Good morning.
My name's Father Frank. I'm a priest stationed in northeastern Nebraska. I usually listen on 1110 KFAB from Omaha.
Right.
Art, I'm glad your back is under control.
Thank you.
An answer to many prayers, I'm sure. Two things. Kathleen, I was wondering, I've also made something of a study of Catholic prophecy and mystics over the centuries, and also of the early fathers. And you're discussing, you're basically presenting their scenario. But there's also this period of peace, and I wondered if you had come across that promised at Fatima and also in some of the other prophecies that comes after the great king or the great monarch, after these tumultuous times, right?
Right.
The Antichrist.
I believe that we're going to have a brief period of peace, but the lasting peace, the 1,500 years of the reign of peace, will come after the great, the warning and the great chastisement. And yes, there will be 1,500 years of absolute bliss.
I see. But you think that's after the Antichrist comes?
I think there will be a period of peace before then. If we could consecrate Russia to Our Lady, I think that the whole world would find that peace. But I think it's hinging on that, Father.
I agree with you. I think that's no doubt part of why the Blessed Virgin appeared there. Also, I was wondering, since I'm in Nebraska, if it's possible to communicate with you, maybe via art to begin with, so you can verify who I am and such.
Well, you can email me, and we can go from there. Kathleen at KathleenKeating.com, and I'd be glad to get in touch with you.
Great, I will do that.
Thanks, Father.
Thanks, Art. Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Father. Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Kathleen about, she believes that she saw the Antichrist and knows who he is. Is this right?
Yes, that's true.
So he come to you and saw you. Why would he come to you, do you think?
I had interviewed his people about what he was doing, and because I was writing a book at that time about him, he appeared in my backyard. I'm not the only person that's happened to. Other writers, especially in England, have seen him in the same light. So,
right. And you do believe that the way is being paved for his appearance?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think all of these things that we're seeing are the birth pangs before he shows up on the scene.
Right. Well, I am myself a Satanist, and with many others, and the way is being paved, and it's not long coming. But I mean, if
you are a Satanist.
Yes.
You worship Satan.
Yes. Yes. I mean, there's freedom of religion, isn't there?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
Are you not with concern at all for the consequences?
No. No. Not at all. Not at all.
What is it that you think awaits you after physical death?
Well, whatever it is, then that's whatever it is. But
well, I know. I'm just asking a general question. I mean, you ask a Christian what awaits. Most Christians can give you some description of what they think awaits on the other side. Since you're a Satanist, I thought I would ask you what you think awaits on the other side.
Well, it'll be paradise in their own way, which we all know. And it's been shown to us here, and we'll see it there as well. There's many different ways of paradise.
You know, Art, I had a visionary contact me about the paradise that some of the terrorists saw. And that person was given a vision of the so-called virgins that they would see.
Ah, the virgins.
And they were hideous. It was just appalling. The person just begged not to see anymore the vision she was given.
Hideous virgins?
Yes, horrible-looking things. More like beasts than...
I've seen them.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Kathleen.
Hi.
I'm just curious about something. Art's been put in a really awkward position, I would think, with this group consciousness stuff. It's actually a really major thing. And I was just wondering if you had an opportunity to run a Bible code with regards to the group consciousness, and if Art does actually have a part to play in that, and if he does, maybe you could encourage him to go through with it and not allow the fear of
unintended consequences.
That's right.
Well, I'd be happy to run that, and if I get anything, I'll be happy to post it on the website. I do that when people have specific requests. And as far as Art, I'm sure that there's more in his code than he really wants to know. But, you know, it would take more research. But I'm sure that his future is in there as well.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, because it is actually, you know, it's an amazing opportunity for Art, but it's also a very scary one, I would think.
Well, he's in a pivotal position, and I think Art would agree with you.
Yes, yes, on the horns of a dilemma, to be sure. Okay, well, we'll find out, I guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Morning, Art.
Good morning,
Kathleen.
sir.
Morning.
This is Henry listening in Tucson, 790 KNST.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions for Kathleen. Number one, I was curious if she believes in predestination.
Yes, to a certain degree. I think certain people are born to do certain things, and they fulfill that in their lives.
Okay. With everything that's written in the Bible code and everything, wouldn't predestination be in all things?
We have predestination to a point, but there is also free will. I think people like Art Bell were meant to be on radio. It was that intent, that he would be on radio in these particular times, instead of in the 40s or the 30s. He was born for this time.
Gotcha.
And I think that a lot of people have that role, like President Kennedy was born to be president at a specific time.
Okay, but you say just in to a point, though.
Well, because of free will. You know, we can always, you know, Art could say, well, I never did want to do radio and never have gotten into it. He never would have been interested.
Yeah. Okay, and then my second question, without naming names, and in that, what title or what, I guess it would be the best way. What title would you get? Do you believe do you have for this Antichrist?
What you mean is?
Yeah, will he have a title? Will he be a world leader? Will we call him president?
World teacher.
World teacher.
Yeah. I think we'll probably call him the man.
The man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although he will claim he's the God, but he'll be the big guy.
Okay. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating and Art Bell. Hi.
Hi there. My name is Eamon.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling from Hornby Island out on the west coast here, Canada.
Yes, indeed.
Kathleen, I'd like to ask you a question. It comes in two parts. First, have you, in your understanding of the Bible code and your studies and research, heard anything of a blue star prophecy? And also the second part of that question would be a vision of about a boat being outside the 200-mile limit with a nuclear weapon on it, and then a wall of water coming towards the coast. The reason I'm asking is because this vision has come forward, and it's in association with this. I'm just wondering if you know anything about that. And I unfortunately can't, I'm between different radio stations here, so I'm offline, so I won't be able to hear your response, unfortunately, until later on in the evening.
All right.
Thank you very much for your efforts, and I really appreciate everything you're doing, Art.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Kathleen, do you know anything about all that?
I have heard of the Blue Star prophecy, and I'm looking into it, and I've also heard about the ship off the coast with the nukes and the tidal wave that will follow it. It's a series of prophecies that I believe will come to fruition.
Gosh, Kathleen, the Cold War ended, and things were humming along. The economy was going so well. Everything seemed hunky-dory. People were damn near bored. And then all of this has to happen. I mean, all of a sudden the world is back in dire, critical condition. We're on the verge of a world war. It seems like Bible prophecy coming true in front of our eyes, and just out of the blue it came when you least expected, huh?
Well, I guess if they'd released the third secret of Fatima in 1960 the way they were supposed to, we wouldn't be here.
Or wouldn't be here?
Well, we wouldn't be in this position. We'd be in a lot better position.
We might not be surprised, huh?
Right.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut. It's a pleasure to bring in some logic and reason, and if I may say it, atheism to the picture. First of all, that Satanist who was on 3 calls before is just as illogical and irrational as Kathleen Keating is. I'm not a Satanist. I'm an atheist, and Kathleen Keating's position in Christianity.
Well, hold on. Isn't atheism itself a religion? Sure it is.
Absolutely not.
Why is it not as illogical to think there is no God and no devil and no nothing as it is to think there is?
But that's the scientific method. Atheism is without a belief. Atheism means without, the lack of a belief in God.
A lack of a belief. That means you don't believe in God and you don't believe in the devil, right?
That's correct.
That's absolutely every bit as illogical as belief.
Well, let me get to what I wanted to say. Mohammed Atta and the people who flew the planes into the World Trade Centers, because of religion, in this case Islamic fundamentalist religion, and their irrational beliefs in an afterlife, their Islamic Valhalla, Islamic heaven, with 72 virgins, as Howard Bloom pointed out in your show not too long ago. Religion is the core cause of this whole thing to begin with. If they didn't have their so-called irrational beliefs in an afterlife with virgins, they wouldn't have...
All right, Bill, hold on. I will accept that from you. I will accept that and I even agree that in a lot of ways, human behavior right now, as most wars, appear to be religiously based, and this one doesn't seem any different to me. Kathleen?
I think the worst war that we're facing is the atheistic war coming out of Russia. It's not over. It's not dead. They're not dead, and they're going to prove that... they're going to kill a lot of people in the name of atheism. Religion or atheism, whatever you want to call it, hatred is alive and well.
Well, it seems to me atheism is in itself a religion.
It is.
It's such a firm, fixed belief, and they're quick to say, oh, we don't believe in anything.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Sure. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, this is Ron from Philadelphia. Good morning, Kathleen.
Good morning.
I understand you use visionaries as part of your research.
I use them with government sources.
Okay, I was wondering if you've heard of a visionary who was named Veronica Lucan.
Yes.
Who on September 11th, 1990 saw what happened September 11th, 2001.
September
Oh, okay, so you.
She was given a vision that day, and other visionaries were also given the same sort of vision on September 11th in 1990, 1991.
Right. I used to listen to her on the radio, and when I heard what happened at the World Trade Center, the first thing that came to my mind is its beginning.
Veronica mentioned the World Trade Center and other things in New York, and she saw the destruction, the total destruction of New York in her visions.
Yes, she did.
And I really think that her prophecies will come to fruition A lot of people don't believe them, but I think they got a wake-up call in September.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Dieter from Salt Lake City.
Yes, sir.
Kathleen, I love you and I both hate you. Just because, you know, some of the stuff is kind of outlandish at first thought, but
it is, isn't it?
As you kind of digest it down, it kind of makes sense. In the final warning, I actually have a funny story about how I ran about your book. None of the bookstores in Salt Lake had your book, and when I finally tracked one down, I had gotten my copy, ran to the car, and I don't know what happened between and lost my book. So I had to special order my book, and even when that book got sent, it got mailed to a different location. So when I finally got your book, I went through it and was really puzzled. I mean, most of it's kind of, I thought, well, science fiction, maybe. I don't think so. But you did allude to a big part in there that China would be a big player in what world events would happen with their support right now, supposedly, of our position on this war on terrorism. What do you think the Chinese are going to do?
I think they are going to attack the United States ultimately and invade it.
Right.
And I have no doubts about that. And that comes not only from visionaries, but from government sources.
Yeah.
And that's the sad thing about it.
And would there be any, I mean, does the Al-Qaeda network have anything to do with this?
I think it's all kind of interwoven. I think that they started it, but I think that they just opened the door for the bigger players to come in.
Yeah, and I guess there was a report that the Chinese had paid a great sum of money to the Taliban for the cruise missile technology of unexploded bombs that had...
Sure. I think what we're going to be is disabled by the Al-Qaeda network and just make it easier for China and Russia to attack.
God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the call, sir. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Okay,
my
sir.
name's Glenn, and this is my first time call. I'm calling from St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to ask Kathleen a question about, she's talking about the Bible codes and stuff and how it pulls up names.
Yes.
And I was wondering if this had something to do with the Book of Life.
I think it does. I've heard a lot of people say that, and I'm beginning to think so.
Because you were also talking about people without soul or without names in there.
Mm-hmm.
I always heard that there was only so many souls out there, and then once all those souls were gone, people wouldn't have souls at all. I wonder if that was the reason why some of these names weren't in the book, in the Bible, that you're pulling up.
We know that there are a lot of souls that haven't been born yet, for a lot of reasons. I mean, certainly war kills a lot of people that would have been fathers and mothers and so forth. So there are a lot of souls, but I do think that God created a certain number at the beginning of time.
A finite number?
Mm-hmm.
There was a movie called The Seventh Sign. I bet you saw that.
Parts of it, yeah.
Parts of it?
Yeah.
You didn't sit down and watch the whole thing, huh?
I wish I could.
That was the premise of that movie, that there were a finite number of souls.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you didn't see the end of that movie?
No, unfortunately. I'm going to have to rent it.
Oh, well, then I guess I won't give it away to you because
Okay.
It's awfully, awfully good. But it dealt with the possibility, I'll suffice it to say, that for one reason or another, we start actually running out of new souls to incarnate in born babies.
That must mean we're running out of time.
Well, in the movie, it meant exactly that, actually. All right, listen, Kathleen, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. When we get back, we'll give you that book offer deal again for Kathleen Keating, who's got a brand new book called The Gates of Hell. The Gates of Hell. Seems like they're wide open right now, doesn't it? Once again, Kathleen Keating and your calls. So, Kathleen, you ready?
Yeah, I am. Art, if I may, that was an 866 number.
866.
Instead of 888, it's 866-30.
Is that what I said? Did
That's
I say
okay.
888? It is 866. I'm sorry. It looks
no problem.
Looks like the top of the 6 comes down on top of the middle of the 6, makes it look like 888. So it's 866-308-6235. That is a 6, right?
Right. Thank you.
I wonder who's doing this. Really
strange, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. Thank you for the correction. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes, this is Casey calling from New Jersey.
Hi, Casey.
I have a question for Kathleen. How important does abortion factor into the equation in terms of America being spared? And if abortion is not banned, what chance do we have of being spared, even if a lot of people continue to pray for an end to abortion?
The Bible code is pretty clear about that. It says, it's found in Exodus 20, abortion USA will be the undoing, bringing about the wrath of God. Pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating.
Yes, James Banford, who's the top expert on the National Security Agency, has been appearing in the last few weeks concerning September 11th about his latest book, Body of Secrets. And he's when they discuss this book, the media studiously avoids the most shocking and really outrageous parts in the book, which are drawn from released Pentagon documents and Freedom of Information Act suits that show that in the early 60s, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, from the chairman through the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the American military and the Undersecretary of Defense, had actual plans to perpetrate terrorist bombings against Americans from Miami to Washington, other plans to bomb a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Harbor that the United States military base occupies Cuba, and use this as a phony pretext to frame up Cuba as a pretext to invade Cuba. It was only called off by McNamara because they thought they'd be caught.
Well, are you suggesting that all of this was framed up and done, that this is actually done by our own government? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying this demonstrates they don't have the moral compunction, but not organized.
Sir, I'm asking if that's what you think happened here.
No, not organized, but allow it to happen. Just do nothing. Know that it's going to happen and allow it to happen. Michael Rupert, who was with intelligence in the L.A. Police Department, I heard him on another program say that all the specific warnings, not just the general warnings, were there from all international sources about the place and the time, and that this was really done. The only people that benefit from this are the war hawks in the Pentagon, the military-industrial complex, who get billions more with their bloated budget, and police state agencies who get more power.
Right, in every single conflict we hear this again and again and again and again. Kathleen, I've already asked you, and you said, no, you think this is foreign.
I do, but let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If I knew about this last spring and other people knew about this, don't you think the government knew about it? I mean, it's disconcerting.
I think the government gets warnings about stuff all the time. Now, does that translate to they absolutely believed it really for 100% certain would happen, could have stopped it and just let it happen for some reason like the one that man just outlined?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've had some specific information from Rockman, who was in jail. A guy next to him was hearing what was going on, and he reported it to the FBI.
Yeah, I heard that.
So, I don't know. We've got to put the pieces together, and we've got to get a grip before it's too late.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hi there, Art.
Hello.
All right. My name's Simpson. I'm listening to WJBO in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
7:50 a.m.
Right.
Enjoy the program.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Kathleen. Let me just say this right quick. You're in the Bible here. You've been discovered in the code. You were Traxo in the land of Atlantis there. You're just all over the place, aren't you?
Gosh, I don't know.
Art Bell.
You're talking about me?
Yeah, you know.
Oh.
Asgard backwards is Traxo. Goldberg gave you that name.
I'm not ready to deal with this, sir. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Looking at the website, your site, Kathleen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the information that you released on 9701, or doing the Taliban search there.
Sure.
Okay, there's violence and persecution and nukes and, things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you came back 4 days later and you did the same search, right?
I enhanced the search and
okay, and
sought
that's
out different words.
Because the only thing it is that changed from the 9701 search that was did initially was that in the 9/11 search, Trade Center was added.
It wasn't added, it was found.
Well, not added. You understand? But what I'm saying is, how accurate are these just keywords that you're just typing into random pages?
Oh, no, you don't. You type in the word like Taliban, but you run additional words, and it runs it itself. These words come up from the Bible, from the program. It's not what words I'm putting in there. They're already there.
Right.
Okay.
The only word I type in is Taliban.
Yeah, look into the Bible Code, sir. It's really fascinating. We'll do more shows on the Bible Code. We've had debates on it here on the air. Now, I have no way of confirming this, except by asking my audience. John in Dixon, Illinois says, Fox News Bulletin, new information from the government that we have not seen such a threat since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, I have no idea if this is a real report or whether John made it up. But if it's true, then anybody who saw 17 Days knows how close we came to a nuclear end with the Cuban Missile Crisis. So if this report is real, then it's real serious. Real serious indeed. More serious than we even know. And that's usually the case. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating.
Yes, good morning. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
Yes, I believe the stage is being set here. I just heard that they were issuing the smart cards, and this just brings me back to what I've been told and brought up in believing. And it just was, I was wondering if you had any reference to receiving the mark of the beast and how that was playing into how the stage was being set as far as them issuing that to the military and then...
Well, that's not really the mark yet. It's a precursor. The actual mark will come about because we will need it to buy food and to have jobs. That will be an actual chip placed in our hands or the top of our forehead.
You've researched that in the Bible?
Well, I've done a lot of research with the Bible and with government sources and visionaries that all seem to say the same thing, even though they never talk to one another.
What about the number of the beast? It says to calculate the number. Has that been reviewed or any reference to that in the Bible code?
It has. And I've run the code on the Antichrist. That is on my website, and another code is in the gates of hell for you to see.
Okay, because the reference that I was told, I don't mean to bring any disrespect, but I was told that it had the title of the papacy.
Well, that you will see the anti-pope rising out of the Vatican, and he will be the cohort, but the actual Antichrist is not in the Vatican.
Okay, then I guess that was just a reference to the beast or the power of the beast. Well,
all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Dan in Denver, you're right, I'm a goof. It was 13 days, not 17 days, 13 days of the Cuban Missile Crisis that I just happened to recently see. 17 stuck in my head. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay. I want to know, how did she come up with this, or they come up with this computer program that does this deciphering of the word of the Bible?
That's a good question. They had mathematicians have been working on it for a long time in Israel and at MIT and around the world. And, of course, they took the Bible letter by letter and put it into the Bible and used mathematical equations or skip codes in order to see if the code actually existed. And they've proved it with astounding results. Atheists have become devout Jews and believing in God because of the code.
The reason I say that is because during the late 30s, they had something very similar in Poland that would take a system of numbers and analyze it. Okay, they didn't use English language, obviously, but that was the basis of Germany's secret code, how they pass messages. Mathematically, if you take any random set of numbers and that, you can come up with anything you want eventually.
All right, sir, thank you very much for the call. And I'm going to add to what you said in a way. Mike in Minneapolis says, Art, please ask Kathleen about the so-called negative codes found in Bible code that say things like, God is not real, Jesus is Satan.
Right.
All these codes do appear as well. How does she explain that?
I haven't had them pull up. I know that some people claim that they've pulled up, but in the software I'm using, what I get is God is truth, and I don't get those words that other people say they do. And none of the other people that run it concurrently with me have found that either. I research it, but I also go to other people who do it at the same time.
All right, here's somebody else, by the way, Kathleen. Charles in Canyon Country, California, says, I've heard also on Fox several times now, worst threat since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Well,
yeah.
The Cuban Missile Crisis took us to the brink of nuclear holocaust. And the only thing I can think in my mind is that somebody in our government knows a nuclear device or a radiation device is in the country or about to be in the country, something on that scale, or they would not reference it to the severity of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
No, because we were on the brink of annihilation, and I'm really afraid that the information that I've gotten from the visionaries and the government sources is accurate, that I'm really concerned about any nuclear strike. I really think that we are on the brink again. And this time, it's going to be for keeps.
Yeah, with that I agree. I sure do agree. We're on the brink. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Kathleen. My name is Will. I'm calling from North Hollywood.
Yes, Will.
At the beginning of the program, Kathleen, you gave very specific details about September 11th that you got through the Bible Code.
Mm-hmm.
But when Art asked you, what was coming next, you seemed to kind of dance around giving a specific answer.
Well, I don't like to scare people unnecessarily. I don't have...
Yeah, but this isn't Tommy Thompson land either. And
No.
If you want to go ahead and tell them what you've got, tell them.
I don't have the exact specifics of a city or what will exactly happen. I do have a general idea that it involves a nuclear device, and it could be New York City. But it could be any city, the way these people play the game.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Take care. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to
turn your radio off, please.
Yes, I'd like to play a little game of ifs here. If the Lord Jesus Christ and the apostles that were raising the dead and what have you had this Bible code information, number one, did they say it was going to be hidden from the wise and prudent but delivered to little children? And number two is, would these disciples and apostles that were raising the dead, would they be selling the information in books? And I'll turn off to get the answer. Thank you very much.
All right. Kathleen?
The apostles knew that the book of Daniel, that he received the information for the end times, was sealed until the end times. They asked often of Jesus whether they were in the end times, and he told them that no, that they would know, that there were certain signs. As surely as you look into the sky and see the change of the seasons or the sun. As far as selling a book, I have to get the message out there the best way I can, and I don't know any other better way. I can't afford to give it away. I wish I could.
If you had the money, you would do that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
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 Hi there. This is Joe calling you from East LA, KFI.
Yes, Joe.
How you doing? I have a whole series of questions. Okay, I want to know where the Antichrist, who is he, where is he, and where his seat of power is going to be.
Okay, well, she named the Antichrist on her website.
Gog and Magog are going to take down the U.S., and I want to know about that. I want to know about the future of L.A., and I also want to know that the Freemasons, and along with the Templars, have always tried to defile Jesus' divinity, and it goes back maybe 1,000 years or so. I want to know more about how they're going to, defy Jesus' divinity, how they're going to, manipulate it or destroy it.
Kathleen, what you want to cherry pick some from that? We don't have enough time here.
Okay, the denial of the divinity of Jesus will come out of those documents from the Temple Mount, the fake documents that'll be released to the world saying that Jesus was merely a prophet, he was not God. And you will hear that again from the Antichrist. And we're going to see major changes in religions that will make that easier for them to do.
Okay. Again, your books, 2 books, The Gates of Hell, new book, and The Final Warning. Been out there for a while, but it's quite a read. And both these books are available right now, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But a special art bell, some sort of art bell special that makes them very, very inexpensive compared to normal. If you call 1-866-308-6666, 866-308-6235. This time I know I'm getting it right. That's 866-308-6235. And Kathleen, we're short on time, not a whole lot of time left. Anything else you want to really get in that would be important to get in tonight before we close?
Sure. We're at a very serious point in our lives, and whether we have a future or not, and what kind of future we're going to have, depends on how close we are to God. And we need to pray. We need to pray to stop what is about to happen in this country. And we need to band together, and we need to hold our officials accountable for not telling us or for not acting on certain things, and just pray to God that we're spared and that families will not be broken up.
Yeah, that's all good stuff to pray for, and you're saying that only prayer will prevent or at least cut back on the number who otherwise will be hurt or killed.
Amazing things can happen when you pray.
Mm-hmm. You're working on one more book, aren't you?
Torn Sky. It's a faction book in the sort of in the vein of Father Martin, telling the truth without really getting myself killed.
That's always good.
I guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, Torn Sky, when you say that, it reminds me of many things that Father Martin said. Many things. Mm-hmm. All right, Kathleen, as always, it's been great having you here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Art. It was a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if anything new and spectacular comes up,
I'll let you know.
All right.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care. God bless.
Good night. From the high desert,
from the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning wherever you may be across this great land of ours, stretching commercially from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands in the west, eastward to the Caribbean, south into South America, and north all the way to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM and beyond, because we're worldwide on the Internet. Good morning, I'm Art Bell, and I've got breaking news for you in this first hour, so snap to attention, please. This is a good one. Listen, here's the press release. Judge gives UFO group its day in court. In a stunning and surprising defeat for the government and its proponents of secrecy, a U.S. District Court judge in Phoenix, Arizona, rebuked a Department of Defense attempt to deny a group of UFO activists the opportunity to argue its case in court. In the federal lawsuit, Citizens Against UFO Secrecy Cause versus the Department of Defense of Judge Stephen M., it would be McNamee, McNamee or something, ignoring the government's plea to dismiss the case outright, set February 7th at 10 a.m. for arguments on the adequacy of the government's search for information about an unusual aerial object. Specifically triangular in shape, because I saw it. Though Cause, which had brought the lawsuit under the Freedom of Information Act in 1999, submitted numerous affidavits, one of those would have been mine, from witnesses who had observed the aerial object, the Department of Defense continues to maintain that it could find no information confirming the existence of the object. The aerial object, seen at tree-top level by many of the eyewitnesses, is described in court papers as the size of a football field, triangular in shape, with the ability to hover, and is virtually soundless. The hearing is open to the public, and after finally batting his head against brick walls for years now, one of the bricks just came loose. Here's Peter Gersten. Peter.
Good evening, Arthur. It's a great evening tonight.
Oh, congratulations. Finally.
Thank you, my friend. It's a certainty. After 20-year absence, Cause is finally back in federal court.
So in other words, the judge is, which you probably expected to just throw the whole thing out summarily, instead has said, let's hear some arguments. So that means what? It means you get to go into court and present the affidavits that you have?
Well, I go into court on Monday and argue that the Department of Defense's search was not reasonable, that a reasonable search would have found the documents that we're after. And as part of my arguments, I will once again put forth the affidavits that were submitted as part of my opposition to the motion. And hopefully, in court will be many of those witnesses that have seen the triangular object, at least the Phoenix Lights in 1997.
Do you have some that are fairly local, Peter?
Some people, you mean?
Yes, some of the evidence.
Yeah, definitely. I should have at least a couple of dozen people there that have seen the object in 97.
Yes. So, what do you think? I mean, all of a sudden your foot, in a way, is in the door that has been slammed in your face so many times.
It's great. I've been asking for a day in court for at least 20 years, and now I have a day in court. I'm hoping that we have a sympathetic judge. I'm hoping that Judge McNamee possibly has some questions of his own for the Department of Defense.
Incredible. Just incredible. I wonder, did you happen to catch the reaction of the other side, or were they not physically there when the judge ruled that he wanted to hear the arguments?
No, they submitted their request in written papers, stating as the same U.S. attorney did in the Army lawsuit, which was dismissed summarily without argument. They said, listen, there's no basis for argument. The facts are clear on its face. Read the papers and dismiss it. Do not give them the opportunity to argue this in court.
So they're going to have somebody to argue in court come Monday, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the same U.S. attorney that was representing the Army, and it's the same U.S. attorney in the other lawsuit, the invasion lawsuit. So I'm finally going to meet the U.S. attorney.
So you'll finally meet him. All right, now this is open to the general public in Phoenix, yes?
Yes, I would like as many people there as possible.
All right, let's get them there then. In Phoenix, where and when?
Well, it's 10 a.m. Monday morning, and they start promptly, so anybody who wants to attend has to be there, I would say, by 9:30. The address is on the cause website, and they can get there through your website or directly to the cause website.
Or if they're listening in Phoenix, what if they just want to look, they don't have a computer, they want to go to the phone book to find out where or whatever?
Well, you can call me at my number at my office at home, 480-609-9120.
Give that one more time.
480-609-9120.
Wow.
The only thing I ask is that you be reasonable and call within the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arizona time.
All right. And you'd like to have people show up, obviously, to view this, to show interest, to impress the court with the fact that a lot of people are interested, huh?
I want to pack the courthouse.
Let's pack the courthouse, huh?
Right.
All right, done deal. And you'll be back here
Tuesday evening.
Tuesday to report to us what happened.
You got it.
Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you, my friend.
And don't forget my affidavit. Have it right there.
Now, I'm going to put your name in the record.
Thanks, Peter.
Good night.
I think. See you later. That's Peter causes Peter Gersten, folks, and so there you are. He's going to be in court Monday morning. Finally, a judge who will listen. Hooray! An actual giant step forward. In a moment, Peter Davenport. More breaking news. Well, all right, we have to cover a lot in a short time, and a lot of it's very important. The announcement you just heard from Peter Gersten, again, congratulating him. He'll be in court Monday morning. And finally, we'll get to... this is no trivial matter, folks. What I saw clearly indicates that either we have anti-gravity technology, or these are craft from elsewhere. Either way, it's a gigantic story. And some of it, or at least the plea for it to be heard, is going to unfold in court on Monday morning. Certainly a non-trivial announcement. And now, from one of the places that monitors reports of this kind of thing, we've got Peter Davenport from the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. That's that place. And Peter is a well-known personality on the program, but just in case you don't know who he is, that's what he does. Peter, welcome to the show. Back to the show.
Thank you, as always. Fantastic news coming from Peter Gersten tonight.
Yes.
I was listening to the program before I just came on here, and he's really to be congratulated. He's been pursuing that for years and decades, as he said. And as he was speaking and you were talking with him, it occurred to me that we ufologists really have only 3 conduits to the proof of UFOs with regard to the government's position with them, or with regard to the government's position on the subject. It occurs to me that the American public can always help us by feeding us reports and citing information and so on and so forth, but that's really not going to break down the walls of government. The other conduit we have is high elected officials, and I think in this case we're probably talking about the President of the United States. Nobody else seems to know anything about it, or at least they profess that.
Well, we're working on those who would be president.
Yes, and we may be talking about that later in the program if we have time. I think that's a fertile ground for discussion, and a lot of people have proposed, and I think rightfully so, that this is the year that we should bring pressure to bear on some of these candidates, many of whom, of course, are coming from states where there have been dramatic UFO sightings. Texas, of course, Arizona, and so on. But the third conduit we have, and Peter is to be congratulated on pursuing this one so aggressively, and that is the courts. The courts that can perform magic if they wish to on the basis of good, solid evidence. Clearly, Peter has done that.
And maybe judges who aren't afraid of the federal government.
Yeah. I would hope there would be very few of them, but I hope that the courts are as independent from the political process as we like to think is the case.
Well, this is a good first indication. You never know, we might have one here.
Yeah. This could turn out to be the sort of the linchpin of modern-day ufology that starts the government reeling in, if not defeat, at least reeling in search of some adequate way to share the UFO phenomenon with the American people. Peter's really done a fantastic job. He deserves everyone's support. And those people who may have seen the triangles over Phoenix or Arizona generally on the 13th of March, 1997, I hope they're down at that courtroom. There are dozens of names I could cite, but I know there are a lot of people there who saw those things and could give a lot of support to Peter's effort.
Well, I know it's there. I saw it myself. My wife saw it. We both signed affidavits and sent them to Peter. Anyway, so that's Monday, and yes, indeed, he deserves great congratulations. In the meantime, there's something going on the ice somewhere, isn't there?
There are so many things going on, Art. I don't know how I'm going to be able to compress them even in summary fashion during this program.
All right, let's begin with the ice. This one's pretty cool.
Yeah, last week we were talking about Bigfoot, really not my specialty, not my bailiwick at all, but Monday morning, another incident. This is in central Missouri, Marceline, Missouri. That's northwest of Columbia. It's due west of Hannibal, Missouri, which is on the river, of course, Mississippi River.
Right.
Monday morning, gentleman woke up early in the morning, I think 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and he looked out on his 1 to 2 acre pond on his property, and he was riveted, apparently, by what he saw in the surface ice of the pond. The pond had about 2 to 4 inches of surface ice on it. What he saw from his picture window in Marceline, Missouri, was, first of all, and almost unnoteworthy, was a large hole in the ice. He estimated about 16 or 18 inches in diameter.
A hole in the ice?
A hole in the ice.
How thick is the ice there?
He estimated, depending on the location on the pond, 2 to 4 inches, roughly.
Okay, that's good hard ice.
Good hard ice, thick enough to leave an indelible, lasting image of whatever happened to that pond, presumably Sunday night or Monday morning.
So he sees a hole.
He sees a hole, but what is more interesting than that, Art, is he could see, even though there was a light coating of snow on the ice, he could see major cracks radiating out from this hole, an estimated 12 to 15 feet.
Like a rock that hits your windshield.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And that was my first presumption when I heard this story. We actually got a call from the FAA on this matter, which was our first contact.
Oh?
But even more interesting than that hole in the ice or the major cracks radiating out from it was a very pronounced ring that surrounded the hole in the ice at a distance of about 30 or 35 feet in radius, and it was perfectly circular. What had happened, apparently, is not only had the ice melted during the preceding night or early in the morning, but it had actually melted the snow that was covering the ice, leaving a very pronounced ring, just like a racetrack, in the ice and in the snow. They, to their great credit, they kept people away from the ice. Nobody was allowed to walk out on it to preserve the data. One of the people that I was hoping to have on tonight with us to describe the scene was the fire chief of that town. He was not able to do it in the final analysis. But we will get photographs up to your website in the...
No, photographs. Who got photographs?
A number of people got photographs. Of course, the property owner, very astute gentleman, quickly grabbed his camera, and as soon as there was enough daylight, he got very good photos of it, I'm told. I haven't seen them yet.
All right, why is this not the classic meteor?
Yeah, good question.
Well, right.
You know, you see a hole in the ice and you assume that something's fallen off an airplane, somebody's thrown a rock on the ice, as kids always do. I did when I was a kid.
Or a meteor.
Or a meteor. There are very few other things, perhaps a bolt of lightning, but everybody assumed there that this had been a meteorite that had struck the ice.
Mm-hmm.
There are all sorts of things that militate against that.
Like
of course,
what?
they presumed that the meteorite had burrowed through the ice or had melted its way through, and then the residual heat from this hot rock had melted a ring of... It's all sort of absurd. In point of fact, what many of them, perhaps all of them, did not realize is that almost invariably a fragment from a meteorite is not hot. It is cold. In fact, it is very cold because the ambient background temperature of the universe, of the space around the planet Earth, is about 4 degrees above absolute zero.
Right, but wouldn't it, people think it would heat coming through the atmosphere?
Indeed it does, and that's what leads most people to assume that a fragment of meteorite will be extremely hot. An analogy I would use, however, to illustrate this point is, for example, Apollo 13, or in point of fact, any capsule coming back from space. You know, they have heat shields that burn away, they evaporate. The process is called ablation, of course.
Yes.
And anybody who's seen the film Apollo 13 knows that those capsules come back in an envelope of flame and ionization, but of course the contents are safely insulated, thermally insulated from that heat shield. In point of fact, if this was a meteor, it could not have melted the ice around that ring. It probably more likely would have frozen water around it and perhaps even floated to the surface. I have no idea, no personal experience with what happens to a cold meteorite when it hits water. But whatever caused this is extremely strange, and it is reminiscent of a similar event that occurred, I think, in the Charles River near Boston. I'm going on memory now. I think it was about 6 or 8 years ago. In fact, it made the cover of the MUFON Journal. It was the feature article. People found a very peculiar, perfectly symmetrical, perfectly round, melted ring that had refrozen in the Charles River. This is very reminiscent of that, Art, and a lot of people are working on it. The local newspaper there in Marceline, Missouri, has done an article. We'll get that article to you. You can get it up to your website.
So we're going to get the article on, and we're going to get the photographs as well. If this had come down in a wheat field, what would we be talking about tonight?
God only knows, but I presume that this may be, and I emphasize may be, the ice equivalent of a crop circle or crop formation.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. In other words,
exactly.
It produced a perfect circle around the point of impact and the hole that created.
Yes, and it is analogous.
Is anybody going to go diving down to see if they can find what it is?
You know, I don't know. Nobody's addressed that, but they have marked the hole very accurately. There's been a warming trend in Missouri, and the ring may have disappeared or is in the process of.
Oh, we've got to get down there and look.
Absolutely.
Not me, though. Not me. All right, hold on, Peter Davenport. And something's under that ice, obviously. What would leave that ring that he talked about? That part just doesn't make any sense at all. None. Well, interesting evening already, wouldn't you say? I would. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. This is a group, ABBA, that you know I love. There's news about ABBA tonight. You know, they just turned down $1 billion. $1 billion to get together and have a world tour. And I congratulate them. You know why? Because they're never, ever going to be this good. And just maybe they want to be remembered as this good. They were absolutely one of the best. So ABBA turning down $1 billion to get together. Proving, I guess, that money ain't everything. Not all the time and not for everybody. How about that? By the way, for those of you in the press, wanting to contact Peter Gersten, I know there's going to be a lot of press activity about this. I use that same number, but between 9 and 5, please, that same phone number to get hold of Peter Gersten, 480-480-609-9120. During business hours, please. So we're just breaking the ice all over the place. Sorry for the pun, but that's it. Peter Gersten with his foot through the door in the courtroom against the feds versus the feds, and now Peter Davenport with the ice in Missouri. That, well, we don't know. That's just it. We don't know. We don't know what happened. Peter, there's more. I got a report, and I said I should fax this to you, and you already knew about it. You were a step ahead of me, but it looked like an important report to me. Something about a triangle and a couple little girls. You know anything about that?
Yeah, up in Canada. And in fact, they made the news up there, Art. Apparently, somewhat serious-minded program or news coverage of these, I think it was 2 young girls who had been outside and saw something, a triangle with some very peculiar lights on it, somewhat reminiscent of the triangle that was seen by the police officers that we reported on the 6th of January. I know some of our listeners will probably recall.
It says here, quote, triangle with lights on all 3 corners made no sound.
Yeah.
Sounds just like what I saw.
Yeah. I've seen one, too, Art. I probably haven't ever mentioned that on this program, but August of '92, I was sitting on a deck up in Seattle looking at a relatively clear sky with puffy clouds, and I said, I was looking to the northeast, I saw an object coming through the clouds. I am an inveterate airplane watcher. I've been addicted to aviation since conception, I think, with fighter pilots on one side of my family and airline executives on the other. I was condemned at conception. But this thing was coming at me, and I said, oh, an aircraft coming out of the clouds. Mm-hmm. It wasn't an aircraft, Art. It was a triangle, and it had, I can't honestly say lights, because I don't recall that they were lights. It was a daytime sighting in the early evening of August of '92.
Color?
I don't remember any color for some reason. Brownish, grayish, no bright colors on it.
Okay.
The object came out of the clouds, coming directly at me. It was coursing generally to the southwest.
Sound?
No sound. It was too far away for anything but a loud engine to have some kind of sonic signature from that distance. This is what I saw.
Relative speed?
Relatively slow. Certainly, its angular velocity is really all we can discuss, but its angular velocity was considerably less than the angular velocity of an airliner at that altitude setting up for landing southbound at SeaTac Airport.
Damn, Peter, you never said anything about this before. You know, you should be signing an affidavit like I did and having it notarized.
You know, we have so many hundreds of triangles on our website. I'll be signing affidavits until long after the trial. Peter, I hope Peter will consider going to our website, clicking on our database, clicking on triangles, chevrons, and so on, and printing out the list of hundreds. I think we have about 300 or 400 or 500 reports just of triangles on our website. But that is what I saw, and I, like you, have seen the phenomenon with my own eyes. It makes me wonder what the relationship between the few sightings I've had is and my, I guess, preoccupation with the subject of ufology. I am intellectually trapped. I am addicted to this subject. I know that. But going back to the ice circle for a moment, if I may, You know, as we broke at the bottom of the hour, you mentioned, you invited the question rhetorically, I know, who's going diving after that object?
That's right.
You know, it's somewhat reminiscent of that classic UFO film from the early 50s, I think 51. I was raised on it, you probably remember it well, entitled The Thing.
I have seen The Thing so many times. I like the latter version of The Thing. They really did a very, very good job.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen the new version of it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's superb.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely superb. Go rent it.
I will make a point of it. You bet I will.
Okay.
But, you know, there's a little story about that film that I've heard. I am unable to confirm it. John Wayne, it is my understanding from this semi-rumor, I guess I have to label it, John Wayne was invited to play that role of the vegetable, let's call it, the zucchini sickle.
Really?
Yeah. And apparently he declined it. But he did make a recommendation for another actor in the role. It was a gentleman whom I believe he had met in Alaska, with whom he had gone fishing. He was his fishing guide, I believe. Again, I can't confirm this, up in Alaska. And his name, little-known name at the time, was that of James Arness, who, of course, played the role of Matt Dillon in the television program that Hollywood has yet to improve on, in my opinion. But they apparently, John Wayne and James Arness, I believe, according to this story I've heard, used to talk about UFOs up in Alaska, and apparently James Arness may have seen one or more up there, and John Wayne recommended him as the actor, and I don't know whether James Arness had done any acting to that point, but that was close to the beginning of his very, very successful acting.
Well, for those who didn't see The Thing, that's exactly what they had. They had this big ring in the ice, and they began to dig down, and I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody who hasn't seen it, but that was a big ring in the ice, and you could see the scientists all standing around it, and went from there. Okay, Peter, a lot to get in. What else have you in your basket?
Well, what I would like to do, I see our time is running out here very quickly.
I know.
I was listening to the program a couple nights ago, I think it was, and you mentioned that you have a new affiliate up in Fresno, California.
KMJ in Fresno, yes.
KMJ. You know, that brought to mind an incident that we had reported to us just about, 10 or 12 days ago. This was a very, very bizarre sighting over northeastern Fresno, California, about 9:30 p.m. on Friday night, I guess it was, the 21st of January this year. Woman went out to have last smoke for the evening. She is a medical professional, a no-nonsense woman, and she looked up to the north and saw two intensely bright lights, apparently pointed at her from the north and moving towards her. She assumed it was an airliner with its landing lights on, setting up for landing in Fresno, but it turned out to be something different, quite different, and it turned out to be below the clouds. What I would like to do is allow this woman on this audio cut to describe in her own words what she saw. It's about a 70-second cut.
Go for it.
Here we go.
I am in Fresno, California, northeast Fresno.
Okay.
And I was looking north out my backyard. And as I looked up, I saw looked like two spotlights in a row coming towards me, and I thought it was a CHP helicopter, but I thought, why would there be two lights instead of one? And it wasn't shining down, it was shining straight in the sky. And as I watched it, I thought, well, I better watch this a little more because it's really strange. It was flying very low. It was flying low enough to where I could make out exactly the shape of it and what it looked like. I couldn't tell you the color, but I can tell you it was very clear. It was clearly a saucer. It was round like a saucer. I didn't see anything on top of it. I only saw the bottom as it flew over. As it flew over my house, the two spotlights turned off. There was a ring of red lights, little tiny red lights underneath it that blinked around in a circle. It flew very slowly, and I could have taken a picture if I had a camera, but I didn't. I watched it going south, I believe, and I watched it until it was out of sight, till I could no longer see it.
That's what happened.
Well, there's a classic report if I ever heard one. I mean, straight out saucer UFO description.
Yeah, exactly. And the interesting thing is a disc shape to the object. You know, there have been some disc-shaped aircraft manufactured in the past, the Flying Flapjack and I guess a couple others, but they are not very aerodynamically efficient, is my understanding. It is terribly difficult for me to imagine that there would be a perfectly circular aircraft in Fresno airspace, but moreover, she describes flying at relatively slow speeds. They would have to be going pretty fast to keep themselves in the air, and I just can't imagine that there would be any kind of experimental circular craft like this flying at night over Fresno on that Friday night. I may be proven wrong, but it was a very unusual sighting. I invited her to quickly call the FAA flight service station in Fresno, which she did.
Yes.
What we were interested in knowing is what the ceiling was, how high the bottoms of the clouds were. The FAA, the flight service station there, reported between 4,400 and 6,000. And so this object, which was below the clouds, was less than a mile above the ground level. And it was a very, very peculiar object. No other reports, only one report.
Mm-hmm.
But this woman sounds like an excellent source to me.
That's what I thought as I listened.
And peculiarly, we had a somewhat reminiscent report similar to this that comes from Seattle just tonight. Actually, after you and I had set up this appearance, my appearance tonight, I got several calls from people who live very close to the University of Washington in the Sand Point area of Seattle. This is only about 8, at most 10 miles to the northeast, roughly, of downtown Seattle.
Right.
And people reported something truly bizarre. I have no reason to believe at this time that it was UFO-related in the least, but I report it because we would like to know more from anyone in the Seattle area who might have seen this. 2 cigar-shaped objects. Some people said they had wings. Other people said clearly no wings, that went very, very low to the ground. Let me just play, if I may, a short 1-minute cut.
Please.
Of what was reported to us tonight, the 2nd of February, from northeastern Seattle. Here we go.
Point Way and 65th Street.
In Seattle.
In Seattle. And I was in my living room and heard such a huge roaring noise, not a thumping, but a very huge roaring noise, so loud that I stepped out onto my deck, at which point I saw 2 craft flying south-southeast. My deck also faces south-southeast. These 2 craft were flying so low and so close together, and they were both identical looking, cigar-shaped, with white flashing lights at the tip of the cigar shape, both ends of the cigar shape, and 4 or 5 lights in the center, also white but not flashing. And above the center of each craft, there are red flashing lights above the center of each craft.
That's what was reported.
Oh, brother, another really credible reporter.
Not only is she credible, I've known this young woman for 25 years.
Personal friend.
Personal friend. She is as solid a person as you can imagine. We don't know what those objects were. May very well have been some kind of aircraft. I, at first, after the first call, assumed that they were helicopters. Sandpoint has some Coast Guard helicopters based there, and I presumed that that was what she was looking at, but she said no, she didn't think so. Then we started getting other calls, and people said, no way were those helicopters. What, if they're aircraft, Art, what are they doing? And all of these people emphasized just how closely positioned these 2 objects were and how bizarre they were in appearance. What are 2 aircraft doing at apparently extremely low altitude, flying slowly, in very close proximity, almost frighteningly close, one person described them as, flying over a densely populated area of Seattle, Washington? I have no
unless there's an emergency of some kind, military aircraft don't do that over civilians. They don't do it.
Perhaps in wartime, perhaps during an emergency, as you say, but I have no idea what this formation was caused by.
Where I live, Peter, they occasionally do that at very low altitude, but, you know, that's what we're here for in Nevada. We have very open territory, and you can watch them in parts of the valley that are uninhabited. Sure. They'll just go screaming across.
Sure.
So, but otherwise, certainly not in a densely populated area like Seattle. No way. All right, so, look, we're woefully out of time. We didn't get it all in. You and I, by the way, should do a whole show. We ought to do that one.
I would love to do that. I've got so many things I'd like to talk about. They go off the bottom of the page.
How about next week?
Next week sounds good to me, Art.
Really? All right. Done deal. I'll call you with the details. Meanwhile, UFOs are going to court, folks, Monday with Peter Gersten. You ought to be on top of that one. The National UFO Reporting Center operates on donations. And if you'd like to make one, you can do so. Make a check out to the National UFO Reporting Center, P.O. Box 45623, University Station, 2 words, Seattle, Washington, zip code 98145. And there is a hotline if something's going on right now, you know, for current reports. It's area code 206-722-3000, 24 hours a day. That's 206-722-3000. Please don't call unless you've got something going on right now. And there's also a website. What is it, Peter?
The website is www.ufocenter.com. That's 9 letters, 1 word, UFOCENTER.com.
Peter, thank you.
Thank you, Art. It's always a pleasure.
Take care. All right, so there's a lot going on, folks. In court with Peter Gersten on Monday. And something through the ice in Missouri and so much more. I'm Art Bell. Once again, in a stunning and surprising defeat for the government and its proponents of secrecy, a U.S. district judge in Phoenix, Arizona rebuked a Department of Defense attempt to deny a group of UFO activists the opportunity to argue its case in court. And so it's going to be argued. It's causes Peter Gersten, folks. He's going to court. Judge is going to listen. It's a gigantic crack in the wall. He's going to hear arguments. All right, coming up in a moment, boy, have I got something for you. Her name is Kathleen Keating. She was a friend of the late Father Malachi Martin. And this is one I guarantee you're not going to want to miss. Coming up next. Well, all right, I think most of the people on this program remember fondly Father Malachi Martin. I was very close to him. We did many, many interviews together, long, intricate, involved interviews. And I talked to Father Martin on a number of occasions privately. And he did, I've had about 1 million faxes about this, he did give me some information that he asked not be given out. And so I have not. But I was privy to some conversation with Father Martin off the air that was pretty interesting. I know. Makes you angry, huh? I should blurt it out, but I promised not to tell. It's just that simple. Now comes Kathleen Keating, who is an investigative journalist, a former radio talk show personality herself, who's been working on a chilling story for the past 7 years. She was also a friend of Father Malachi Martin, who was the technical advisor on 2 of her works called Torn Sky and The Final Warning. Kathleen is the published author of a suspense novel, Noise of the Morning, that's with a U in there, which is based on a true government conspiracy. The book is now under development with a production company. Torn Sky is now under development as a major motion picture. The world, she says, is not prepared for this movie, but it is a story that must be told. Being released this spring is Kathleen's book, The Final Warning, Your Survival Guide to the New Millennium. The Final Warning, she says, is our last chance. The book details how politics, prophecy, and people collide with some sort of cataclysm that is just moments away. The countdown, she says, has begun. Here is Kathleen Keating. Kathleen, welcome to the program.
Well, thanks, Art. You've had quite a night already, haven't you?
Already, yes. Here we've got Peter Gersten going into court on a breakthrough that nobody was ready for.
That's right.
We've had sightings that are just detailed by obviously credible, good witnesses. Yeah, quite a morning, I'd say. And
you know, I was thinking when I was hearing all that news of what Father Malachi would have thought about this, because I do believe he talked to you about those lights over Phoenix when it occurred.
Yes.
And I know he held his breath with that because he figured that we were headed for some real rough times if what he thought they were really were, if you know what I mean. And I think you're going to see that. I think you mentioned a crack in the wall, Art.
Yes.
My research has shown that you're going to see the whole wall come tumbling down.
Really?
Yeah, I really think so.
Now, when did you meet Father Martin, and under what circumstances did you know him?
I met him a few years ago regarding some of these projects that I've been working on, and my former partner and dearest friend, John Dory, and I co-hosted a show. We were subbing for Derry Brownfield, and we're privileged enough to have Father Martin on. And, boy, there's a guest come true, isn't it? The boards light up with that guy.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, we never got to the phones frequently enough just because there was so much to talk about with Father Martin.
That's true, and he had such, I don't know, a plethora of information that everybody needed to know, but as you know, in your private conversations, I'm sure, you can't release that stuff. It's just
yeah, I know.
So heavy. He didn't like to alarm people. And some of those things that he and I discussed are certainly beyond alarming. And I think it's facing humanity now, and I think that we're at the point, probably because of Father Martin's death, we need to get this out. He was a major source for this, and I think it's time that with the UFOs and whatever they are and whoever is flying them and so forth and whatever the government is doing with the tie-in there, we need to get it out. People have the right to know.
I guess I can say this much. I was approached with some information that I took to Father Martin, and his answer to me was, you fool with that, Art, and you're going to get killed, and you're going to get me killed, too.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah.
I sort of knew something of it, but not, we kept things kind of confidential regarding that. But it's deadly.
All right. Anyway, look, you've got all kinds of intriguing books and movies underway. What is the final warning, and what is it all about?
Well, I could start with accidents that aren't really accidents that have been happening. But I think if I have a moment here, I'd like to preface what I'm going to say before I answer the question. Father Martin detailed a lot of this stuff in his books and, of course, on your show, Art, and the things that he saw for us in the future. And because of that, we were privy to some information that we would not normally know. And this stuff really affects each one of us to the point that nothing is going to be the same very shortly for any of us, no matter what we do.
Sure.
And I guess because people need to know, and certainly because of Father's death, it's time to let some of the details out of what is going to happen on the next level. And what I mean by that is this is the time that some of those facts should be released. Specifics that we're going to experience and why we can't escape what's coming.
Do you think, really thinking about this before you go into any detail, do you really think this is wise to do?
I really tossed that around. I intimated to you some experiences that I've had, briefly. We never got a chance to get into them yet. And I've really prayed about it and talked about it to a lot of advisors. And I don't know. It's a good question.
It is. It's a really good question. If you present people with information that's, it seems There's no holes in it. It's going to happen.
Well, let me ask you a question, Art. Prophecy, as it is kind of a nebulous thing.
It is.
You never know if anything's going to come true until it actually does. But if you were a prophet, a modern day visionary, and you had a track record, first of all, God doesn't let anybody know, and He wants people to know what He's going to do ahead of time. So if we do know that through His prophets, I think we ought to say something. I think we're at the point, and I just got a message yesterday that was very clear that God is really ticked off.
So that people understand where you're coming from, Kathleen, and I do too. What is your religious background?
I was raised a Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic.
I heard about prophecy in school, but I was never really, it was something off in the distant future. It wasn't something that was going to affect me.
Mm-hmm. Are you a housewife? Are you a career person?
I do this investigating and writing full time.
Full time.
Full time,
and you've been doing that for how long?
About 10 years in this particular area.
10 years.
Yeah. Long enough to know that maybe I shouldn't have gotten into it, but I can't let go of it now. There's just too much there.
All right. Well, the final warning is obviously just a dire title all by itself. So, politics, prophecy, everything that's presently going on in the world, I guess we could roll over a million things of the environment and what politically, what we think is about to happen, and lots of other things in the social condition, our social condition. We discussed all those things with Father Malachi Martin.
Right.
The state of possession of people, we talked a great deal about that with Father Martin. He talked of the perfectly possessed, all kinds of interesting stuff. What's the final warning, Kathleen?
It's a lot of things rolled up into one. It's a convergence of several different points that is going to alter our lives forever. Absolutely. It's really hard to put into a nutshell. I think the best way to say it about part of the book and the basic thrust of it is, in some of the latest prophecies, God's made it clear. Either we come back to Him either out of fear or love, but we better get back to Him because we're running out of time. Things that are going on here on Earth, we're not handling it very well. Kids are killing kids. Mm-hmm. Drugs are rampant. Mm-hmm. And there's an undertone, an undercurrent to all that's going on. Things are being manipulated. As you know well with the weather, it's strange.
The weather's changing.
It's changing.
That's not an argument, a point to be argued anymore, as far as I'm concerned. The threshold of the obvious has been passed on that one. I think everybody knows we're in the middle of a climate change of some sort.
We are, and I think we're in for a political change as well. I think that the powers that be are really coming together. I think we're seeing things. We can feel things changing. We can just see the signs that something is not normal. I don't know if you've noticed that sunlight doesn't look the same. Have you noticed that? I mean, the light is different.
Yes, I have noticed that. Now, nobody is supposed to look at the sun.
Right.
But what I noticed, and what a million people who have faxed me have said, is, Art, the sun is whiter. There's not as much of a yellow component to the sun as there was. It's much whiter. And I know that sounds dumb, but a gazillion people have noticed this, so...
That's right, and it's a strange occurrence, and I think we're seeing more solar flares and things like that, and just anomalies all over the place.
Right, but we're at a cyclical high with regard to what the sun is doing right now, but it has been driving some of the monitoring straight off the charts. It's been doing a few really, really weird things lately. The solar winds actually stopped for a day, something they've never seen. The magnetometer readings the other day were flat off the chart. Unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's doing some backflips, no question, but we are at a solar maximum.
Well, it's strange, whatever it is. I think that you can see that with the light changing and with time, I don't know if you've noticed, but time seems to be speeding up.
I've noticed.
And the prophets, the modern-day prophets, are referring to our time that's left, like the end of the tape on a roll of Scotch tape. The closer you get to the end of the tape, the faster the roll goes.
That's right.
And there's a reason for this, and apparently God has sped things up, according to some of the prophets. And I have a calculation in my book, which is really too complex to get into here, but we actually are losing time. So many minutes per month. By the end of the year, we've just lost it all, so that tasks that you thought you could do in a normal amount of time are taking you twice as long to do.
So then we could think of time accelerating while we're moving at about the same pace, and we're getting less done.
Right.
With an apparent reference to that speed of time.
Right, and you're seeing also that sometimes your days seem interminably slow. So it's kind of a dichotomy, but things are moving, and there's definitely a hand involved, actually, too, one on either side of the line. And we're being pulled and pushed by forces that we can't see.
You remain a traditional Catholic?
I am a Roman Catholic, yeah.
Okay.
I fell away from the church. I think a lot of young people do, and I came back probably stronger than I ever been. I think cradle Catholics tend to learn by rote and not by feeling. You know, it's what the nuns teach you in school. So I think until faith becomes a personal experience, it takes a while.
All right. One of the things that Father Martin said publicly that absolutely just blew people away was that Satan was within the walls of the Vatican.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Pope Paul VI said that, I think, in 1972. He had talked about the smoke of Satan had crept through a fissure in the Vatican. And I thought when I first found that out that he was talking metaphorically, but he was actually talking about flesh and blood. And it's what I've uncovered in those investigations regarding that topic is just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. The church is going under massive changes. I think from what I was told yesterday, we're going to see massive changes throughout the United States in regard to the Mass, in regard to how we practice the Catholic faith. And it's becoming more Protestantized, more just... Actually, they're removing God from the equation.
How can they do that?
They've been manipulating, and I'd say the darker forces that are in the Vatican, to whom, they were focusing their attention against Pope Pope Paul VI, and that's why he spoke out about it. You're seeing a lot of the occult and communism and Masons getting into the Vatican for a purpose. And I guess I was surprised, Art, doing the political side of this research to find out that I knew that we were targets of Russia, Canada, United States. We were the number one.
Oh, yes.
But I had no idea that Russia was and has been targeting the Vatican.
Russia also targets the Vatican?
Yes, they intend to wipe the Vatican off the map. But first, they're getting into the infrastructure of the church, which will in turn end up being a universal church, as Gorbachev has talked about in his one world religion, which is really an oxymoron. Can you ever imagine an atheist professing to have religion?
Yeah, I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, it's incredible, but...
he is, in fact, a declared atheist, of course.
Well, he thinks he's pantheistic now.
He does?
Yeah. He talks to trees. I don't know, but...
He's turned green.
Yeah, he is very green, but it's all part of a plot.
So you're saying they're going to take the Catholic Church and use it as a centerpiece for a conversion to a single world worship, to go with a single world government, no doubt.
Right, because the Catholic Church is the largest organized religion on the face of the earth.
Organized.
Organized. And that's the key. It is organized. It has people in every country, every town on earth, practically.
It has political power that you can barely imagine.
Huge political power, a vast sum of money, and a network that Father Martin thought Gorbachev envied to no end. And it's true. I mean, it's just...
Well, I have seen the church I've seen the muscle work an example was the observatory down in Arizona, and they went whizzing by every single environmental concern, every political roadblock, anything you can imagine that would have stopped them from doing the partnership they wanted to do and getting that observatory where they did.
They were in a hurry, Art. They have a reason to do that, a very solid reason to be keeping their eyes on the skies down there.
And that is?
They're expecting not only the deadly UFO invasion, quote unquote, but some solar cataclysm that's going to be thrust upon the earth very soon now.
But wouldn't the church's position, Kathleen, be that a return of God would not be marked by, I don't know, things coming from space, whether they'd be errant rocks, bolides, spaceships, or anything else, that God would have his own way of coming. It would have nothing to do with something you could see through a telescope. Hold the answer to that. We're at the top or bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening Coast to Coast AM. Maybe that's who Kathleen is talking about. So we'll get back to all of this in a moment. She was a close confidant of Malachi Martin. She's got some books out. One being Torn Sky, being actually under development as a major motion picture right now, but at the moment we're talking about the final warning, and we'll be right back. Well, all right, once again, here is Kathleen. Welcome back, Kathleen.
Thanks, Art.
All right, the Father talked many times about signs that would be seen from the sky.
Right.
Is that why the Catholic Church went and got their mountaintop telescope?
I do think it is. I know Pope John Paul II is very interested in what's going on overhead. And I think they are anticipating a comet in the relatively near future, if not two of them.
Are you referring to something that will be seen in the heavens as a sign, or a comet on a collision course with Earth?
Both.
Both?
Both. What we're going to see soon, I truly believe, from what prophecy has said, and from what I found out as far as the governments are concerned, we're going to see a comet that's going to appear as though there's another sun in the sky. And the problem with this, and this is why the observatory is there in Arizona, is the fact that scientists have underestimated the speed of this comet that's barreling down on us. They know it's there, they're not releasing it, but it's headed this way.
How do you know they know?
The evidence is there.
Where?
I have sources within those, let's say scientific communities that have pretty much told me that, yeah, it's there, but what are you going to do? It's out there too far. It's not going to hurt us for a long time. And you've got the prophets now that are saying, oh, yes, it's going to hurt us. It's speeding up. They're misjudging the speed of the thing. It's going to be down upon us.
My.
Yeah.
Kathleen, let me ask you a quick question. Our phone connection is not bad right now, but we've got a little hum like you're near a computer.
No, there's nothing on, Art.
Maybe a light, something like that?
Nothing. It's just my charming personality. I don't know. Let me check. There shouldn't be anything on.
Some equipment turned on near the phone, or sometimes if you move the phone a foot or two one way or the other, it'll go away.
Well, we will try that.
All right. Is there anybody you can refer us to with regard to this object, this comet, that we can follow up on this with? I mean, that's a hell of a thing to say.
It is. There are people at the observatories. I don't have this one particular person wasn't real sure he wanted to go public with this. So for the time being, I guess I can't give you a name. I will in the future.
There are.
Now, I'm not saying that to be clear about this, that it's today or tomorrow that it's going to be here, but we're told by prophecy it's on the way.
We're told about an Antichrist.
That's right.
And the people who believe, as the Bible suggests, things will occur, are expecting the Antichrist.
Right.
Do you know anything about the Antichrist?
I do. Unfortunately, I do. And I ran across, well, let me start saying this. I had an unusual experience, and it was unfortunate, but in a way I'm glad it happened. I was doing some research into the identity of the Antichrist, and had spent probably several months on it, and talking to people that were close to a man that over 500 prophets agree is the Antichrist. And one morning, my dog woke me up rather strangely, early in the morning, and I stumbled to the back door to let her out. And I looked like Bozo the Clown. My red hair was sticking up and everything, and in the worst pajamas possible. And I opened the door, and there was this man in the backyard. And he was walking back and forth. And it was just, I was taken aback because I wasn't expecting to see anybody. I was not fit for visual consumption at that point. And my dog went down the stairs and looked at this guy, and she froze. She's a vicious attack dog, kind of, with the barking, and she never lets anybody near the house.
Right.
She couldn't bark. She froze with one leg up in the air, and she tried to move. You could tell she was trying to move, but she couldn't move. And this man, it was just bizarre.
And you were behind her?
I was on just had opened the door and saw the guy.
Yeah.
And I stepped back behind the inside door because I was embarrassed to be in my pajamas.
Right.
And the guy said, "Hi." And he kept walking back and forth with his hands behind his back.
Yes.
And the guy stuck out. I mean, we live in ranch country, and here's this guy.
Yeah, we got to tell people, you're in Nebraska, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're in Nebraska in ranch country. And this guy is in a $3,000 Armani suit with his hair pulled back and just, a good-looking guy. And at first it was like, oh, crap, there's somebody out there.
Wasn't Christopher Walken, was it?
No, this guy's much too good-looking for that. No offense, Christopher. But creepy nonetheless. And then I realized who it was from a picture that I had seen. And to me, right then it was like, Holy Mary, Mother of God. What did I get myself into this time? And I stepped further behind the door and I started to close the door.
Yes.
And he stared at me, and I thought I was going to die.
This is your backyard.
The backyard.
The backyard.
No.
Fenced backyard?
It was a fenced-in backyard.
Fenced-in backyard. So here's a guy on your property. He shouldn't be certainly in the back and over the fence.
Not dressed like that. I mean, that was an anomaly in itself.
Yeah, I've got you.
And I keep a cross crucifix on the doors. And I stepped behind the door, not even thinking that it was there. And I watched him, and he watched me for a minute. He walked back and forth.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything else. And then he walked away into thin air.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I shut the door, locked it, and I don't think my knees stopped shaking for 2 hours after that.
You saw this person walk into thin air, disappear.
Just walked into thin air. And I thought, hey, it's me. I've been working on this subject matter.
Too long?
Too long. So I contacted Father Martin, and I described what had happened, and I told him what my research had been.
Yes.
And I said, I'm afraid it's who I think it is. And I'm not going to give his true identity right now, Art, for both our sakes.
All right.
But
thank you.
Well, his name anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I ran it by, he said, we talked to another colleague, a mutual friend. And she told me, she said, you know who that is, don't you? And I said, well, I'm afraid I do. And she said, that's the Antichrist. And she said, you're not the only one that's happened to. There's a writer in England.
What did Father say?
Well, he didn't disagree.
Nothing more than a high.
No. And the reason that he didn't say anything else, I found out later from this woman who was referring to a writer in England who was writing on the same serious subject matter as I was. And at this particular venture, the man knocked on her door. And he was accompanied by a guy dressed in army fatigues. They had both gotten out of a Beamer that was parked at her curb. I think she was in London. And she opened the door, and she was startled by the guy. And the guy dressed in the fatigues turned to this man who was dressed again in terrific clothing. Go ahead, the door is open. And the suave gentleman looked at the army guy and said, I can't get in. And the guy said, of course you can get in. The door is open. And he said, no, I can't. And then he turned to the woman and said, how would you like a better life? I would like to give you a much better life than you're used to.
Yes.
But you got to stop working on what you're working on.
What was she working on?
She was working on the same subject matter that with the warning and all of this that's coming down upon us.
How would you like a better life?
How would you like a better life?
And what did she say?
No, thank you. And that was about all
she knew exactly who she was dealing with.
Yeah. Yeah, you can feel it, Art. There is just, unfortunately, the package is very attractive and very alluring. But you can feel that something is definitely wrong.
You know, it's funny. I never, other than the Christopher Walken series of movies, which I've watched diligently, including Prophecy 3, which is great. You've got to see it when you get a chance. I never thought that it was that direct. I always thought it was more subtle, that the deals that people made with the dark side, with the devil, with the Antichrist, with all that's dark, were more subtle than that. It's like a private, wishful thing between that person and the dark side, a kind of a deal that gets struck.
Secret covenant.
Yeah, a covenant. But nothing so direct as a man in a suit offering you a better life, but you're saying that really happened, huh?
That's what this woman said, and the reason, I guess, that he could not enter into the house was because her soul was with God at that point. She was in a state of grace, and he couldn't get into the house if he tried. Apparently she was being protected by the good side.
So it would have had to have been her free will.
Her free will that would have allowed that door
to be opened.
Right. Right. And there are a lot of contacts from what I have found out.
So do you think that this man who was in your backyard, who walked into thin air, do you think that if you had engaged him in conversation, you would have been offered the same deal?
I think so. I think so. Obviously, they don't want the story out. It would spoil the fun, so to speak.
It would spoil the fun.
Well, theirs. I mean, they've got this plan, you know, and they don't want people to know about the warning that's coming. They don't want people to know. They don't want people to be right with God. They want their own agenda to be pushed forward. They want the chaos that's going to happen.
You know, I talked to a lot of college professors. I did talk with one last night, and a lot of them talk about the harvesting of souls.
Right.
The harvesting of souls. That's where ufology sort of begins to mix in with, sort of a general unspecified spiritualism and traditional Catholicism, and the kind of stuff you're talking about right now. But it really, a harvesting of souls isn't all off the mark, is it?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And with the UFOs and people talking about the rapture, you don't have to be too on top of it to see what's going to happen. You've got the Protestants saying we're all going to be raptured. You've got the UFOs that are basically transports that people are looking at. And I do believe that they're out there. I don't believe they come from another planet. I do believe they are demonic in nature. And I think that these UFOs are going to facilitate the Antichrist plan. in his takeover, because they can manipulate, they can do wonders in the heavens, as the Bible proclaims will happen. You know, even in the early 1800s at La Salette, France, those visionaries were told that all the prodigies in the sky would be performed by these UFOs.
Okay, that's the big schism we have here. I talked to Professor Leo Sprinkle last night, and he kind of took on the work of another who has said that these beings are, in fact, he didn't say demonic. Demonic was not the word used, but not friendly, not interested in our best interests.
Right.
Called The Threat by Dr. Jacobs. And last night the professor took him on and felt that that was just a matter of perception, that they in fact are interested, most of them are interested in our welfare. But you think they're demonic.
I'm not the only one. There are a lot of theologians that believe that. The Bible seems to support that, in the fact that the first few layers of the heavens above us are filled with demons that we cannot see as of yet, but that's going to change. That's due to change very soon.
You mean that which is not visible to us now will suddenly be visible? Is that
The veil that is over our eyes right now will be lifted. And that's going to come with the advent of the warning.
The veil that's over our eyes.
Right.
That
we will be able to see them.
Maybe I can only think in terms of movies, but that sounds like The Matrix. I don't know if you saw that, but
no, I haven't seen it.
All right, well, it doesn't matter. The whole concept of the movie is that everything around us, everything we see and do and feel and touch and interact with every day is not the real world. The real world is something else entirely.
Right.
You called it a veil. It sounds like The Matrix.
Very similar. Very similar in concept. Some people here and now have that ability to see beyond the veil.
Why are we shielded from all of this in the first place?
Well, I think it would be darned unsettling if we knew what was out there. And I think we have no idea how bad it's going to get. And that's why part of this book was written, so that people have an idea that it's going to get real ugly.
Did you speak with Father Martin about the third secret of Fatima?
Only in vagaries and verifying information that I had, because he was sworn to an oath that he would not reveal it. But he did intimate enough detail that you got a pretty good idea.
Do you recall his saying that, imagine the worst that you can imagine?
Right. And then some.
And then some. And it's worse than that.
It is. It is enough to drive the strongest I suppose, person nuts.
How close to all of this do you think we are now?
I think you're going to see part of that happening within a year or two.
Within a year or two?
Within a year or two, if not sooner. From what I've been told, the mechanism is in place and it's moving.
All right. All right, Kathleen, hold it right there. We are at the top of an hour. Ever pulling out the proper bumper music. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Kathleen Keating is my guest. She's talking about the final warning. Good morning. I probably should have issued this earlier, but I feel compelled to do so now. What you're listening to tonight is religious prophecy, and it's pretty scary stuff. So if this kind of thing drives you into feeling very disturbed, you might not want to listen. And if you have small children around, even though you shouldn't at this hour, you might not want to have them listen. Having said that, we will continue in a moment. Kathleen Keating is my guest. Stay right there. All right, I've said this before and I want to say it again. I am not a prophet. I am a talk show host. That's all I am. Don't think of me as anything more. I'm a talk show host. However, based on what I've been able to see, years ago I wrote a book called The Quickening. It got on the New York Times bestseller list. It was about our world today, and when I say today, I mean though it was written several years ago, today, that everything is speeding up toward an event. That was the core story of The Quickening, and you can still get that book, by the way. It details our social behavior, our environmental problems, our business situation, our world government. It details every aspect of human endeavor these days, just about, and explains to you that we are going through a process of a quickening, time, in effect, speeding up. Years later, just recently, I wrote another book with Whitley Strieber called The Coming Global Superstorm, and it's on the New York Times bestseller list right now, by the way. Number 15, I think they said. I haven't looked. But it details what we believe is occurring with the obvious now weather changes that are occurring on Earth. I mean, we are having very serious climatic change. There's no question about it. Just about everybody knows that now. The arguments have stopped. They're calling it different things, but everybody knows the climate is changing. So, I'm not a prophet. I'm just a talk show host. But these two books would seem to be coming back to me, both in what Father Malachi Martin said, and what Ms. Keating is saying right now. So I don't know about that, Kathleen. It's just, it kind of freaks me out a little bit in a way. I wrote those books and it seems to be coming back to me.
How does it feel? Isn't that a scary feeling?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Because I'm not even a Catholic.
I don't think you have to be.
I'm not even a very religious person.
I don't think you have to be to see the signs. I mean, you can feel them. You can just see you just know something's around the corner. Mm-hmm. Something big.
When you saw this man in this Armani suit,
yeah,
did you recognize who he was?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I mean, did you recognize? In other words, you knew this was the Antichrist. But when I say recognize who he was, I mean actually recognize the person so as to be able to name a name if you were allowed to?
Let me just say that I recognized him as the person who people have said is the Antichrist. I have seen pictures of him. And I think more than that, I think my soul recognized him. I don't know how else to describe it. I think it was a core feeling that you get, and it wasn't a good feeling. There's power there in that man, strange power, and you're not immune to it. And when you see it face to face like that, mm-hmm. There's no way to describe it.
Is that power being felt in the world now at every level, from the lowly, the talk show host, to the world leader, to the President of the United States, the leader of Russia, whoever that is today?
I think so. I think you're seeing that people have, through their lifestyles or whatever, have somewhat absorbed the Antichrist's DNA, so to speak. And I think that it's altered our own DNA to the point that you're seeing world leaders getting involved with things. When I did some interviews with this Antichrist, supposed Antichrist's people, they claimed that the man is in constant touch with world leaders. And in some cases, on a daily basis. He's influencing policy. He's goading some leaders into wars. You've got a mess in Chechnya. Mm. You're going to see a bigger mess in Europe. More and more countries are going to start getting involved. And the signs are there that this entity is doing something.
Is he precipitating a situation at which our destruction will occur by our own hand?
He is, and I think you saw it in the Gulf War. I think it was cut short. I think that everything was ripe in the world. It was all moving in the direction that he wanted it to move. He has a timetable. He has his own predictions about what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And with President Bush's movement of us into the Gulf War, everything was perfect. It was perfectly set up. And some people feel that prayer took over, that there was a mitigation of what was going to happen. And I think that we were given a few extra years. But all that did was give the Antichrist more impetus and more momentum to fulfill what he wants to do.
And you think the timeline is as short as a year or two?
I do. I think that we could see the total fruition of prophecy by the year 2005.
Now, I can already hear my callers and my faxers.
I'll bet.
They will say, no man nor any woman shall know the exact time.
You're absolutely right, because heaven doesn't give dates, but they do give you signs to look for. And one of the major signs that we need to focus on is Pope John Paul II and his health. According to most prophets.
Well, he could not be any more fragile.
No, he couldn't. And it's a tough situation because he's such a vital man in a body that's not behaving. And it must be horrible for him because he's got the weight of all of this prophecy coming down upon him. And he knows, he has admitted personally that he knows he will be martyred soon.
I have sensed, and I think it's for sure, that the Pope willed himself to be here for the new millennium.
Right.
He willed himself. A man who probably would be dead otherwise still stands because he's willed himself to live. Now, he's still here.
He's still here.
Here we are into the new millennium. He's still alive.
Right.
I wonder if he has other expectations.
I think he is hoping to see at least, hopefully, to get through the warning and the coming miracle that God's going to give us. I think he had at first hoped that he would see Jesus return. But I think that he sees that his time is running out. I think his concern is that he will be replaced before he's dead.
Before he's dead?
Before he's dead. And this is a key point to everybody in the world, Catholic, Muslim, atheist, whatever. There's going to be a coup in Rome that's going to try to get him out of there one way or the other.
A coup?
A coup.
Now, I'm not a Catholic, so I don't know, but what little I do know is that popes stay there until they die.
That's right.
They go away, there's a meeting, there's a vote, there's a council,
right.
There's smoke, and there's a new pope.
Right.
And that's the only way I thought it happened.
That's the only way it's supposed to happen.
How could a coup happen?
They are trying to force the Holy Father out, either through retirement because of his incapacitation, that he supposedly can't do his job. And you can see by his health and how he comes across that he looks like a feather could blow him over.
Yeah.
But the man is so strong underneath, he is fighting the undercurrent in Rome. But what's going to happen is that he knows he has to go into exile. He knows the prophecy has to be fulfilled. But he is trying to give everybody a little longer to get to thinking about God a little more. I don't know if it's ever going to happen. Father Martin really had his doubts about whether the world was going to turn back to God in time.
For the Pope, how would this happen? I mean, how could this happen? It's almost unimaginable, the entire structure.
Well, think about this, though, Art. If you woke up some morning or afternoon or whenever you get up, and on CNN it said Pope John Paul II had died, you would not be surprised, would you?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. But what if the Pope really wasn't dead, but they claimed he was? Then they could supposedly have a conclave of the cardinals and an election of a new Pope, whom I believe, and many people believe, will be the anti-Pope.
The anti-Pope.
The anti-Pope. And he will introduce the Antichrist to the world.
Do you have any idea who the next Pope might be?
There are a lot of candidates out there. You've got Cardinal Martini, who is quite a socialist and leaning quite left of center. He's terribly liberal, and certainly he speaks dozens of languages. He's written over 50 books.
But aren't most popes, by definition of liberalism, regarded generally as liberal, just by the very definition of liberalism?
No, they're not. I mean, inherently maybe they are to some extent, but not to the point of saying to all Catholics, okay, we were wrong about birth control, go ahead and use it.
Oh, no, not to that point. Not with regard to church dogma, no.
But they're going to change dogma. Dogma is slowly changing. You're seeing more that they're, instead of fearing God, they want you to feel loved by God. God couldn't do that. These horrible things that people say are going to happen because God's so loving. But God is also just, and we've gotten away from that. We don't think that we are going to be punished for our sins. God wouldn't do that according to the church of today.
And you're saying, oh, yes, he would.
Definitely. Definitely. I don't know whether you've read the book AA 1025. It's the diary of an anti-apostle. But this man was plucked out of Catholicism in Poland and sent to Russia to be trained to infiltrate the Catholic Church.
Really?
Yeah, really. This guy was sent to seminary so that he would become a priest and work at the destruction of the church within. And obviously there were 1,024 people ahead of him doing the same thing. He was given a number, and I'm sure that there were dozens of more priests put in after him. But he was had worked years and years and years at reforming the Mass, the language of the Mass. He wrote many encyclicals. He was instrumental in Vatican II, and he was in a car accident, a serious car accident with when he was on the verge of forming Vatican III, which is going to be the final total change of dogma in the Catholic Church. And I still expect to see it. But this man was in an automobile accident, and his manuscript of everything that he had done to undermine the Catholic Church and the Catholic people was in that car, and a nurse got a hold of it who took care of him before he died. And she published it. And her name's Marie Curie, Carre. And it is just an eye-opener. The man talked about the changes in the church, taking the tabernacles out of the sacristy and moving them to a less-known place. The destruction of the altars, moving another altar in that looks more like a table, telling people they don't need to go to confession, they don't need the sacraments, that, God understands. And what they were doing, he and the communists that were involved in this, was to take the holiness and the reverence for God out, so that it was more like, do what you want to do. If you don't want to go to Mass on Sunday, pick another day of the week. It's good to be out in the country on Sunday doing other things.
Father Martin feared he might be killed.
Yes. Did you know that it has been said that he said one of his last words was that he was pushed? When he was dying in the hospital?
No, ma'am, I had not heard that.
Yeah. He couldn't see it, but something came up behind him and pushed him.
He was pushed?
They think so.
He said that?
According to this person, yes. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, but you know his history. You know that things happened to him.
Oh, yes.
And so I would not rule it out at all.
No, I don't rule out anything. I've learned not to rule out anything. Your book, The Final Warning, has the subtitle, Your Survival Guide to the New Millennium.
Right.
How do you survive what you're talking about?
Seems kind of impossible, doesn't it?
That's why I'm asking.
Well, I wanted to give people a sense of hope, because there are things that you can do. Father Martin believed there were things that you could do. It was going to be very difficult, but there are things as far as, like I said, getting right with God.
Well, the implication of that is not physical survival.
Actually, I think they're linked. Our spiritual and physical survival are linked.
But when you say getting right with God, I think about somebody in the last 6 minutes of an airplane headed for the ocean at terminal velocity, or better, knowing they're going to die.
I think we're all on that boat.
Well, ultimately we are, aren't we? But,
yeah.
Getting right with God, that's what I think of when I think of that.
There you go.
That's what I was afraid you were going to say. All right. We'll hold it right here. And as I said, obviously we're talking about religious prophecy and we're talking about the church, and these things are going to disturb a lot of you. If you're one of those, please tune out. And again, small children, use your parental control. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. I don't know what to do with this. Kathleen Keating is my guest. Father Martin mentioned many times the coming of 3 days of darkness. You've heard him say that, Kathleen?
I have, and I've done a lot of research into those terrifying days.
Mm-hmm. Somebody wrote to me 3 paragraphs, aside from what I just read. It says the impending and immediate signs, the cross in the sky, and what to do for protection during the 3 days.
Right.
It says there are predicted 2 other occurrences as additional and final warnings before the terror of the 3 days of darkness.
That's right. They're talking, I think, about the warning and the miracle.
A time when every soul will be shown exactly how they have offended God and to what degree. This will be a time of such intense personal suffering that many will wish to die, but no one will.
Mm-hmm.
Is that consistent with what you have heard with regard to warnings of this?
It's exactly correct. In fact, you took the words right out of my mouth. This warning that was told to the girls at Garabandala that would come upon us, which is due any time now, is going to be a time that's not just a spiritual awakening. It's been said through prophecy that we will see God as we will see how God sees us, which may not be a very pretty picture. We will see all of our sins, and we will know during the warning if we were to die at that instant whether we'd go to heaven or hell. We would see the reward for our life.
Kathleen, for many of us, it's very difficult to think of God, and this may be just modern conditioning and the New Age wave that has washed over so many, probably including myself, but it's hard to think of God as a jealous, powerful, angry, vengeful God who would do what we're talking about right now. It's just hard to think of God that way.
I don't think that God is capable of that. I think He's a very loving God first and foremost, but He is also just. And there are so many horrors and abominations on earth right now through abortion and whatever, wars, people that are into drugs, whatever it may be. We have turned away from God. It isn't God that's doing this. We've brought it on ourselves. God has given us, as I said, He lets you know that He's going to give you a major correction, and He gives you time to change, to come back to Him. In fact, Art, some of the weather that you've been writing about is meant to become more frequent, more catastrophic, more storms, more devastation. And the point is to put us on our knees, to ask God for help. Nobody's doing it. You have a handful of people here and there that, oh, thank God I made it through, and that's great. But we all need to turn back to God. We all need to realize that our very breath is because He allows it.
Okay. It says there will appear a giant cross in the sky.
Right. And that will be 1 week before the warning.
Now, Kathleen, a lesser degree, percentage-wise, of people in the world, I mean, the cross is the sign of the crucifixion.
Right.
More of the world is not Christian than it is Christian.
Yes.
So, will this appear only to Christians, or will it appear to all who walk the earth?
Everyone's going to see it. Everyone. You're not going to be able to miss it. It's going to be visible worldwide for 24 hours.
And that will immediately precede 3 days of darkness.
No. This is the warning. You're going to see a cross in the sky 7 days before the warning transpires. And I'm glad you brought this up because there's a time in there in those 7 days that you can prepare yourself, your house, and any animals that you may have. You're going to see birds and small animals disappearing before the warning happens.
Disappearing.
Something similar like to earthquake behavior. cats cling to the back of the couch.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, things like that. But you're going to see the smaller animals and birds just disappear.
Go away.
They'll go away. They're going to hide.
In other words, they're not going to be vaporized in some way. They're going to be reacting as they would to an impending earthquake. We know for sure. I interviewed geologists, and he actually predicts earthquakes by the lost and found columns in newspapers.
You're right. The more cats disappear or whatever,
that's right.
Yeah, the earthquake is closer, and that's going to be the same thing. And the main thing that we need to do, and the comet is going to be approaching at the same time. And this is, and before...
Boy, I'll tell you, that's very clear. I mean, if small animals in mass began to disappear, if a cross appeared in the sky to the entire world, it would definitely have my attention. It would have everybody's attention.
It would, and we're going to feel a sense at that time, Art, in that week beforehand, that something spiritual is really going to take place, something like what you're anticipating, that major event. This is going to be it. It's going to be at a time that the day of the warning, it'll happen about dawn.
About dawn.
About dawn. It will happen, it's been said that there will be like a white mist that will come over the earth. And that as the mist goes clear around the globe, the warning will start in each country. And we will be held in this warning time for 8 days until everybody accepts God as the Creator. Until everybody sees what they have done to God through their sins. That we will be held in this horrible time. There'll be terrible thunder and lightning and earthquakes. Some have said that the earthquakes will last 20 minutes, if you can imagine that. I mean, 20 seconds is bad enough, but 20 minutes. We're expecting, according to prophecy, several prophets, that there's going to be a major earthquake in the center of the United States.
I went through an earthquake that lasted about 40 seconds, along with my wife not long ago. Very close epicenter, very close to where we are here. And it was the single most terrifying earthquake I've been through, and I've been through a few.
Right.
This one really was terrifying, but to imagine a 20-minute earthquake...
Right.
Can't even imagine it, Kathleen.
No, you can't, and that's the problem. I think people, they hear about this warning and they think, well, it's just a spiritual thing, but there are physical things that you have to do to get through this, and God knows praying would help. I think that would help alleviate things. Prophets are talking about covering your windows. And once this warning starts at the pre-dawn time...
People want specifics, so let me read you what I've got. And since it's been right so far, let's see if the person has it right. It says what to do for protection during the three days. Mm-hmm. As soon as you perceive the disturbed signs of the very cold night, go inside, shut and lock all doors and windows, pull down the shades, keep doors and windows well covered. Mm-hmm. Go and stay away from doors and windows. Do not look out. Do not go outside for any reason. Do not talk to anyone outside. Anyone who looks or goes out will die immediately. The wrath of God is holy, and he does not want us to see it. Light your blessed candles. All will be black. The only thing which will give light will be blessed wax candles. Even these will not burn in the houses of the godless and scoffers. Once lit, nothing will put them out in the houses of the believers. Be sure to keep a supply of blessed wax candles in your home, holy water to be sprinkled freely about the house, especially the doors and windows. Bless yourself and others with it. Drink it. Anoint your senses with it, your hands, feet, and forehead. Keep a sufficient supply of food, water, and blankets, and so forth. Is that what you've heard?
Yes, I have. That now, again, that's the 3 days of darkness, but there are similar warnings attached to the great warning that it's due. The warning will come before the 3 days of darkness, and then the miracle, and then the 3 days. So the warning, yes, you do need to go inside. You need to lock your doors and windows. You need to cover them with plastic so that if the glass breaks, it won't fly in, and then there'll be bad dust from the comet and so forth that's highly flammable. Another thing that isn't mentioned there is that demons will start appearing during this time.
Demons.
They will try to keep you from praying or asking for God's help. As far as children and the elderly are concerned, they will be put into a deep sleep out of the mercy of God.
Aren't you talking about a war between heaven and hell?
Yes, an all-out war. And we're going to be caught right in the middle of it. And part of that veil that I mentioned earlier is going to be lifted so that we see things that are good and evil. We will see our guardian angels at the warning.
Why are we important? Why are our souls important? Why are we so doggone important? A God, a creator, an evil of Satan, Lucifer, and in between, here we are, the object of all the attention. What's going on? Why are we so important?
God really loves us. He made us to serve Him and to love Him back. And I don't think that as human beings that we're so finite in our thinking that we could ever comprehend the love of God. And certainly the way we've turned ourselves away from God, we're not going to get it at all. And as far as the dark side trying to come after us, we are prizes. Lucifer thinks in his own mindset that the more souls he captures, he will be allowed back into heaven. But when in reality, God's going to swat him back down into hell.
So the outcome of this confrontation is known.
Yes and no, but it's a debate as to how many people are going to go where.
And so your instruction is to the people who would like to end up in the better place.
Yes, and I think we all would if we knew what was waiting for us. But we're all going to get a glimpse of that in the warning. We're all going to see what hell is like because we're going to feel an intense heat when we see our sins the way God sees us. Not with any, well, I did that because of this, or I wasn't thinking when I did that, or I was young, We're not going to have any excuses during the warning. We're going to see it exactly the way it is. And we're going to see what we deserve. And it's a very terrifying experience to witness hell. But we're going to see it. But God's giving this time for us to change.
Do you have any idea or concept of what hell is?
I do. I've done a lot of research into it and talked to a lot of people that, like Father Martin, that have the theological concept of hell.
I interviewed, and it will be indelibly imprinted on my mind for all of my life, this young girl named Sarah. I don't know if you've been a follower of the show or not.
Yes.
Did you hear that interview?
Yes.
Did you hear, she was coming home from church on a bicycle, got slammed by a truck and thrown 60 feet. She was dead.
Mm-hmm.
And she went to, do I want to say hell? She said, parts of the place that she went to had to be hell. And she was also with the light. It was a remarkable, remarkable thing to hear, that interview. And she talked about agonizing thousands and millions of bodies in agony and that sort of thing. Is that the hell you think you know?
It is. It's perpetual. There have been visionaries that have written extensive documents on hell. They've been permitted to see it. And the torture that goes there is just incredible. You would think that people like Hitler that ended up there, this one author or seer has talked about it, that he is punished even more in hell because of all the people he killed that went to heaven. There's that kind of, and that's what we're dealing with the Antichrist. There is so much evil that we as human beings cannot comprehend.
In other words, he who administers hell would have been particularly angry at Hitler for dispatching so many to the other place.
Right.
I'm putting it simply here, but I'm trying to get it.
He created martyrs, and that was wrong as far as Lucifer was concerned. A lot of people went to heaven because they believed in God.
That would make
and
sense.
part of the Hitler's plan was to eradicate the Jews so that they would not have their own homeland. And that was part of the Satan-driven plot, so that it would mess up the prophecy and the coming of Jesus.
Father Martin and I talked extensively about possession, real, serious possession. As you know, he was an exorcist.
Yes.
The exorcist,
right.
I would say. And he talked to me about priests that had been killed during exorcisms. He talked to me about people who had been possessed by the devil or his agents. I don't know, the devil, I guess. And battles that he had gone through. It was riveting stuff. Did he share any of that with you?
He did. It's a scary thing because he was in a tenuous situation.
I know.
And I had experienced some things in my life. The closer I got to stories, the more anomalous behavior that started to happen near me. And I was concerned about it, frightened by it, and didn't want to get trapped into it. And he understood that. He understood the forces that you can't see but are very prevalent. And they're taking over, and it's a very dangerous situation.
You have written a book called The Final Warning, which is not really available, Amazon.com.
It will be, Art. It's available now as far as reserving a copy.
So it's just coming out, though?
It's just coming out. Your listeners can get it at a special price.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if they want to order now, I can give them a number, and they get it.
Go ahead and give me a number now. We'll repeat it after the time.
Okay, it's 1-800, pardon me, 1-877.
1-877.
620 book.
Book?
Book.
Huh. Pretty good number. 1-877 620 book.
Book. Right. It's Picasso Publications. And I think they're letting all of your listeners have the book for $10.95. That's my understanding.
Oh, you're kidding?
No.
I thought that was supposed to be like a $25 book.
It is, but they're letting your listeners have it for $10.95.
How long have you been working on this?
A good seven years.
7 years.
And it's like pushing a peanut up Mount Everest.
Hold on.
Who knows?
I understand. Hold on, Kathleen. We'll be right back. What we're going to do is open the lines when we get back. Kathleen Keating is my guest. I'm Art Bell, and this is a fairly scary Coast to Coast AM. And it reads as follows. Recalling what Don Juan taught Carlos Castaneda, that we are energy, spiritual beings, that this physical universe is effectively a shared illusion that we learn to maintain from our lifetime of interaction with others. We grow into it. Therefore, we believe it to be the sum total of reality, never questioning it, never seeking beyond it. Yes, like in The Matrix. Is it possible that what was unseen will become seen? It refers to our collective awakening to a new level of spiritual awareness. We won't see it until we believe it. Is it possible that an Antichrist is the catalyst that shall bring about this new spirituality, and that it is according to God's plan, a very complex plan of which we can only perceive pieces? I find it very difficult to believe that the Creator is a poor chess player. But then I favor uncomplicated explanations. All right, back now to Kathleen. Did you hear that fax, Kathleen?
Yes, I did. That was really something else, wasn't it?
On the mark, huh?
Yeah, it was. I think where would we be without the Antichrist in some respects?
Well, here's somebody who says, Art, maybe it'd be a good idea to have Kathleen tell the listeners exactly what the Antichrist means.
Well, that's a really good question. The Antichrist can be a group of people. We're talking about one specific person, though, who denies the deity of Jesus. He is therefore an Antichrist. He puts himself above Jesus. The number 666 was taken by Lucifer because God's number is 333 for the Blessed Trinity. He puts himself above God, so he doubles it, 666.
Here's another one that says, Art, it is not that God is vengeful, it is that he is the face of truth, and we are confronted with that truth. Does that sound right?
It does. I think, people say that God sends people to hell. He doesn't. We send ourselves at that realization of that perfect being, that the truth and the light. It's all right there. His life is there for us to see, and we are exposed, and we become so ashamed at our lies and whatever we do on earth that we run towards hell because we've just messed up with God. We can't stand it. Our souls flee to hell.
Did you, again, here I go off to my movie parallels, but there was a movie about a woman who thought that Judgment Day was coming, and she took her son out into the desert. Do you know that movie I'm talking about?
I think I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No.
The end of the movie was the most interesting. She took her son's life and she took her own life, but she was then required to judge herself.
Right.
She went to a place where she actually judged her own actions and prevented herself from going further. It was really an interesting movie. Look, I want to go to the line, so let's see what some of the audience has to say about all of this, all right?
Sure.
Here it comes. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen.
Good evening, Kathleen. Good evening, Art.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
All right.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Chris, and I'm in Long Beach, California. And I'm someone that has traveled the world. Have lived a very fortunate life as the son of a very wealthy man. And I attribute most of my knowledge about life because of my travels.
Mm-hmm.
And I've concentrated when I travel to study people and the way we live and to study our relationship with the earth. And something unique about my life, which has been increasing over the past year, are clairvoyant experiences that I've never shared with anyone except Linda Howe outside of my own family. And this includes also healing animals, pets in the neighborhood, freeing them from disease. And it's nothing that I can control. It's something that something happens to me. I know it's something I should do, and I see an injured animal and I do it. Or I'll have these visions just shortly before I wake up of something that will happen that day, and I'm able to give exact details of an incident and tell someone in my family something that will happen to them that has prevented injury and even fires in automobiles and car accidents that happen later on in the day. I've told about it first thing in the morning. But the vision that is coming up constantly, very frequently, as a matter of fact, in the past 2 months, is I'm standing in front of masses of people who are running in fear. I don't know what it is they're running from, but the first time I had this vision, I saw the face of Jesus in the sky, or of God. That's what I related it to. And people were just in fear, but I was standing there calm and relaxed and content. And I myself have tried the best that I can to prepare myself for whatever it is that's going to happen that I feel is coming. I don't know how I know about it, or it's just these, it's like something's being put into my body. Spiritually, I feel I'm transforming at a very rapid rate lately. And it scares myself. I just don't share it with many people, but I think the audience that you have on the radio tonight might be able to appreciate it, especially since
you're having these visions now frequently.
Very frequently.
All right.
At least once a week. Visions happen to me maybe 2 or 3 times a year. Now it's weekly.
Okay, Kathleen, will there be increasing numbers of people like this with visions like this as the time approaches?
As we get closer to the warning, more and more people are going to be having these. And the Bible said that our children will dream dreams, and you will see things that will happen. There'll be a lot more prophets good and bad. But I think what Chris is experiencing is something that is the norm, that he's getting closer and closer to God. He certainly has gifts from God that help the animals and mankind around him. He's very in tune to what's happening, and I think God uses people with these blessings to get the word out. It's sort of like pack your spiritual bags, we're getting ready.
Yeah. I'll tell you something, Kathleen. I don't know how many other people will resonate with this, but I think that if I was required to judge myself right now, I would send myself to hell.
I think most of us would, Art. That's a disconcerting thought, isn't it?
That's an honest thought.
But see, Art, that's the whole thing of this. You've got the chance to send yourself to purgatory or heaven.
Huh.
Eventually. That's why we're given this chance of an awakening process. There's hope. That's the good news about all of this horror that's coming. There is hope for yourself. Because let's face it, it's going to be a very individual thing when this happens.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes. I'm calling from Alabama.
Yes, ma'am.
ERC 960 AM.
Yes, ma'am.
And I appreciate Kathleen's fortitude and boldness, and I can feel that it doesn't matter what happens to her. She's going to do what she's got to do. Appreciate that in her.
Well, thank you.
And, Kathleen, when I was growing up, the people, my grandparents, they were afraid of the Catholic people.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't the Catholic people of their time, it's the Catholic people of the Catholic Church you were talking about. It's of this future.
Yes.
I believe the Antichrist is going to come through this Catholic Church in the last days.
Right.
And the number 666, does it not come out of the Catholic title of the priest? I'm not going to say it right, but maybe you can correct me. Victor, Dia, or something like that.
It's not. That's the misconception. It's not of God. It is not of the good Catholic Church. You've got people in the Catholic Church now that are really destroying the church. They are evil, and they are infiltrating with dissemination of misinformation. It's just terrible. And so I know what you're talking about.
When the Antichrist comes,
Mm-hmm.
Kathleen, won't almost all follow him?
It's going to be real hard not to, because
Won't he be offering
food,
apparent salvation?
Yes. Well, he's going to come not as the Antichrist. Of course he's not. He's going to come as the Messiah.
Yes.
And that he only has the way to salvation. But he's going to come at a time of crisis where you have to follow him in order to eat. You have to follow him in order to have anything left.
But if Christ came back now,
right,
wouldn't he be nearly immediately, in the modern way, crucified? I mean, the world is waiting and expecting the Antichrist.
Right, but don't we crucify Jesus every day by our actions? Doesn't he get re-crucified? You know, we think that God doesn't feel because Jesus was crucified, he died and resurrected, and he's supposedly immune to all the pain and the sin that's on earth, but he's not. He continues to feel that. And the pain that the Eternal Father feels is to see Jesus suffer again and again with the abominations throughout the Christian churches. It isn't just the Catholic Church that is throwing God away.
Will it be clear enough that we will understand? We really won't, will we? In other words, we will think that Christ has returned. That'll be the nature of the Antichrist.
Well, yes and no. If we're paying attention, we're not going to miss it. We're going to know who he is. And at the miracle art that will happen in Garabandal, Spain, we will be shown, everybody on earth will have a vision of who this Antichrist is. And that's when we are marked by God or by him.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes, I would like to know if this cross that's going to be seen in the sky, like with me, I'm totally blind. So will that be like a physical sight or a spiritual sight that people will see that?
What an excellent question. I think it's going to be a spiritual thing and a physical thing. And I think that you're going to know about it. A lot of the visionaries now will notify people, and I certainly will notify Art when I know that it's coming, so that he can get the word out, so that everybody will not miss it. That you'll have that.
So in other words, you will see it as clearly as the sighted.
Okay. I believe that, Art. I really do. I don't think God's going to leave anybody out of this one.
And I have a question about the Antichrist. Could you tell me, like Gene Dixon had mentioned that the Antichrist was born around 62. Do you think the person that you saw was around between their 30s and 40s?
Yes, very definitely. There are some visionaries that think he's older, but the consensus is of the 500 visionaries that I've been involved with believe he's in his 30s.
Well, thanks for answering my question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Bye.
In other words, you began at that age, and so you saw a fully grown adult.
Right.
Who would probably not appear to age, or would?
He doesn't seem to.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Kathleen.
Yeah, you're going to have to yell at us, sir. You're not very loud.
Oh, okay. I got a quick two-part question. I'll take the answer off the air. A, how integral is the Antichrist to Lucifer's plans? And B, if he is so integral, if we were to destroy him, could we stop all of this mess that's going to happen?
Oh, all right. How important is the Antichrist to them?
Very, very. He's Satan incarnate.
And if the Antichrist could be thwarted or eliminated in some way?
I don't think he can, except by God. He's going to try to ascend into heaven, and he's going to be knocked down into hell by God. God is the only one that can stop him now. I think that's the way it's always been.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hello. I'd just like to say a couple of things that about the references to the Bible, the Antichrist, and all that. That the Bible is not open to personal interpretation. The Bible is very specific about what is to come, what's going to happen, and all that. Jiminy Christmas. It says specific things are going to happen, and it's going to happen in a specific order, and it's just not. Oh boy, I don't know how to explain it.
It's set in stone, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, about the Pope there. The Pope, I keep up on a lot of things, and also it says, Nostradamus says that there's only 2 more popes after this one. Also that the Pope is going to offer up the Antichrist as the real Jesus Christ.
That will be the anti-pope, not an officially elected pope. That will be the pope that will seize power but not be duly elected.
But you believe that to be the pope that follows the one who clings to life today, right?
Yes, I do believe that. In Garabando, the girls were told that Pope John Paul II would be the last pope. Now, whether that means he's the last pope before things get really ugly, or whether he's the last good pope, there will be one other pope, and his name will be Petrus Romanus.
This will be following the so-called anti-pope?
He, according to the last pope, he will be appointed by John Paul before he's killed. There will be one that's elected, and his name would be Gloria of the Olives. In other words, from what St. Malachi had predicted.
Yes.
And the last pope would be Peter Romanus, so it's like the Alpha and the Omega. We go back to Peter the Roman again.
All right. Oh, hold on, Kathleen. We'll be right back. I guess that would be a world without love, which a lot of people will do. Good morning, everybody. Kathleen Keating is my guest, and we're talking about some pretty heavy stuff, so I again warn you, if this sort of thing disturbs you, there are other stations, and if there are children in the room, you might want to consider what you want them to hear. The movie, of course, was The Rapture with Mimi Rogers, and I would recommend this movie to anyone. It has a very shocking beginning, and for that matter, a shocking ending. And a lot of people never get past the beginning, but I urge you to do so. The first minutes of the movie are liable to turn those off who ought not be turned off. It's not a movie for children. But go rent it. It's called The Rapture, and it's with Mimi Rogers And again, in the first minutes of the movie, there is some adult objectionable material. Get past that, because that's not what it's about. Believe me. Maybe in a way it is. My guest is Kathleen Keating, and she'll be right back. Kathleen Keating's book is called The Final Warning. It's not out yet. When it is, it'll probably be priced about $25 or something like that. It's not available yet, but it will be available ultimately at Amazon.com and your bookstore and all that. But right now, because she's on the air with me, they've got a special deal going. You can get, in a pre-order, I guess, you can order it for how much?
$10.95.
$10.95. That's a better discount than Amazon.com.
They love you, Art.
Yeah. The number to call is 1-877-620-2665. That's 1-877-620-2665. Is that a 24-hour number, do you know?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Art.
All right. Let's see. What do I want to ask you? There's so much. The rapture.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe there will be a rapture? In other words, will some be taken from this horror before it unfolds?
Wouldn't that be nice to be able to get that ticket out of here?
Yeah.
I do believe in the rapture. Not all Catholics do, which is unfortunate. It is in the Catholic teachings, but they, of course, don't teach that anymore. That's part of the change. I'm not one that believes, like the Protestants say, of the pre-trib rapture and the post-tribulation rapture. According to information that I have researched, the rapture will start shortly after the warning.
Shortly after the warning. That would make sense. Mm-hmm.
And people will be going at odd times. There will be a mass plucking, so to speak, of good souls, souls that couldn't tolerate what is coming. Mm-hmm. Innocent souls that are certainly targeted by the Antichrist for God knows what.
Again, a harvesting.
A harvesting, exactly. And this harvesting is going to keep on going until the 3 days of darkness. So the best thing you can do, I guess, if you want to get out of what's happening, is to get your life to the point where you are free from sin.
I used to ask on the air, just for fun, I guess, what would you do if you woke up one morning and all the born-again Christians were gone? And people would frequently give me flip answers of all kinds. But it's worth a little bit of thought.
It is. It is, because what are we going to do? It's going to be explained in the news that either UFOs got them or whatever, but can you think of the emotional impact of waking up and having maybe half the population of the Earth gone? Your loved ones, you know?
Yeah, I usually get flip answers like, okay, well, it's party time then.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think it'll be our party.
No, I think if you're the one that's left, you're going to be sweating bullets.
Sweating bullets, if not swallowing them. Listen, Russia.
Yes.
We have to have that discussion. Russia somehow plays a part in the way all this unfolds, doesn't it?
It does, and you can go back to Fatima, where it's mentioned in prophecy, and even before that into the 1500s. Russia's going to be the main problem. It still is the problem. The Cold War is not over. It's a ruse. Gorbachev said so himself in a speech in 1984.
Well, I believe that. If you look at recent events in Russia and the changing of the guard and what they now believe versus what they said they believed during the supposed end of the Cold War, they're even running a big series on CNN, The Cold War.
Right.
You know, it's gone, it's over. It's not over, is it?
No, it isn't. In Gorbachev's own words, he said that there will be no significant internal change in the Soviet Union. There will be no glasnost or perestroika in reality. That's the appearance we want to give. Our purpose, quote, Gorbachev says, our purpose is to disarm the Americans and let them fall asleep. We want to accomplish three things. One, we want the Americans to withdraw conventional forces from Europe. Two, we want them to withdraw nuclear forces in Europe. And three, we want the Americans to stop proceeding with the Strategic Defense Initiative.
Yeah, especially that one.
Now, prophecy has said in recent years, and even before Gorbachev opened his mouth, that this whole thing was a setup, that they are going to come after us, and we better pay attention.
All right, here we go again. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating.
Hi, Art. This is Andy from Largo, Florida.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Kathleen, question or basically a comment. I was raised Christian. It's basically, it's hard for me to sustain a solid foundation in the belief of a hellfire. We're taught in the Christian religion that the wages of sin is death. Well, you know, I've studied many, many religions, from the Balinese Islands to the Taraja people or the Celebes Highlands, Indonesia, all over the world. And when you listen to these high priests all over the world from all different religions, they can't be ruled out. And I firmly believe that just because a certain tribe, like the Osmats, who still live as they did 50,000 years ago in the Age of Wood, are firm in their belief system, they have their own structure. They're safe in their own way. God created them. I got into an argument with a minister once about Christian ministries going down remote river systems trying to domesticate primitive people. Leave them alone. You know, that's the way I was. Now, it sounds like I'm an atheist. I'm not. I'm a Christian man. But I'm also open to all other religions because they have a story, too.
Well, then they would say you're not a true Christian. Or you could not stand by and see those souls facing eternal damnation.
Well, you know, Art, good point, and what makes me really think of that, I mean, I got a heavy argument here.
I'm with you, though, sir. I mean, I'm really with you. I don't understand how souls, people who have firm, well-grounded beliefs, but other than Christian.
Exactly. And the Christian church will hate to hear this, but no organized religion has caused more social or structural damage to the planet than the Christian church. Now, that's not a cheap shot at the church. I don't know.
No. It's not. Let's get a response. I'm interested. Kathleen, he's right.
Andy is right to a certain extent, and I don't think that God judges these people because they don't hear the gospel. I think that He treats them the way He does everybody else. If you live a good life, you live a good life. But I do think that, unwittingly, people, missionaries or whatever, some, of course, out of a sense of duty, no matter what Christian faith it is to spread the news of the gospel to all corners of the earth. But that unwitting sense in there is to fulfill prophecy. We're almost driven subconsciously to get the news to the four corners of the earth so that God can come back.
Kathleen, we are seeing increasingly things in our skies, triangular craft, round craft.
Oh, yes.
Craft that are absolutely, completely undeniable. Aircraft captains of large 747s have come on my program, police officers, people of all kinds of high positions have come on and told what they have seen. And you don't believe. I mean, when you look up at the night sky, in all of creation, if you want to think of it that way, it's reasonable, even probable, that there are others. Why could these not be others? Why are they of necessity evil?
I think their very nature appeals to people as being evil. When they see them or have interaction with them, people don't get a good sense from them. And I think that has spread and permeated into the sense that, oh, they must be demons. I mentioned earlier that theologians believe they're demons, and that these spaceships are part of an illusion to keep us from the history of creation, that God stepped into civilization and created Adam and Eve. And you're going to see a lot of debunking of creation, that perhaps life started on another planet and we were deposited here.
Yes.
And it's just going to become more and more prevalent. But that is part of, from what I can see, the Antichrist plan.
The Antichrist plan.
Uh-huh.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Yes.
Love you and love Rolly, too.
Thank you.
Listen, about a year ago, I started having mental problems, hallucinations and things. And basically, I've been under psychic attack for about a year, and I'm under psychic attack right now. Whenever I talk about this, they have the ability to run my heartbeat up, and it gets scary. That being said, my experience is that the devil and evil spirits are trying to take over my mind. Initially, they did it with flashing images when I'd first be waking up or go into sleep. Subsequent to that, I would wake up at night and they would be trying to hypnotize me. And most recently, and this is the most diabolical thing, they've started scripting my dreams. They are actually, when you said something about dreams last weekend,
yes.
I sent you an email. I don't know if you got it. They are actually controlling my dreams, scripting my dreams, reprogramming my mind and my subconscious through my dreams.
All right. Let me ask Kathleen about your situation. Now, Kathleen, how do we separate those who are having a true mental dysfunction, a mental illness, from those who are having revelation, real revelation?
You mean demonic revelation?
No, either creative revelation or demonic revelation. In other words, how do we separate? This was a problem that Father Malachi Martin had in trying to decide whether or not to do an exorcism.
Right. I mean, there is some sense of a physical imbalance, a chemical thing that could be going on. A lot of people believe, and I know Father Malachi did in certain extent, that it is a demonic thing, but not in all cases. So it's very hard to tell. I think when the caller said that they have control over him, it's best to try not to give the dark side too much credit. Don't give them that control. They can't take it unless you give it to them. Mm-hmm. And if it's a chemical thing, you need to be working with a physician for that.
All right. That makes sense. All right. Again, going back to the rapture for a second, if you're not raptured and you're one of the ones left down here,
right?
What advice would you give those strolling around wondering where everybody went?
I'd be praying an awful lot that I could make amends fast enough to get out of here. If not, I know that there are refuges that will be available to people. Bands of almost going back to the early Christian days in the catacombs that will be living together and trying to survive the coming horrors. So I think the best thing you can do is try to keep focused on God. It's going to be very difficult because there's going to be a lot of...
For those, it would be kind of a purgatory on earth.
It is purgatory on earth, and we are cleansing our sins, and as we cleanse them by whatever plague or something that we have to endure, whatever physical and emotional suffering, that expiates our sins. And so as you expiate them, then you will be more eligible, so to speak, to be raptured.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Good evening. Well, some people might think what I'm about to say is blasphemy, but here it goes.
Okay.
Personally, I believe that the four horsemen of the apocalypse, tongue-tied there, are the four major religions of the world. Because, I mean, so far, what you've seen throughout history is religion has brought war, famine, pestilence, and death. My personal belief is that we need to turn more to ourselves and become more spiritual.
Well, what about the old argument that it's not religion so much that's doing this as man's application of free will within that religious belief?
Well,
how about that one?
That's a stumper there, Art. But just continue.
Sure.
What I believe is that I believe the Native American people hit the nail on the head when they said, we are basically all interconnected. We are all part of one. And I think that's what we need to realize. And personally, I believe, your experiments even are, you prove that if everybody concentrates on something hard enough, we'll make it come to be.
I've proven something. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, if we all believe the end's coming, it'll come.
How about we could put it off by all getting together and having positive thoughts that we start thinking of God and we all do it collectively and wham, it's put off and life gets better.
Why do we need God?
We couldn't live without Him. We could not live without Him.
Well, he's saying that if we can either bring it on or forestall it, then we are doing this ourselves. We are, in effect, God.
And we've promoted ourselves as God, sure.
We are not God. We are not God. We're part of a larger organism. That's why I see it more of a scientific type thing. I believe we're all interconnected. Like, I mean, how many Catholic priests have said, you know, I was out in the forest and I heard it speak to me, as compared to, say, a Native American shaman?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I believe we got to get more spiritual and less idolization. I mean, we're worshiping idols, and if personally, the way I see it, if there truly was a God, he wouldn't care how we worshipped. He wouldn't care that we went to church every Sunday. I think he would be more concerned with how we lead our lives and how we try and contribute to a greater good. I
do agree with that, but I mean, very strict dogma says all kinds of things about what will happen to you if you're not baptized, what will happen to you if you don't believe specifically and accept Christ and all the rest of it. You're not going there; you're going there.
Well, the best part is we're all going to find out soon, aren't we? Who's right?
I personally believe that church and religion was created for one purpose: money. I mean,
there are a lot of people.
What's the richest country in the world right now?
We are.
Besides, well, okay, another rich country, the Vatican.
Oh.
Very, very rich.
Very rich, yes.
Very, very, very rich. I mean...
Well, I suppose for its size, per capita, yes, the Vatican would be richer than we are.
Since the beginning of time, we've been hunters and gatherers. And before, we used to hunt and gather birds and gather berries and fruit and vegetables, and
all right, well,
now all we hunt and gather is nickels and dimes.
All right, it's a good point, the coin changers. You know, he's really right. Per capita, the Vatican certainly is richer than we are. As a nation in totality, certainly we are the richest nation in the world, but the Vatican is, for its size, per capita, the richest nation in the world.
Absolutely. And I think that's part of what has to be. I think it's the target, of course, for people that want to take it over because of that money and because of their it's just incredible, the power that they actually have.
So the Vatican, the very place that Catholics look to, is the very place that now has within it evil.
Yes, unfortunately that's true. I do not think that Pope John Paul II is evil. I think he's a very holy man.
Right.
And I totally respect him. I think there are people around him that are absolutely evil, and those are the people that are going to take over. And I think that's going to be a terrible thing because most Catholics are going to be just...
And those are the people that Father Malachi Martin worried were going to kill him.
Ditto.
Those may be the people that Father Malachi Martin was talking about if he really said, I was pushed.
That could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it certainly makes sense because it wasn't the first time. But those people are very, very strong. Their group is so entrenched that they've got a lot of connections and a lot of things they can do to people.
Kathleen, I always, at this juncture in the program, I know you're in Nebraska, you're a time zone or two away.
Sure.
I ask them whether they wish to do the final hour or not.
I'm game if you are.
You are, huh?
You bet.
All right, then so be it. My guest is Kathleen Keating. She is was an acquaintance of the former Father Malachi Martin, who I'm sure you heard interviewed many, many times right here. She'll be back for a final hour about the final warning in a moment. The group called ABBA, this group, just turned down $1 billion to get back together again and have a world tour. Can you imagine that, turning down $1 billion? Why do you think they did it? I bet you didn't see this one coming tonight. Kathleen Keating is here.
Yes, I do.
Is our weather changing? From Time Magazine, January 31st, 2000. What do you think the scientists are saying about the weather right now? Here's an article from Time, in part, entitled, Wacky Weather Ahead. December of 99 was mild. Deceptively mild, it now seems.
For if January is any indication of what lies in store, then the winter that came in like a lamb could go out like a lion, as could many more winters that followed. Summers could turn nastier as well, bringing more droughts to the southwest U.S. and more hurricanes to the southeast. Why? What do you imagine the scientists have to say here? It goes on. A growing number of scientists believe that a long-term climate cycle known as the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is showing signs of shifting gears. The latest tantalizing hint that this may be the case comes from satellite images released last week by NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. The reds and the whites in the picture depict large areas where sea surface temperatures are above normal. The blues and pinks signify colder waters. And so forth and so on. So that's what the scientists are saying, and they will always have something to say. They will observe what's going on, the changes that are occurring, and they will try and come up with a reason for those changes. That's what they're saying to Time magazine right now about the changes. All right, back now to Kathleen Keating. Kathleen, is there a way people can contact you, internet or mail or whatever?
Sure. As far as email, finalwarning@mail.com.
Is that N-A-I-L?
M as in...
mail.
Mail, M-A-I-L.
.com.
Finalwarning@mail.com, or they can write to me in care of my publisher, Picasso Publications.
Finalwarning at mail.com.
At mail.com. And I'd be glad to answer anybody's questions or help them in any way.
Oh, they're going to have a lot of questions.
Questions are good.
All right. Well, then let's keep them coming. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hello. Hi. This is Julia from Tennessee.
Yes.
Hi, Julia.
And I understood you, Kathleen, to say that you think that extraterrestrials are evil.
I believe they are, from the evidence that I've seen. I guess we're going to find out whether they are or not, but I tend to believe that they do have some demonic attachment.
Okay, I would like to offer you a different perspective.
Okay.
Starting in 1956, I had UFO experiences when I was 8 years old. And a UFO came over Long Lake outside of Mount Gilead, Ohio. And it came down, it frightened everyone that was with me, and I said, oh no, don't be frightened, it's just a UFO. And in 1983, we talk about the triangular shapes, Art, and flying at tree level, and I had an amazing experience. I counted 42 triangular objects. I was working in my studio. I'm a handbag designer. And I looked out my window, and I saw this enormous, as big as a football field, but it was circular, craft go down on top of a mountain, and I mean, this is the honest-to-God's truth. The mountain, on top of the mountain, was a home. But when the craft approached it, the whole earth opened up, and the craft went down into the mountain itself.
I've heard stories like this before.
This is the truth.
Right.
I mean, I got in my car with my ex-husband, and he and I started riding up the road, and I counted 42 triangular craft, and they did have there was a central light underneath it. It looked, well, you would think of jet propulsion, actually, but it was totally silent. There was not a sound.
Right.
Well, right after that, I was in my bedroom at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and this pink light came through the window, and it went over me. Well, it startled me. I opened my eyes, apparently seeing some form of light. It was in the corner of the room. It only went over me, and I was terrified. I threw my blankets over my head, and something suddenly told me, just be peaceful. I stayed there for I could not tell you how long, and it drifted out of the window. Well, out of the window, there was a circular, I couldn't tell you the circumference, but underneath there was a pink light. It was hitting the earth, and there were figures underneath it. Okay, nothing happened. In 1991, I was miraculously healed, in a Catholic hospital, and they had told me that I had terminal pancreatitis. It was acute, and I would be dead within 7 days. And a blinding white light came to me, and all I saw was a tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel was a figure which moved to the right.
All right, for the sake of brevity here, if I may, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
First of all, the first thing that you described, this encounter, this close encounter, how do you characterize that? What do you think
find
you were
them demonic at all. What I do believe...
Well, you were under the covers.
I was under... Oh, you mean when the pink light...
Yes.
Oh, it frightened me to death at first.
But you don't regard that as a demonic encounter.
Well, no. It frightened me because it was unusual, and I think we question anything that is unusual.
Yeah, but if you hadn't gone under the covers, you might have a totally different point of view right now.
But I brought the covers back over my head and opened my eyes and witnessed the pink light, and a peace came over me. And I saw the pink light. At this point was pink. It went out of the house.
Okay, and then later a healing.
There was a miraculous
light.
healing.
All right.
And it was overnight. I saw a blinding white light. And after that, in 1994, I saw, I would say, I think I counted 14 of these triangular shapes in the sky. And they had a light, but they were moving up, down, left, right, in all different directions, but they were semi-stationary. And the reason I say I don't believe that they are demonic is that if I believe in God, and I have tremendous faith in God, and I don't express it often, and I mean, for me to even do it publicly is...
That's fine.
You know, but I think that since we cannot see beyond ourselves, there is definitely someone, God, whatever name you wish to place upon it, and other beings that were here before we were, and that they are here to protect those of us who are truly believers of this God.
All right. There are a million stories like that, Kathleen, people who have had, encounters of all sorts that they don't regard at all as demonic.
No, in fact, they come off very positive.
Exactly.
There are a lot of stories about healings and benevolence and so forth. They don't have the disparity there of, oh geez, it was a horrible experience. You're going to see a lot of that. In fact, I really think that you're going to see these UFOs and the creatures in them have a cure for AIDS. I think you're going to see that. I think they're going to come and they're going to win your friendship. But you don't catch flies with vinegar,
So it'll all be a deception.
Yes.
It is all now a deception.
It is. And Julia said they went down into the earth.
Yes.
Most theologians believe hell is in the center. And that's where the ships are going, so.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
My name's Chris.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling east of the Rockies. Good morning, Art and Kathleen.
Hi, Chris.
The show's kind of gone off in a slightly different direction, but earlier in the show, we were talking about the 3 days of darkness.
Sure.
First of all, I'd like to say I enjoy listening to your show, Art. But I can't help but think that there's a contradiction between the 3 days of darkness and God will punish all, and then about 15, 20 minutes later in the conversation, it turned into we send ourselves to our own destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And am I just calling knowing what kind of people might be listening and I'm corrupted with Antichrist DNA? Or I've also noticed that now it's turned to more of an alien belief, and I'm just kind of curious.
Okay, he's a contradiction.
Yeah, and I think it's all interrelated. I think that all of this is so complicated that every piece belongs to the puzzle. And it's not going to be a perfect picture yet. We don't have the whole glimpse, but it's all related. Yes, we do condemn ourselves by our actions, but God is going to clean house. There's no doubt about it.
It's just that we're the ones with the brooms.
Okay.
Right. We're the brooms. I mean, we're going to get it one way or the other.
All right, no, I was just curious as to...
That's fairly clear to me. In other words, God will cause a judgment, and the judgment we will make ourselves, sir.
Okay.
That seems clear to me.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hello.
Yes, hi, this is Steve in Dallas. I'm listening to you on the Internet.
Yes, hi, Steve.
Yeah, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to discredit her or anything, but...
say what you want to say.
I have to ask about Adam and Eve. The strange thing is that, in 7 days or whatever, God created everything, or was it 5?
Well, I think it was 6, and he...
6, yeah.
6 on the seventh day he rested, yes,
yeah.
but in those days, he, after creating the trees and the earth and everything else around it, then he created man. With these animals. But the strange thing is that, in fact, you have fossils of dinosaurs and things that lived millions, perhaps billions of years before us.
That's right.
And I mean, I'm always open to, something else, like maybe Satan put those fossils there, but...
No, they were here. I mean, the Earth was here hundreds of thousands of years before man was. And you had creatures like the Cro-Magnon and whatever, and they were here, but they did not develop into Adam and Eve. The creation belief is that God did create 2 human beings with souls. There were beings beforehand that didn't have souls, but Adam and Eve were given a soul, and the creation process of the birds and whatever was over 1,000 years per day, according to the Bible.
As you would believe, Kathleen, that animals do not have souls?
I think they do, and I think St. Francis believed that, and from what I have seen in research, they do go to heaven.
Well, that sounds great. What about, though, people that live off in Amazon or places that have never been touched by the Christian religion, people that have never been taught these things? What about their souls? How do you think they would react when they saw this gleaming cross in the sky?
Steve, I think they're touched by God in their own way, and I think God treats them as fairly as he treats anybody else. He loves them as much as he does everybody else.
All right, then. Well, thank you for answering my question.
All right. Well, thanks for asking it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, this is Gabriel in Colorado. How are you both this evening?
Hi, Gabriel.
Well, Art, it sounds like you're a little disturbed by this, possibly. And I think that anybody would with any common sense. But, Kathleen, I have to ask you something, you being a Roman Catholic, and I'm Catholic myself.
Okay.
Number one, you were taught, if I'm not mistaken, if you're old enough to remember, the traditional Tridentine Mass.
Yes.
The High Mass and all the truth.
Before
the popes, before Pope John XXIII and the 6th, and now Pope John II. They're all in contradiction. And you must believe that there is no salvation out of the church that Christ gave to St. Peter on the rock, correct?
Say that again.
You must understand and believe the dogma of the church and the truth.
Yes.
That St. Peter was given by Christ.
Yes.
And that no one outside of the church can be saved unless they are baptized and they have abjuration, and so on and so forth.
There is also baptism of desire.
Yes, there is, but was that recent or is that old?
That is old. That is
How old?
Clear back to the time of Christ.
Okay, but it must be in form and so on and so forth.
It doesn't have to be. There are instances where people are not technically or officially baptized, but by their desire of the Spirit to be baptized, God considers that a valid baptism.
Yes, they say that God knows what's in a man's heart.
That's right.
But also this, all that's been talked about, Art, and I think you'll find this interesting, about the so-called anomalies, okay, and everything that's been going on has been handed down by the church for over 2,000 years. And any other church came about after the Reformation and Henry VIII. So there's the history, and the church has never hidden anything. The mystical body of Christ has never changed, do you agree? But the people inside the church have changed, correct?
The church itself, the magisterium of the church, has never changed.
Yes, the mystical body of Christ.
Right.
All right. So what we have here is we have a pope right now that has written in diabolical opposition of popes before him and talking about baptism. And anybody that studies this will understand exactly what's going on. these are demonic outward appearances, as such what you mentioned, this person showing up in your backyard.
Yes.
This has happened more than you know, believe me. And these things are going on all of the time. Have you ever heard of the remnant?
Yes.
All right.
I haven't.
Oh, all right, Art, I'm sorry. The remnant is spoken about by the Father and Christ. And it always gets smaller when the church is attacked. And there's always a small remnant of the believers. Some are killed off and they become saints or martyrs. And there's a remnant forming right now. And I thank the Father and the Holy Blessed Mother Mary that you were on this show. But this is all about saving souls. Nothing more. Because, as you said, the harvesting is happening right now as we speak.
Definitely.
And it's that serious.
Yes. We are at the final crop.
Every little deed, the fallen angel Lucifer knows about everything about a man. He has full aegis. And any little defect that you have, you must pay attention to it. And if you don't, then you know about purgatory, but you have to be awfully, awfully saintly to be there. You can be prayed out by the saints and by others here now, by the church militant. And I just pray to God every day and do my rosary, Kathleen. And Art, I'll tell you something. You've got a wonderful show, and I think you're thinking about this very sincerely inside your heart. And you ought to look into this.
I think about it all the time, sir.
I know you do. I can tell.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call. Everybody, hold on. We'll break here at the bottom of the hour. Be right back. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, here we go. Once again, Kathleen Keating. Boy, you've been hanging right in there. You're doing fine.
Oh, I love it, Art. It's a great opportunity, and I've got to thank you for having me on the show.
Oh, you bet. I hope you sell a lot of books, and I trust you will. When will the book be available to those who order now?
As I think April. I'm not, don't quote me on that, but I think April, if not sooner. They're putting a rush on this. They really are.
Well, they're getting a big discount, so they're going to have to wait a little bit. So April. Sometime in April. All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning. I'm not a Bible scholar, but I was raised Roman Catholic. And to an earlier reference, as far as never knowing the precise moment that the Lord will come, I do believe that was in reference to Christ himself. But as far as the prophecy, I do believe we can know when the Antichrist is among us. We just would not know when Christ himself would come to redeem those of us to be redeemed. Is that correct?
He will be back at the end of the 3 days of darkness. So we are pretty much assured that we have an idea. We don't know the exact date, but we do have the signs that tell us that he's near.
Yeah, he's saying we don't know the date of the return of the Lord, but
we have an approximation.
But we can get a pretty good idea of the coming of the Antichrist?
Absolutely.
And do you believe that he is alive and among us now?
Yes, I do.
More than that, sir. She saw him.
Saw?
I saw him.
I missed that.
I wish I had.
Is this person of an age of
I
effect?
would say he's in his 30s.
Already?
Yes.
Times are short.
Yes, they are.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks again for an enlightening program.
All right, sir. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good evening, Art. This is William from Portland. How are you tonight?
Just fine.
Good evening, Kathleen.
Hi, William. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I have thought about many issues I could take you to task on, but I'm going to boil it down to this. Considering that in the original Bible, after the time of Jesus, reincarnation was written in and removed later by man, and also through all the near-death experiences and the reports of people like Daniel Brinkley, how do you reconcile that? What do you feel about reincarnation?
I do not believe in it. I know that some Jews think that it's in the Bible. I think that the continuity is not there as far as the teachings of the church. Or if you look it was messed with, as you said. It was in and out, and it was at a time when there was a lot of disturbance in the church about the writings as to whether they were apostle written or not. So, no, I don't believe in it. I do think there are things that we don't understand.
Well, considering all the near-death experiences, are these people having demonic visions, or how would you...
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually.
It is possible. I'm not an authority to say, yes, that's definitely what it is. But I think that we are under a deception, and some of these near-death experiences may not be accurate.
It's just, I feel that now that a lot of the fear people are feeling is the end of the patriarchal age, and a lot of the organized religions are going to be changing, and more of the power of the soul is going to be realized by individuals. I feel the second coming is really going to be a group thing as opposed just to one man coming back like Jesus. I suppose, I know it doesn't go with what you're saying, but...
Well, everybody seems to have their own interpretation, and again, we're going to see what happens.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Art.
All right, take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. Good morning, Miss.
Where are you, sir?
I'm from Montreal.
Montreal, Canada. All right.
Yeah. I want to know if there's some bishop from USA who can have access to be the next pope.
There are several candidates for the next pope. They've mentioned Cardinal in Africa, Arinze, and I mentioned before Cardinal Martini. But they're now talking about perhaps a bishop from Puerto Rico. Oh,
so because I don't know, I think the Pope will not last the year, and maybe could be replaced by somebody from USA. I think it's what I foresee.
Is there any candidate being considered from the United States at all that you're aware of, Kathleen?
It is possible. I've heard rumors that when there may be a shake-up coming in where they move the bishop or the cardinal from Puerto Rico into New York to take that leaving cardinal's position, that he may be one of the more primary candidates. But that's just speculation at this point.
Really interesting, though.
George Washington had a vision that he did see a cardinal heading this country, and it may be that he saw the Pope that follows John Paul II.
Mm-hmm. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Good morning. This is Bill in Burbank again, Art. How are you tonight?
Okay, Bill, you're going to have to yell at us. You're not
I'm sorry. I'll talk a little bit louder. I've been listening to this show with much interest, but I'm confused about the Antichrist and what Jesus the Christ might have had to say about him, because I have a problem with all of the fear and awesomeness of the whole topic tonight, because I don't remember anything attributed to Jesus that was of that flavor, that tone, that left that message, if you know what I mean. In all of your years of researching this and speaking with various theologians and biblical scholars, has anyone ever brought anything to your attention that could be attributed to Jesus?
Referring to the Antichrist?
Yeah, and referring to the whole, apocalyptic writings. I understand.
Sure. Jesus said quite specifically that there would be one that would come in his place who would be readily accepted. And woe to the people who accept him, because they'd be better off dead, or better off never been born than to live in those times.
Well, I don't want to seem like I'm attacking your beliefs, because I've learned better than that in my 50 years.
I don't take it that way at all, Bill.
But my first exposure to Christianity was at an early age, and a particular variety where the Old Testament in the King James Version, as well as the New Testament, was accepted as biblical, inspired truth, and we tried to follow all of even the Levitical laws, if you can believe that. And I was taught in that particular form of Christianity that the Pope was the Antichrist. And I'm sure this is not new to you. Well, I no longer have that feeling or belief, but I'm just saying that because I think that Christianity is its own worst enemy, and that it's really not so much a separate, full-blown, standalone, no prehistory kind of a thing as it is just a heresy of Judaism, because this God that's going to be doing all of these terrible things to people that are foolish enough to have backslidden or to have doubted or to have failed to turn on a TV and be saved, that was the God of Abraham, who was just like a Jewish tribal war god.
And you think he's changed? He's a different God?
No, I believe that because of the fact that what we call Christianity became accepted by then the largest single empire in the world, the Roman Empire, that this one particular heretical sect gained in popularity and exposure and control and power. It had the impetus of the biggest empire in the world at that time behind it, and consequently it has spread so far and so wide that it has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, Christians deserve hell for much of what Christianity has undoubtedly and undeniably done in its own name.
It's an interesting point of view, Kathleen.
It is. I don't think that this Pope is the Antichrist at all, but I do think that we will see the Pope, the anti-Pope usher in the Antichrist. And I do think that the church has spread to the point, and it's been infiltrated to the point that it's become convoluted, and it's not the true church that it should be. Inherently it is, but there are aspects of it that have gotten way out of line.
You sound so much like Father Malachi.
We agreed on this particular subject.
Obviously. First time caller line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Yes, I'm Nancy calling from Portland.
Yes.
And I find it interesting in the conversations that you spoke about the rapture.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that the rapture will occur before the 7-year tribulation period.
Right.
And I believe in what the Old Testament refers to as the day of the Lord, or the judgment falling as the rapture occurs.
Where we will be snatched up in a twinkling of an eye.
Exactly.
Right.
And that people will, for whatever reason, whether it be UFOs or whatever, will not realize what has happened to thousands, hopefully millions of people that will just disappear, and that the Antichrist will show himself 3.5 years into the 7-year tribulation period. Do you know of Scripture to support that? Because I'm not hearing Scripture-backed, anything in Scripture to back what you're saying about not believing in a pre-tribulation or a post-tribulation rapture.
Well, I mentioned earlier, and perhaps you didn't hear this or I didn't state it quite well enough, the belief that I follow with the rapture is that it will start pre-tribulation, right after the warning, and that it will continue on through the 3 days of darkness. So technically, it's a pre- and post-tribulation. It's just going to be running all the time until the end when Jesus comes back.
Yes, I believe that people still can be saved.
Yes,
after
absolutely,
the
until
rapture.
the last second.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
But they have to know that the only way they can be saved is through the belief in Jesus Christ as their personal Savior.
There's only one doorway, and that's Jesus.
That is Jesus.
That's right.
And that is just the point that I wanted to call and
That's
make.
going to leave an awful lot of people outside the door.
But Art, we're all going to be given that opportunity to see that's why he is the door, so that we have a chance to choose. And it includes the Jews and the Muslims and the atheists. Everybody's going to have, hey, maybe we got it wrong, or let's look at what's going to happen here. God doesn't want anybody to go to hell, no matter what the denomination is.
Gotcha. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kathleen Keating. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
All right. This is Mark calling from Southern Maryland, listening to you on the Big Talker WPHT 1210 AM from Philadelphia.
Yes, sir. It's a monster of a signal.
And I would like to make 3 points very quickly. The first is I keep hearing about no one knowing the time.
Yeah.
And I believe the Scripture accurately, if Kathleen will back me up on this, is that of the day and the hour no one will know the time, not even the angels in heaven, but of the time and the season, I would not have you unaware. Then he describes a number of prophecies and says that just like when you see the clouds and say it's going to rain, you'll know that the time is at hand when you see these things. Is that not correct?
That's in the book of Matthew.
but I often hear it misquoted as no one is supposed to know. The second point, the young man who called you earlier, and you said that the young men would dream dreams. I believe that correctly is that your sons and daughters will prophesy.
Right.
Your young men will see visions, which was what he was talking about, and your old men will dream dreams.
I think it applies to all of us, and I think that...
I think so.
Yeah.
And lastly, the word Christ is often used like a last name or a title, but that's a Greek word that's not often defined, that describes an anointing, which means a total saturation, and the description in the Old Testament of that Christ anointing is that which removes burdens and destroys yokes and has dynamic power. And so would not the Antichrist be then one that comes with dynamic power to place burdens on and to yoke people?
Absolutely. He will chain us if we want to be chained.
That about covers my point. I'm really looking forward to my copy of your book.
Well, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it.
And thanks for the show, Art.
Take care, sir. You bet. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kathleen. Hi.
Hi, Miss Keating. Hi, Art. Good show.
Thank you.
I got a question for you, Miss Keating, that every time I ask somebody of any religious denomination, they look at me with a very nasty look and walk away.
Okay, I can't see you, so maybe you can win on this one.
I'm hoping I can.
Okay.
I'm sure you've heard the phrase, history is written by the victors. How do we know God was the good guy in the war between Lucifer and God? All we have is his side of the story.
You have Lucifer's side of the story. You've got Lucifer's side here on Earth. You can see the way it's going.
Okay. I can sort of see where you're going with that, but that sort of goes towards what people will often say when they're trying to dismiss that. When someone says, well, now, wait a minute. We don't know if he really does have our best interest in heart. How do we know that the person who we know is God, is the one who was truly looking for our best interest in that?
Well, if you don't believe it now, I think you will believe it when in the warning, because God's going to make it abundantly clear. And again, in the miracle, as to who is who and why, and so that there will be no doubts. In fact, there will be many, many healings that will occur with the miracle, so that people that have been sick all their lives do not make a choice for God or the Antichrist because they're encumbered with an illness, for instance. It's all going to become very apparent.
Well, personally, having been all my life told as a Christian I can't remember which denomination I was taught in when I went to private school when I was younger, taught that, we were put here to praise God. And maybe it's just my 20-year-old defiant side, but if I was created to praise something, I'm not going to go with either of them. I'm not going to go with the Antichrist or Satan, and I'm not going to go with God. The question of is it better to serve in heaven or reign in hell doesn't apply to me, because I don't agree with either.
Kathleen?
Sometimes our egos get in the way, and they become our gods. And so if you don't know God, and you find him in your ego, and you create a God in your own right,
then you made your choice.
You've made your own choice. You've made it for yourself. And God is such a giving entity that self doesn't enter into the equation because he takes care of you. You don't have to worry about self anymore.
Why were we given these egos that we have to sublimate?
We're all given challenges one way or another. I think the egos are tainted through living.
First-time caller line. You're on air with Kathleen Keating. Hi.
Hi, my name is Marla, and I'm from Spokane, Washington.
Welcome.
And I can't believe I'm still up. I'm usually peter out about 1 o'clock. I'm what you would call a traditional Catholic. I've been going to Latin Masses since I was a little girl, and I've been hearing about the rain of fire and 3 days of darkness and all since I was a little girl. And I guess I've always dealt with it as, like the big earthquake that's going to come, and it never quite comes. And so I guess that's why I've been up listening to this. It's like, gee, my mother's been telling me this for years. And it's interesting to address the alien issue because I've always had a hard time trying to decide, okay, because it sounds like as I listen to Art Bell as I drive home from work, that they may come to a point real soon that they're going to say, yes, there definitely are aliens.
I think you're going to see that very soon, I think within the year.
And I find, because I've been a very strong Catholic, I mean, I honestly go to like the Latin masses. I haven't been to an English mass ever. And
well, you're a lot safer than those that have.
So I've found myself really having a hard time dealing with aliens. And when you said, okay, they are diabolical, I thought, okay, in my heart of hearts, that's what I've always thought. But I thought, well, okay, maybe they aren't because I hear these people say that. But it also makes you doubt your religion. It makes you doubt God.
That's the whole idea behind it.
And I think that's the whole idea behind it. And so it's kind of like, okay, now I understand it a little bit more. I mean, my husband totally believes in this sort of thing and reincarnation. I don't believe in reincarnation either. It doesn't square with the Catholic religion.
And I'm sorry to have to break it off, but we are out of time. Kathleen, it has been amazing having you on tonight.
Thanks for the chance, Art.
I can say. And your book is called The Final Warning, and the phone number to get that at an incredibly, 50% discount? More than 50%.
More than 50%.
Is, what is the number again?
1-877-620-2665.
All right. Kathleen, thank you, and
Thanks,
I'm sure we'll do this again.
Thank you, Art.
Good night.
God bless.
All right, folks. That's it for tonight. Tomorrow night, we're going to have Dr. Klatz here, along with a colleague from, I believe, Harvard, and we're going to be talking about eternal life, or what may be eternal life. From the high desert, good night.